Morning, Prakash. Can you hear me? Morning, team. Hello.
Check, check, check. So good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Yeah.
ऐसा स्टेट लगा दूं। ऐसा नहीं बैठेगा, गिर जाएगा
ऐसा
वो।
नहीं बैठेगा, गिर जाएगा वो।
ऐसा रंध।
ऐसा रंध।
ऐसा
ऐसा
नीचे नहीं गिरना संतोष आग
नीचे नहीं गिरना संतोष आग में।
लास्ट में आके ये करो बस रात को सोने और कल भी है
और कल भी है।
देखा नहीं ना
नहीं ना।
तो पेपर किधर रखेगा रे हम लोग इतना
किधर
बड़ा
रखेगा
फूल
रे, हम
लगा
लोग
दो
इतना बड़ा फूल लगा दो।
ये सही नहीं हुआ संतोष ये चलेगा ये स्ट्रेट नहीं है संतोष क्या गिरेगा नहीं ये सब सब पेस्ट हुआ है नीचे वाला हाँ अगले बार एक नीचे गिर गया हाँ
Check, check. Check, check. Hari Om. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, industry luminary, academicians, researchers, and participants. It's with immense pride and excitement that we welcome you to the international conference titled 2026 and Beyond Rise of Agentic AI as Career Path, hosted by Avicii College of Arts and Science. Today marks a significant step forward in exploring how agentic AI is reshaping industries, redefining governance, and reimagining the human technology collaborations of tomorrow. We commence our conference with the traditional lighting of the Kuttuvilakku. May I now invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly light the lamp. May I request our chief guest, Mr. Balasubramaniam, to light the first glim that signifies wisdom. Our esteemed secretary, sir, lights the second glim that brings success. Our beloved principal, ma'am, will light the third glim, which denotes courage. Ms. Valliyamai, Head Department of BCA. Ramya ma'am, along with Ms. Valliyamai, Head Department of BCA, will light the fourth glim, which brings harmony and peace. Ms. Deepashri, Head Department of Computer Science with Data Science, lights the fifth glim that blesses with prosperity. This represents the transition from ignorance to enlightenment, just as artificial intelligence transformed data into wisdom. Thank you all. Let us now invoke divine blessings for wisdom and harmony. May I request everyone to rise for the prayer song followed by Tamil Thai Varthu. I invite our college choir to lead us.
எனக்கு வேண்டும் வரங்களை இசைப்பேன் கேளாய் கணபதி எனக்கு வேண்டும் வரங்களை இசைப்பேன் கேளாய் கணபதி மனதில் தோன்றாமல் மனதில் சலனமில் மதியிலே தோன்றாமல் நினைக்கும் பொழுது நின் மௌனம் நிலை வந்திட நின் செயல் வேண்டும் கனக்கும் செல்வம் 100 வயது இவையும் தர நீ கடவாயே எனக்கு வேண்டும் வரங்களை இசைப்பேன் கேளாய் கணபதி இசைப்பேன் கேளாய் கணபதி நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் நதி சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிரிநுதலும் தரித்தனலும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்கு இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திரும்பி அந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Thank you, team. With minds enlightened and spirits uplifted, we now move forward to set the tone for the today's conference. Real leadership is about transforming limitations into possibilities, says Robin Sharma. To formally inaugurate this transformative gathering, may I invite our principal, Dr. N. Buma, to deliver the welcome address and introduce our distinguished chief guest. Welcome, ma'am.
Hari Om, good morning. Good morning and greetings to all the eminent personalities, respected academicians, industry experts, research scholars, faculty members, students and participants gathered here today. It gives me immense pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this prestigious conference hosted by our institution. Today's gathering is not merely a conference, it's a celebration of technology, innovation and collaborative learning. In many ways, what we are witnessing today is the reflection of our Honorable Secretary Sir's vision. He has a clear mission to transform our college into a truly technology-driven institution. His belief is that every department must evolve with strong technological foundations and future-ready learning practices. With this vision guiding us, we have gradually begun this transformation, and the conference we host today stands as a powerful step in that direction. We are confident that very soon this mission of building a technologically empowered institution will be fully realized for the benefit of our student community. What we celebrate today is also the outcome of a journey that we began nearly 3 years ago. In the early stages, many of these ideas were nurtured through constant discussions, brainstorming sessions, and dedicated efforts from a passionate team, mainly guided by our mentor, Mr. M. Balasubramaniam sir, and our Professor of Practice, Mr. Ram sir. What began as small efforts, sometimes even late-night planning sessions, gradually became weekly learning engagements, and today it has grown into something as significant and impactful as this conference. When we did that time, it was first of its kind to conduct by an arts and science college by the headship of our Bala sir. At this moment, I would like to specially acknowledge the remarkable contribution of Mr. N. Ramkumar, Director, ITV LLC, Dubai, Professor of Practice, Avicii College of Arts and Science. What makes Ram sir unique is the way he continuously nurtures a culture of technological learning amongst all of us. He has created a group that includes faculty members, even myself and our secretary sir, where he constantly shares the latest technological updates, tools and ideas on the latest trend, and now it is in the agentic AI. Through that platform, he ensures that we remain connected with emerging trends and developments. He also actively trains teachers in technology, enabling us to integrate these advancements into our teaching and academic activities. What is truly inspiring is his deep passion for his work, which he has been throughout with us through Zoom. Though he couldn't come in person, he is in the Zoom all 3 days, and now he is here through Zoom. Despite his extremely busy schedule, he never fails to guide us or share his valuable insights. His commitment to mentoring, encouraging, and fine-tuning every initiative has been a driving force behind many of our achievements. In many ways, the progress we see today carries his constant guidance and thoughtful inputs at every stage. I now extend a very warm welcome to Mr. M. Balasubramanian, GCC leader, CEO, and managing partner of Strat Infinity Inc. It is indeed a rare to find a person who represents such a remarkable blend of academic excellence and strong industry experience. We truly feel blessed to have Bala sir as our mentor. Wherever we go, whether it is among academicians or industry professionals, people often say, "You have Bala sir guiding you, so you are in good hands." That itself reflects the respect and credibility he carries in both academic and industry circles. Despite his demanding schedule and deep involvement in industry, he continues to extend his unconditional support to academic initiatives like ours. His passion for bridging academia and industry has been a tremendous inspiration for us, and we feel extremely fortunate to have his mentorship. We welcome you, sir. As I mentioned earlier, I would also like to once again acknowledge the inspiring leadership of our Honorable Secretary, sir. His passion for academic excellence and technological advancement is truly remarkable. He constantly motivates all departments to move forward, reminding us that what we must always strive to be the best and remain competitive in everything what we do. At the same time, he closely observes how we grow, how we innovate, and how we progress as departments. Recently, he has also been particularly encouraging the Commerce Department to explore areas such as fintech and data science, as he strongly believes in blending commerce with technology for the benefit of student community. His vision is always centered on creating meaningful opportunities for students and preparing them for the evolving professional world. You tell your friend, I'll tell yourself. Yes, Bala sir is a very good friend of our secretary, sir. So we are all fortunate. I warmly welcome all our distinguished guest speakers, industry experts, and academic leaders who have joined today. And for want of time, I'm extremely sorry that I'm not mentioning any one of you. And thank you so much for being here, and we welcome you all. I would like to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of Mrs. Valliyamma and her team of BCA and Deepashi and her team for computer science with data science. Each faculty member involved has taken up individual responsibilities and contribute their efforts to ensure that every aspect of this conference takes place smoothly and flawlessly. I would also like to place on record a special mention of our non-teaching staff whose dedicated support behind the scenes played an important role in the smooth execution of this event. In particular, a special acknowledgement to Mr. Hayat for his patience and meticulous efforts in refining multiple design elements and ensuring that the conference materials were presented with clarity and professionalism. All these efforts have been carefully guided and fine-tuned by Ram sir. What began as intense late-night discussions gradually evolved into regularly weekly collaborations, and today it has grown into an event of this scale and significance. I would also like to appreciate the efforts of Ms. Vaishnavi, Department of Computer Applications, whose active coordination and commitment have played an important role in bringing this conference together. A special mention must also be made to the Visual Communication Department, who, despite their busy schedules, they stayed here yesterday till 11 o'clock, and the morning they were here by 6 o'clock, extended their valuable support in preparing AV, getting all this Zoom flawlessly, and producing the videos that have added great value to this conference. I welcome you all. I also extend my appreciation to our student volunteers whose enthusiasm and dedication have been instrumental in organizing this event. I welcome you all. And finally, a heartfelt welcome to all the participants from various colleges, paper presenters, research scholars, industry professionals, faculty members, and students who have joined us today and also have shared their papers. 45 plus papers have been received, and thank you very much, and we welcome you all. Your presence truly enriches this conference and strengthens the spirit of knowledge, sharing, and collaboration. This is the time to wholeheartedly welcome each and every one of you to this conference and to celebrate the spirit of learning, innovation, and collaboration that brings us all together today. I welcome you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words and warm welcome. We are privileged to have Mr. Balasubramaniam, GCC leader, CEO, and managing partner of Strat Infinity as our chief guest for the inauguration today. Let us watch an audio visual showcasing the exceptional journeys, contributions, and leaderships of our chief guest.
Some leaders don't just follow change, they actually create it. That's exactly what defines the journey of our distinguished guest, Mr. Bala NS. With decades of experience across technology, education, and innovation ecosystems, including his contribution with organizations like All India Council for Technical Education. He has consistently focused on one powerful vision, bridging the gap between industry and academia. From emerging technologies to future-ready learning, his work has always been about empowering people, enabling opportunities, and driving meaningful transformation. And honestly, that's what true leadership looks like. Staying curious, staying relevant, and creating impact. We are truly honored to welcome him as the chief guest for the inauguration session of this conference today.
Thank you. A mentor and inspiring leader, Mr. Ramkumar, Director, ITware LLC Dubai, chairperson of this conference, is joining us via Zoom. Let us hear few insights from him for a great start. Sir, over to you.
Yeah. Very good morning. Hari Om. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very good morning, respected chief guest, Mr. Bala, Mr. Shanmugam, Secretary of the College, Principal Ma'am, and all the dedicated staff, and my dear students. My apologies for being unable to be physically present there due to the current situation in the Middle East. I tried my best, but I couldn't make it. But I think the team has worked day and night for the last few months to get this ready. It's all for you. I'm sure we have a very interesting day ahead, and you all take advantage of that. I'll be there too during the whole day, and then we'll have a summary presentation at the end of the day. Mr. Bala sir, my personal apologies. I should have been there, but thank you so much for coming in to address the students. I think your presence with all the industry and academic background makes a huge difference to the college. And somebody like you coming in for this conference and agreeing to be the guest in spite of all your engagements. And in fact, I think you had a US visit which got postponed. I think thank you so much, sir. Look forward to valuable inputs from you and your leadership to continue the college to guide us all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are deeply honored to have such inspiring leaders among us today. As a token of appreciation and respect, may I request our Secretary, Mr. EVMK Shanmugam, to felicitate our Chief Guest, Mr. Bala Subramaniam. Thank you, sir. With respect expressed and inspiration kindled, we now enter the heart of the today's inaugural session. As we stand at the crossroads of human invention and machine intelligence, agentic AI challenges us to redefine how we create, decide, and integrate. To shed light on these emerging paradigms, it's my profound privilege to invite our chief guest, Mr. Bala MS, to deliver the inauguration address and share his insights. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Can be a little more louder. Good morning, everyone. Awesome. Respected Secretary, a very good friend of mine, a great philanthropist, academician, multifaceted professional, and who's respected by everyone in the world, AVM Shanmugam sir. Transformative leader who is not able to join today. Passionately, we started the first edition of the conference way back in 2022, no 23. Right, Ram sir, a good friend of mine as well, and transformational principal. Give a big round of applause. The interesting part, mostly, madam, you are from which department? Tamil department, commerce department, right? So, madam is not from technology side. Mostly, no, there is no right wrong answer, but principals are most of them from physics, chemistry, or a mathematics or a technology background, and someone from the arts and science background, commerce background, building the technology capability in arts and science, which is phenomenal. Congratulations and best wishes for that as well. And the dedicated faculty members, research scholars, and some of the industry experts. Very good morning, and always pleasure and privilege to stand in front of you, especially in AVM Avicii campus, a very, very vibrant and a positive place, as well as I say. When we wanted to do the third edition of a conference, madam called me, but I'm supposed to be in the US, so I don't want to commit that I'll be part of the event. Then somehow my schedules changed, then I said I'll be there. But I don't think I'm a chief guest, I'm part of the family here. But anyway, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you. So friends, I'm just going to share very quick three important aspects. I'm not going to talk anything about agentic AI, because they're going to hear about agentic AI across the day today, and you've done 45 different paper presentation. I would love to see that some point in time in a form of a journal, because I think even an engineering institution, because I was a founder chairman of IIIT Sri City, and I'm in the National Educational Policy Committee. A lot of things I work with engineering institutions, and my only association with arts and science institution only with Avicii College. And I'm getting a 45 papers on an agentic AI is not easy. So that means the true transformation among the students is happening globally and especially in India. So that's the real thing. I just look at it. So if you look at AI, I just want to talk about how this AI impact is happening at this point in time, where we were 5 years or 3 years back and where we are today, and where we are heading towards. And is there always a question when it comes to AI, the job impact, right? I just wanted to throw a few lights about how you need to look at your career aspects, and more importantly, how the judgment of the industry when it comes to AI towards the students. These are the few things I wanted to share. I say that, in fact, my blog is going to be published maybe yesterday night or today is going to be published, called 2 Stages and 2 Stages and 1 Signal. Two stage and 1 signal. And but I just asked them to hold on the blog, and I said that let's make it as 3 stage 1 signal, which I'm going to share this perspective to you. If you look at the AI transformation today, almost $15.7 trillion of GDP growth is going to be there by 2030, and out of which about close to 4 trillion or maybe 5 trillion impact is going to be through generative AI, only on productivity gains, right? When you talk about AI, the immediate things that comes to my mind is, right, the job is going to be done faster, productivity is going to be smoother. So only the productivity gains, that's the kind of impact that is going to have globally. Having said that, have you heard of in the last 1 or 2 weeks, there is a $30 billion story? You heard? Anybody? There is an impact, I'm sure. From the industry you would have heard. Yeah. See, you know what happened, my dear friends? Maybe when I was in a school, I think I was doing BASIC and Pascal. So a language called COBOL, Common Business Oriented Language, which was maybe in the late 80s and early 90s, because I'm a 1980 born kid, so for me BASIC Pascal was a computer education, not the COBOL, but yeah, to some extent know about the COBOL. So globally, COBOL was a language which was taken by the entire world in terms of defense, in terms of large airline system, banking system. Still the legacy system continues. In 30 years gap, where the technology changes, still these systems globally, almost close to about 65-70% of the global system runs on a legacy system, and COBOL plays a vital role. And today most of the COBOL experts have retired, or they may not even exist, right? So IBM used to have a very strong hold on COBOL. And you know what happened? Last week, a small AI company, well, comparatively, of course, it's a very important AI company, Anthropic, have just made one social media post saying that they have the capability to read COBOL. And they said they have the capability to replace some of the components of COBOL. You know what happened? $30 billion market share was lost by IBM in exactly 7 minutes since the post has come, which is 25 years since 2000 till 2026. IBM has never faced such a loss in the stock market share. That's the impact of AI. The second example, 2 weeks before that, Anthropic came with a similar post stating that we have a platform that can replace cloud strategy, vulnerability assessment. You know what happened? CloudStrike, Cloudflare, O-Codes, all of them lost their market share just with a post, social media post. That's the level of AI making an impact globally, right? That's the first story I wanted to share. Second, an interesting thing today, if you look at 3A strategy, so last 2-3 years I've been talking about 3A strategy for AI, so which is adoption, absorption and application. These are 3A strategy for AI, but not today. From today it is not a 3A strategy, but it was a 3A strategy: adoption, absorption and application. So what the thought that I got is, we have never invented internet, but we are the world's largest internet consumer in terms of IT services. We have not invented vaccines. We are the pharmacy for the whole world. We have not invented telephony, but whereas we are the largest telecom providers are based out of India and largest market share. We have not invented ICs. Today, every fifth chip that we design are Indians, right? And so what it makes me to think is, invention, of course, is important, but more importantly, the scale, the execution, and the application of the execution matters a lot. And that's where India stands top in front of the AI adoption, absorption, and application, my dear friends. In my opinion, I think we are phenomenally doing great as a country. That's where my thought process reflected as a 2-stage 1 signal. Now I'm making it as 3-stage 1 signal. You may think that I just drove from Adyar. You would have thought I just crossed 3 stages and maybe I crossed 1 Katipara signal. No, that's not the thing. In the last 25 days, I attended 3 conferences. This is the third one. The first one was India AI Impact Summit. Right, I was attending the Prime Minister's session and I got an opportunity to speak in Impact in India AI along with the STPA Director General and National Productivity Council Chairman at the same dais. A phenomenal opportunity for me to learn how the global industry looks at AI and especially coming to India. Exactly after that week, I was part of the NTLF, NASSCOM Technology Leadership Conference in Mumbai. The first week was in Delhi, second week was in Mumbai. That talks about how the academia, industry, global organization looks about AI, and all the 3 days, my dear friends, the only word we heard is AI, nothing else. And today, the following third week, the third stage at the AVM Avicii College, again we are talking about AI. So I just wanted to correlate, resonate the first 2 stages because that is already, those events were completed. So when you sign off for the day today, right, when my other good friend Mike is going to address, so you reflect on yourself whether the first 2 stages impact what I learned I'm going to share now. Does that resonate with the whole day what you are going to undergo this day at this third stage? And the evening when you sign off for the day, you need to reflect. By the time I will make the blog post, so you can reflect the blog post and you are learning that today. Does it really matches globally? AI Impact Summit, NASSCOM Technology Leadership Forum, and Agentic Conference of AI, Avicii College of thing, right? Is it okay? You're all set? All right. So you're going to look at the blog post and you're going to at least, you don't need to write anything on the blog, at least reflect to yourself. That will be of great value. So the first thing I just wanted to touch upon is AI has moved from experimentation to infrastructure. That's the first note I took. So what it means today, my dear friends, the typical terminologies I heard in the AI conference, Impact AI conferences, sovereign models, human-centric AI, digital public infrastructure, inclusion, human-centered AI, and multilingual system. These are the common terminologies you would have heard across the Impact India AI Summit. At NASSCOM India Leadership Forum, the language that was used was productivity, because more industry, right? Productivity gains, non-linear growth, the complete digital technological transformation, AI orchestration, reduction of the cost pressure. So these are the typical terminologies I heard with the NASSCOM, because NASSCOM contains more industry and AI impact is industry with more academia involved, right? Research involved. So I see that two lenses, which is the policy and the industries, one reality, what I would like to make a note of, please make a note of it. AI in one line I would say is no longer an initiative or an innovation arena. Right? It's no longer an initiative. It's not an initiative. It's not an innovation game. Whereas today, AI is looked at as a core infrastructure for the whole country, for the whole organization, for the institution in terms of economic, strategic, and also institutional change. Right? That's the first learning I had, my dear friends. So what is the shift? If I look at these terminologies, what makes me to realize today, these are 3 points I written myself, from AI as a feature, AI as a feature. You talk any product, any services today, say, do you have AI feature in it? And everybody will say yes. It has become a phenomenon. But more than AI as a feature, it has become AI is a foundation. That's the first observation comes to me. The second thing is from pilot projects, right? We used to do pilot projects. Today, it is not a project, it's an outcome. Right? What is the outcome you demonstrate matters a lot. The third thing is from innovation team to a boardroom strategy. Today, the AI pilots or anything that you test or you build a POC, it doesn't stop at the innovation incubation lab. It is being discussed in the boardroom strategy. That's where the industry which I come from, Global Capability Center, the boardroom, the CXOs are very, very, very serious about what's going on with the AI arena. Right? Second thing, India's identity is undergoing a structural shift. That's the topic I'm putting in the second stage, two-stage, one goal thing. For decades, India's global identity was built on what? Caste arbitrage. India is a cheap labor country. That was the real story that was told 30 years back. And then slowly they talked about efficiency with Indian employees. They started about talking about effectiveness, what Indian employees deliver. Then they slowly talked about innovation. They talked about value creation. Today they say that India is an R&D country. India has deep tech talent. Right? This is still a story and still a good story. I mean, I'm not denying that's not a right thing. Today they say delivery excellence is phenomenal in India compared to any other countries in the world. And of course, cost is not as cheap as what it used to be, but still the cost of operations in India much cheaper than the large countries, right? We have to accept that. But today, what I'm hearing is AI reduces the manual intensity. Right, this is where the job challenge comes, which I'll touch upon later. They say that it compresses the timelines. Right, something you can deliver. In fact, I call in our organization Stratton, when we deliver solutions and consulting, we say exponentially. We don't call it engineering. We call it as imagineering. Right? What is the difference between engineering and imagineering? When you build an IT application, AI application, say about 3 months for a POC and ideation and requirement gathering, another 6 months for building the solution, another 2-3 months for deployment, about like 12, 13, 14 months. Today that is an engineering process. But if you think like an imagineering engineer, then it makes in 3 months still you take the same 3 months for ideation, requirements gathering, but in next 3 months your product is built and you go live. That is what imagineering. That's where we talk about the compressed timelines and automates the layers of execution. Right. So what stood out was there was no denial, but a complete recalibration I was able to hear during this conclave. And so from this stage, what I was able to articulate is from manpower-led services to AI orchestration. That is the first learning from this topic, and from billing by hours to billing by outcomes. From cost arbitrage to intelligent arbitrage or intellectual arbitrage, and this cost arbitrage was the prime driver for the growth of Indian IT industry last 30 years. But today, cost arbitrage is a tertiary factor. The first important aspect is intellectual arbitrage, right? So that's the second story I wanted to share. The third story is really quite interesting, right? The employment question is real, but it's being reframed, right? Across the conversation, wherever you go, one thing in the last 3-4 years we've been hearing is AI replaces job, AI cuts job, lot of such things there. Yeah, it is true, it's not true, right? It's all how you take AI, right? That's how AI give it to you. So definitely I agree, hiring growth is slowing, no doubt about it. Automation is rising, from automation to RPA to AI is phenomenal growth. Yes, automation is rising. AI agents are entering the workflows, right? A workflow consisting of, I remember one of our customers was a multinational bank, having about 240 or 50 people in taking care of one particular operation in an AML or I think OFAC screening. Today that 240 member team is about like 30 people. Yeah, that workflows is completely AI agent has taken over the workflows. But here is the nuances you need to think about it. The domain narrative, AI will eliminate job. Now today you need to think out, AI will redefine the jobs. So how will it redefine? AI cannot do it on its own, right? It's you who have to redefine your jobs, your learnings, your adaptability, absorption, and so on and so forth. So what I think the future workforce will not be pure coders. Somebody will say, I'm a full stack developer. Bullshit. In next 3 years, you will not have a job. So you can't be a pure coders. You can't be a pure testers. You can't be a pure designers. You can't be a full stack or a pure analyst. That's gone. How you need to look at is, you need to build your skills. How do you work with AI professionals? How do you work with AI system? Do you understand the workflows? Do you understand really the nitty-gritties of AI? Do you really understand what is prompting? Prompting, nothing like AI cannot build on its prompt on its own. It's you who prompt. So you need to build your technical capability. You need to build your thinking capacity. You need to have a curiosity. Basically, these are all foundational skills and any human being should have to be successful in your career, right? The curiosity, ask questions, which is the biggest problem for Indians is asking questions. You don't ask questions. Even in the class, you don't ask questions. You may have 100 doubts. In fact, sometimes you may have doubts more than the top performers of the college class, right? You don't ask questions. I think the curiosity, asking questions is actually prompting. That prompt will make you to be a successful AI engineer and integrate multidisciplinary insights, right? Some people usually, when you be a Java developer or a .NET developer or even you are say functional guy, you don't like to shift over your thought process to another thing. That's something Indians always has the problem. I think slightly it's changing down, but still the problem that's where the full stack played a vital role, that let me be a backend, let me be a front end, let me be a QA. That thought process is coming, but you have to be multilingual, multidisciplinary. Right? So the growth model is becoming non-linear. Revenue may grow without proportional headcount expansion. That's what in the industry we call from volume game to value game. Right? I'm sure in the last 3-4 years you would not have seen a newspaper. There used to be a newspaper in the last 4, 5, 6, 10 years that 500 people have been hired by a company, 300 offers are won. In the last 2-3 years, I'm sure none of you would have seen that ad, right? Because you know what? It's not a volume hiring, it's a value hiring, right? If you get hired in a company, what is the value the company gets out of you? So that is also from volume it has moved to value, and you are going to get impacted both positively and negatively. If you take it in the right sense, you're going to have a positive impact. You don't take it in the right sense, you are not willing to move forward, you are not going to be adaptable, it's going to be in the negative side. Last but not the least, I just want to touch upon one important aspect, right? Market volatility is a transitional phase, not a verdict. This is a very important, because today I heard a lot of startups are here, which is very, very important because if AI reduces the manual effort, what happens to the traditional revenue models, right? Because people basically, the startups or any business earn out of the manpower on the people you provide, on the value you deliver, that's going to be completely reduced. So how are you going to make? But the history offers a perspective. See, the cloud was always there, which replaced on-premises model until I think maybe 2010 or 2015, I think. Everybody were on premises. Then slowly they moved to managed hosting. When I was a Blackboard MD, we were running the Blackboard platform for 120 million students globally. We were using about 20,000 universities. We transferred almost 95% of the on-premises colleges, universities globally. I'm not talking in India. Globally, they were on premises till 2016-17. We moved them categorically before 2019, everybody to cloud. So there is a big transformation. Just imagine you're moving your house from on-premises to cloud is not an easy acceptance. Second comes in this automation, right? Automation was a phenomenal subject the last 15 years. Anybody you say testing, it's an automation. Even in development, it's an auto, because we call it EQP, engineering quality and productivity, where every developer should own a code. There is automation. So automation completely replaced the BPO industry today. Today, majority BPO industry is automated. And BPO industry, one of the foremost successful industry or a sector for IT industry way back in from 90s till 2010 or till 15, right? The third is platformization. Today everything comes with a platform, not a product, not a service. Platformization has completely reshaped the entire software margins. Even Microsoft, when it was sold as a product, today it's a platform. You get a 365, you've done everything. Likewise, every single, software products are in platformization. So this change will continue. This is what AI is also, right? Like how the cloud changed, like how the platforms changed, like how the automation changed the BPO industry, you will see AI changing, the complete equilibrium will be emerged. You are with me, my dear friends? Yes? No? Alright. So the real signal is thinking at scale, right? You need to think at a scale. You may be arts and science student, you may be an engineering student, you may be a research scholar, you may do a PhD. It's all for the purpose of getting a degree. I'm telling you very honestly. Unless until you think that you have to be at a scale, you're not going to move forward in your life, right? Scale of what? Scale of participation. Like the participation what you make today, that's the beginning of a real scale. Scale of economic projection, right? Thinking, right? Does it make sense if I do something? If I build a solution, what impact it makes to the industry, to the society? Do you understand the problems properly? Because if you understand the problem definition properly, the solution automatically will flow. See, you get hurt in your leg, you know how to solve it. You need to go to a doctor, you need to go to an X-ray, or you can put a medicine on you, you know that, right? Because you know where is the problem. That problem will get you an economic projection. Scale of digital infrastructure thinking. Today, everybody uses UPI. That's one simple example you can think. From basic the tender coconut person to a flower seller to anybody. That is one live example. Because it is so simple, we are not taking it seriously. Today almost 12 or 13 countries, different countries use our UPI platform, our digital infrastructure, right? So understand the digital infrastructure that's surrounded by you. And more importantly is global position. Anything you think through, right? It can be local, no problem, but think global. The global positioning is going to make you very successful because you are not AI adapters. You have to embrace AI. You have to really practice AI. You need to think through how the AI is going to make different things. That's where I say that any institution, the speed of institutional adoption for an academic institution matters a lot, and that's why I really love Avicii College, because again, I'm not classifying or getting into a preconceived notion between an engineering institution and arts and science institution, because it's a cultural problem, right? Arts and science institution doesn't do that. In fact, in my experience, there are a lot of arts and science students who have phenomenally excelled well in AI and IT and R&D and so on and so forth, right? And there are engineering students who have not done so well. There is a lot of use cases. I personally know a lot of use cases. So adoption at an institution level and implementing it, taking it seriously, and getting a third edition of conference is a real testimony of how an academic institution can play a vital role in shaping the excellence of the global technology. The second is depth of ecosystem collaboration. You see the list of speakers today. They are not just speakers, right? They are implementers, they are action doers. They are really who done the work and seen the success or failure, whatever. That's fine, right? So you have, and after my session, you're going to have Arun, a phenomenal speaker. Even I will stay to watch his speech because he's from Gartner, right? I'm sure you know what Gartner is all about. We're going to have him, thanks to Ram sir for bringing him. And third one is ability to align policy, capital and talent, right? Policy is something very important because the world is not going to hire you, judge you by your technical capability at all going forward. It is going to judge you, appraise you, appreciate you by your ethical adherence when you use AI, not by technical capability, because technology is only an enabler. Anybody can build technology. Please understand, my dear friends, right? Having said that, we are at the beginning of AI restructuring. The conversation has matured. The conversation has matured in this stage, right? The urgency is real, no doubt about it. The anxiety is very much visible that you are ready to take for the third stage today, and the opportunity is historic. That is why I don't ask, can you participate in AI economy, because I'm going to ask you, are you ready to shape the direction of AI? Are you ready to shape the direction of AI? Patala, Satama. Awesome. So that said, this summit, this conference create a very positive signal. This summit, this conference creates an action, and I'm sure this will get into a phenomenal outcome which can be demonstrated during the 4th edition of AI Conclave. With that said, once again I take this opportunity to appreciate the great efforts of Avicii College, especially my dear friend Shanmugam sir, because all these conferences adoption comes from top down, right? If top is not okay, whatever efforts you put is not going to move forward. Give a big round of applause to him as well. And also the dynamic principle you have here, right? She chases like anything. She chases literally. See, that's something not possible, right? I mean, typically, I don't want to name a college. A particular college invited me and some of the industry leaders next week, and we denied very politely, we're not going to come. It seems to ask for replacement of some other speaker. The principal took 3 days to confirm because it's so busy. That's so. Whereas here, our principal will make sure 3 days she will make sure everything is organized. That's the level of the commitment. Nothing, it's a commitment. And of course the entire team here, I know few of them. So wishing you all the very best. Have a successful conference. Do not forget to reflect the thing what I said and what you're going to learn today versus the blog which I will publish today evening in my LinkedIn, Bala MSS LinkedIn. You can look at it, and looking forward to meet you all as a successful AI not engineers but AI adapters and AI followers and AI implementers. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening and thought-provoking address that has set the perfect tone for our conference today. We are eagerly waiting for your blog to know more on what we have witnessed today. With the inaugural ceremony complete, we now step into the heart of the intellectual exploration. I humbly request all the dignitaries on the stage to kindly take their seats among the audience as we proceed with the next session of the conference. Thank you.
We now move to the keynote session. It is a privilege to welcome Mr. Arun Chandrasekharan, Distinguished Vice President and Analyst at Gartner, who will be joining us virtually to address the topic, Key Generative Skills to Master for the Future. Before we connect with him, we will present a brief audio-visual highlighting his professional journey and achievements. Kindly direct your attention to the screen.
Mr. Arun Chandrasekharan, a respected voice in the world of emerging technologies, as a distinguished vice president and analyst at Gartner, he works closely with global technology leaders, helping them navigate generative AI, cloud, and digital innovation. He is known for turning complex tech trends into clear, practical insights that organizations can actually act on. Whether it's AI strategy or the future of enterprise technology, Mr. Arun Chandrasekharan brings clarity, perspective, and forward thinking to every conversation. If you're looking to understand where technology is headed and how to stay ahead, he is definitely someone worth listening to. We were honored to welcome Mr. Arun Chandrasekharan as the keynote speaker for the inauguration session of today's conference.
Thank you. We will now connect virtually with Mr. Chandrasekharan for his keynote address.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me well, by the way?
Yeah. We welcome you, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Let me go ahead and share my slide deck, and then we can Okay, let me know if you're able to see my slide deck on the screen, on the big screen. Okay, I'm assuming the answer is yes, and I'm also hoping that you can see me and you can hear me. With that said, okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, for having me. Thanks to the principal, thanks to Ram, and thanks to all of the other guests and students that are out there. I was really thinking what to present this year because I don't know if you still remember, I did present last year. And last year, I remember I presented on the present and the future of generative AI. It was a technical presentation that really went into where the AI models were in 2025 and what looks like as we kind of look ahead in the future. This year, as I was thinking what to present, I wanted to keep it simple. But I also wanted to keep it useful, I think, for the students here. I think there are two fundamental questions that I think every student is thinking through. The first is, what skills do I need to develop to be employable in the AI age? And I think the second question is, when I start working, how will that experience look like of that AI human collaboration or the machine human collaboration? And those are exactly the two topics that I want to talk about. I believe I have 45 minutes. That was I was told. So I'm going to present probably for 30 minutes, and hopefully we'll do 15 minutes of Q&A. So if you have burning questions, please, feel free to raise them, and I'm more than happy to, give you responses. So the title of my presentation is the skills that you need in your workplace, and more importantly, what does that future look like? What kind of jobs, what kind of roles will you take, within the target organization that you are striving to work towards? And more importantly, how does that really pan out? How does that really look like, right? So I want to make it a little bit more practical for you. So let's kind of get started with, a very provocative quote here, which is the greatest danger with AI today is we conclude very, very early that we understand it. For example, for a lot of people, AI now primarily means pick your favorite chat tool, whether that's ChatGPT, whether that's Gemini, whether that's Claude, or whether that's Perplexity. Because we're able to prompt these tools, which is we're able to give instructions to these tools, we often believe that we understand these tools extremely well, which is obviously a dangerous mistake that we could often make, right? Because these are inherently extremely complex systems to start with. For example, if you think about a large language model, how is a large language model trained? The first step in a large language model training is the data prep, where you're essentially indexing vast amounts of unlabeled data. The second step for that is called supervised fine-tuning, which is you're trying to make this model understand how to interact with human beings and how to understand human instructions, which is called as instruction fine-tuning. The third step essentially is called reinforcement learning with human feedback, which is human beings actually work with these AI models to make sure that they are taking out a lot of bias, a lot of toxicity that exists on the internet. And more importantly, they're also teaching these AI models how to give human-like responses. And the last step in this whole process essentially is the whole interaction, right? Building a UX on top of it and creating prompt libraries and so on for us to interact, right? So what you're actually interacting with is an extremely complex and, more importantly, a fundamentally unsupervised system, which is this system has not been intricately trained by the human beings. Like human beings still work with it, but it's basically a vast indexing of the internet data that the model uses a high level of cognition. The point I'm trying to get at here is the ways in which AI can go wrong is almost infinitely large, which is why there are two things that every human being that interacts with AI needs to understand. One, how to use AI safely, and second, how to use AI effectively. And we will actually talk about both of these topics as we go through this presentation. So let's talk about the core idea behind this presentation, which is what are the skills that we need to develop so that we are successful in whatever endeavors we are choosing. It doesn't matter whether you want to start a business. It doesn't matter whether you want to work in a large company. These skills, we believe, are very foundational. The first skill we want to develop is where to apply AI. Because particularly with generative AI, because generative AI is a phenomenally advanced technology. As we already said, they are powered by very, very powerful foundation models. But at the same time, there are many domains where generative AI may not be the right technique. For example, if you're doing forecasting in insurance, or if you work for a retailer and you're trying to do a prediction of how much inventory to stock, for the next winter or the next summer. Now, these are problems where the Gen AI models can help, but you often need to pair Gen AI models with other AI techniques so that we're able to get highly deterministic and accurate responses, right? So the first step is to understand the solvable problems that AI can solve for us and really identifying that within an enterprise environment. The second skill that we need to develop is to really understand how these systems work. I'm not saying that you have to be an AI researcher at the scale of OpenAI or Anthropic or Google, but you need to understand the basics of the prompt engineering, the context engineering. I don't know if you've heard of this term called RAG, retrieval augmented generation, or fine-tuning. You need to at least understand the basics of why these techniques are being used, and in some cases, which technique to choose to solve the problem that you're trying to solve. The third thing that I believe is also very important, and I'm sure you already realize this in your personal lives, is prompting, correct? Because even small differences in prompt often give huge variable responses from these models. And more importantly, the better you are as a prompt engineer, the better you can steer AI. Or to say the other way, the better you can get AI to do what you want it to do. And the last skill that we all need to develop is maybe a little bit of skepticism, if you want to call it, which is not to trust everything that AI says, but to discern the output or be a little skeptical of the output that AI is producing, right? So again, as I said earlier, we believe that these skills are fundamental. It doesn't matter, again, where you are, right? Whether you're a CEO, whether you're a CTO as a startup, or you're working as a developer or an AI engineer or a business analyst at a big company, we believe that all of these skills are going to be instrumental to make you successful in whatever role that you're taking within the organization. Now, with that as the backdrop, let's spend a little bit of time talking about each of these skills in terms of why they are important and what does it take to be a pro in terms of honing and practicing those skills. So let's start with the first one, which is where can we apply AI, which is called as use case identification. So when you start working for an organization in the near future, you're trying to apply AI. One of the trends that we are already starting to see is people believe that AI can solve any and every problem. And we already discussed about how AI can solve many problems, but not all problems. Gen AI can solve many problems, but not all problems independently. So the first step really is to develop a nuanced understanding of what generative AI models are good at, which also means that we have to understand that generative AI models are probabilistic models, which is they are extremely good for creative domains, but they have to be used with a lot of human in the loop or human oversight, if you want to call it, in highly rigorous and mission critical workflows. For example, if you're doing that in domains like legal or HR or compliance, there's a lot of additional guardrails you want to put, right? But the framework that I want to present here in the slide is there are 4 different ways in which you can think about how and where we can use AI. The first is very clear, which is you are doing repetitive tasks and AI can obviate you from doing those repetitive tasks. A simple example of this is where AI is used in finance, for example, where in finance, we do a lot of back office tasks, right? For example, account payable or account receivable. And particularly with the development of multimodal AI models. What are multimodal AI models? They are capable of handling a lot more than text, which is they can parse speech, they can parse images, they can generate videos, for example. So as the models get better in terms of understanding different modalities, they can now be used in domains like finance, where they can go and extract documents. And they can extract not only text, but they can now extract images, they can extract speech, which means that they can automate like an account payable or an account receivable workflow. Of course, still with a human in the loop. You still want a human to maybe finally verify the output, although we think We will probably hit more autonomous AI, with all of the buzz and innovation around agentic AI pretty soon. But that's a very simple way to think about solving a pain point, right? Which is it's a highly repetitive task. It's a very mundane task, and AI can easily obviate and augment that task for the human being. The other example is where we can use AI to deliver a highly differentiated experience for our customer. In fact, one of the emerging use cases for agentic AI is as a voice agent, which is when you actually call a customer service. For example, you're calling an airline like an Indigo airline, or you're calling insurance, for example. The voice that is speaking to you on the other side will very soon be an AI. You may not actually realize that it's an AI, by the way, because it almost speaks, with human level fluency and human level cognition. But this is an example where you can deliver a differentiated customer experience because one, there is almost limited wait time to actually talk to a machine when compared to a human being. Second, the machines are generating fluidity and even reasoning capabilities in some sense on par with human beings. And more importantly, the voice agents in customer experience are also starting to differentiate beyond human beings. For example, some of these voice agents are truly bilingual or even trilingual. For example, you can start a conversation in, say, Tamil or Hindi, and then you can switch to English midstream. Now, sometimes doing that with a person can be tricky, right? For all you might know, they may not know the other language. For example, a Tamilian may not know Hindi, or of course, a Hindi-speaking person is highly unlikely to know Tamil. But with these models, because the models are multilingual, that ability to switch becomes easier. So the point I'm going to get at is, this is not purely reactive inbound call center from a customer experience standpoint. This is truly a differentiated customer experience. And if you want to take it a step further, you can even argue that AI will become competent enough to do things like product recommendations or real-time pricing recommendations in a way that even human beings are not able to do, right? So you're talking about delivering a completely differentiated experience in this scenario. The third scenario where AI can be very valuable is just scaling knowledge, right? For example, an IT support chatbot within an organization, or you could be a researcher that now has access to an internal AI tool through which I can find both internal and external information within the organization. And the last one is where AI is solving some very unique problems. In fact, I didn't even introduce myself formally, which is I primarily work with a lot of CIOs and CTOs, and I advise them on AI strategy and AI execution. I also do a lot of work with vendors, like the Microsofts, Amazons, Googles of the world, where we advise them. I do a lot of work with frontier AI labs like OpenAI, Mistral AI, Anthropic. Again, we advise them a lot on product strategy, go to market. And one of the most interesting conversations that I've had with a CIO was with a manufacturing company here in the US where I live, where they created a new chatbot called Ask Bob. And I was very curious by this whole Ask Bob, and I said, who's Bob? And they said, oh, Bob was this employee in our organization who was employed by us for 35 years. And he was extremely good at operating heavy machinery, like very old, industrial equipment. But unfortunately, Bob decided to retire. Why? Because he was 60 plus and he wanted to enjoy life. Now we were, in a frantic struggle because Bob knew so much about how to operate and how to repair these machinery equipments. And we just can't find anybody, with that kind of a talent, and particularly with the younger population, because these are really old machinery. So what did we do? We had a large language model work with Bob over a 2-month period where Bob was essentially doing a knowledge transfer, if you want to call it, to AI, where the AI was posing a lot of questions to Bob, and Bob was answering the questions. So we were able to train a highly fine-tuned model that had a lot of knowledge, maybe not everything that Bob knew, but a lot of what Bob knew, right? Now, if you think about it, this is a great example of ingenuity, a great example of out-of-box thinking in terms of how AI is solving the problem, right? So as you start working in organizations, identify these patterns of real pain points that you can solve, ability to deliver great customer experiences, the ability to bring knowledge at the fingertip of employees within the organization, and lastly, solving highly creative out-of-box problem in in a truly AI first or AI enabled way. I want to illustrate this with another example. This is again another customer that I spoke to a few months ago. So, one of the domains where AI has made a lot of progress, as we all know, is in the coding domain, right? AI models are becoming very good at generating code. Do you all agree? Do any of you use Cursor AI, Claude Code, Codex, Lovable, any of these vibe coding, AI agent coding tools? I'm assuming some of you do. And I'm sure you've seen a phenomenal improvements in terms of the progress they've made, which means that as an organization, we have to ask ourselves, what problems can we solve for our employees? For example, organizations are increasingly asking their employees, hey, what are the things we can automate for you? In the sense that where do you want to spend less time? For example, as a software engineer, you want to less time on writing code. Why? Because I want to spend more time on the UX in terms of reimagining the customer experience. Or I want to develop software architecture or application design skills, more than just code writing skills, right? So by asking these probing questions within the organization, what we're actually trying to do is to identify pain points or mundane tasks that our employees are doing and trying to automate them with AI so that they could actually focus on the higher value task, right? So that's kind of another big opportunity that exists within the enterprise, which is when you enter the workforce, you want to really start thinking, what are the skills that I want to develop that I believe will differentiate me both within the organization and in the long run, my career? And what are the things that I should be offloading to AI or thinking of offloading to an AI assistant that can essentially help me do my task better, right? So start identifying those tasks very, very early in life. I think I said this last year, but I'll say it again. AI is not going to replace an employee, but AI will replace an employee that refuses to use AI, right? So we have to figure out how to synergistically work with AI, and that's what is going to make us successful in the organization. The second skill that we want to really develop is understanding the basics of AI. Now, there are a bunch of skills you want to really develop in terms of understanding how the AI models work. But the first thing we have to understand is AI models are pattern matching algorithms at a very basic level, which is they use statistical techniques to, for example, the LLMs essentially are what are called as next word predictors, right? Which is they use statistical sampling to essentially determine what is the next word, right? So we have to understand that these are not like quote unquote thinking machines. At least they don't have the same level of consciousness and thinking capabilities that human beings do. Second, they can produce a lot of very flowery and very good looking content, but often they may not intricately understand the intent or even the dialects or the cultural affinities of some of what they're creating, right? Which is why the way we guide them becomes extremely important for them to develop those abilities. The third, obviously, is, when they create images, when they create speech, they are primarily synthesizing ideas from their training data set. Again, rather than original thinking, if you want to call it. The fourth, they can be a black box in nature because sometimes they say things and we don't often understand very clearly why they are saying what they are saying. And lastly, we all know that AI models unfortunately have the characteristic of often hallucinating, which is they give responses that seem like very accurate, but in reality, they may not be very accurate responses, right? So, these are like very basic things that we have to understand. But understanding this gives us a very refined understanding and refined knowledge of how to interact with AI systems. What are these systems good at? What are these systems not good at? Where do I apply my common sense and my logic and my witting? That nuanced understanding really comes when you understand some of these basics. Of course, I've not covered all of the basics because we only have 45 minutes for this presentation, but I want to just throw this as something that we really want to think about when interacting with AI. So if you want to be an expert or pro in AI, one, understand the models, understand the different model choices, understand how to select the models, but also understand what characteristics the models are good at and what characteristics the models are not so good at, right? Understanding that context of what the model is good at, not good at, is an extremely important trait that we need to have. The third part of the skill that we really want to develop is prompting. As we all know, the quality of model output or AI output in some cases is directly proportional to the input that we provide to the model, right? So the first advice that I give you is don't treat the prompting as a one-off exercise. Don't treat prompting as a transactional exercise. Prompting has to be iterative. Prompting has to be continuous. Prompting has to be contextual. And I'll explain what I mean by that. What do we mean by prompting has to be contextual? Let's try to deconstruct what a perfect prompt looks like. We even try to create like a, as you can see here, like an acronym for it, persona, expectations, request format, example, blah, 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 blah. But the whole idea behind this is, I'll illustrate this with an example. Let's assume that you work at a company and the CEO of the company is asking you to produce a report on climate change and sustainability. You go to ChatGPT, maybe they allow you to use ChatGPT. You go to ChatGPT and say, hey, I'm working on an essay on on sustainability and climate change. Can you create an essay? Okay, that's literally the prompt that you're giving it. Okay, that's prompt A. Now let's look at prompt B that we want to give. The prompt B is, hey, I work for a construction company and we build properties across India, particularly in coastal cities. And we want to understand the impact of climate change on the properties that we're building in coastal areas. We particularly want to understand how much are the water levels rising in big urban cities like Mumbai, Chennai, Vizag and Kochi and the other coastal cities in India, so that we can understand the risk and we can do proper estimation, in terms of our, risk models, for example. I want the answer to be detailed. I want the answer to have citation. I want the answer to be very business-like because I'm going to present this to my CEO. And I want the answer to be in less than 5,000 words, right? This is your second prompt, or prompt B. Which prompt do you think is going to give you an effective answer? Of course, the answer is very obvious, right? So that is what we are talking about here, right? Which is really understanding that granularity that you actually are able to build into the prompt and iterate it is going to be an important part of the skill that you will learn as you start using AI more and more in your personal lives and your professional lives. Again, there are companies that are mandating this skill, I would argue. In fact, Citi has a worldwide training program on prompt engineering and prompt training for their employees, where they're mandated to learn these skills, and they have like internal learning and development programs that are highly focused on prompt engineering and context engineering. So how do you become, a pro? How do you become a pro at prompts? So the key to becoming a prompt is to really think of prompts as an iterative process. Also, you want to be very clear in terms of defining the persona, defining the action, and being very precise in the instructions that you're giving to the model. Right? So all of this is going to be very critical in ensuring that the kind of output that you get from AI is in alignment with what you actually want to get out of it. The fourth skill we really want to develop is that skepticism, or there is a word in English that is similar to skepticism called discernment, which is, to not accept, everything that AI says, right? In fact, there is even a Tirukkural, right? Epurul yar yar vai kepinum apurul meipadu kanbadarivu. I mean, it's kind of applicable very much in AI and Gen AI if you think about it, right? So the way to think about this from an actual application is, don't trust everything that AI says, because AI models do hallucinate, although they're getting a lot better. There are numerous examples where organizations have gotten into trouble because they explicitly trusted everything that AI says, including airlines like Air Canada, including lawyers, who have gone to court with law case citations that were just manufactured, rather than, existed in real. So we want to be, again, have that healthy skepticism when we work with AI. So the mantra here is to trust, but verify, think, interpret, weigh, and essentially decide how you want to use the content that AI is presenting to you. Again, if you want to be really a professional, a pro at that, you have to really develop skills around how you scrutinize the output, where you look for bias, you look for toxicity, you look for hallucination, you look for maybe data about competitors that should not exist in AI responses. So there's this whole practice that is developing in terms of AI model testing within the enterprise called eval and red teaming. I don't want to again bore you with some of these technical terms. Eval is evaluating the accuracy and hallucination of the models, and red teaming is where you're playing the role of an ethical hacker, where you're actually trying to stress test these models to discern whether they're ready to be used in production environments, right? So again, that's another important skill that I believe we want to learn within the enterprise. So again, in a nutshell, the 4 skills that we want to absolutely learn as we get into the workforce are these skills which we believe are foundational. Now, I want to spend maybe 5 minutes very quickly in terms of talking about different ways in which AI will be used in the workplace. And I'm going to give practical examples of that, right? The first way AI is going to be used is where AI is going to automate a lot of easy tasks so that we can actually focus on high value tasks. What is an example of that? Imagine you are an investment analysis, right? You focus on the high value task, which is doing, I don't know, equity analysis or, determining what products to offer to private banking customers. Whereas the most basic research, for example, is augmented to AI, right? Again, the idea here is the simple task of knowledge information retrieval is given to AI, but the actual task of analyzing that data and customizing that data, personalizing that information for your high net worth clients is the job that the human being essentially is going to do in that environment. Another example where AI will be used is AI is a great way for us to iterate within the workplace. Now, what do we mean by that? What's an example of that? A great example of that is in coding, right? I'm sure all of you here have heard of the term vibe coding. I don't know how many of you have done vibe coding. What is vibe coding? Which is you're almost interacting with AI like a sparring partner. The sparring partner is like a boxing term. You know what I mean? Like you punch it, it punches back. You punch it, it punches back, which is you're giving real-time feedback to AI in terms of the capabilities that you want. It's giving it, you're saying, oh, I like 70% of this. I want these changes. Can you go and change it? So you're rapidly iterating with the model. And that's how we're going to work, right? Which is AI is going to become a thought partner for us, which means that we have to understand how to treat it, how to work with it, and how to iterate with it as a thought partner. And again, we still need to have that healthy skepticism that we spoke about in the earlier section as we work with it. And a domain where this iterative work style is very apparent today is in the software engineering domain, where a lot of developers are starting to vibe code using this iterative process with AI. The third way in which AI is going to be used is, hey, human beings need to go to sleep, but AI does not sleep, right? Or machines does not sleep. And that's very true today, which is particularly for extremely complex tasks that are very, very time consuming. For example, doing testing of new materials or even discovery of new materials. For example, one area where AI is being used significantly is in life sciences, where AI is being used for processes like drug discovery. Drug discovery process, as you probably know, is almost like a 5 to 7 year process in an organization, right? But now with AI, because AI models are becoming very capable at reasoning, AI models are trained on an enormous amount of data, and more importantly, AI models can constantly iterate, which is they can pose questions, they can provide answers, they can pose questions, they can provide answer, which means that they can do a lot of testing in a prototyping or a lab style environment without a lot of human intervention, which can be extremely valuable in terms of cutting the time it takes for us to test these complex materials or to innovate on new chemicals or new drugs that we are trying to build essentially, right? So this again, by the way, drugs is a term that's used in the US for medicine, as you can imagine. I'm not talking about like drugs here, right? So this is kind of another great example of how AI can be used for tasks that are long running and also that often involve this rapid iteration and rapid brainstorming, if you want to call it, and often doing this almost in a non-stop manner. You're going to see the next set of customers, particularly young people like you, that are almost like, I want to talk to a machine. I don't want to talk to a human being. Most days when I actually look at teenagers these days, I get that feeling. You know what I mean? It's almost like the teenagers of today don't want to talk to human beings, right? They want to talk to their phones or they want to talk to AI, right? And as these people enter into the workforce, I was making fun, by the way. So, but I do have, a son who's a teenager and somebody who's a preteen in my home. So I kind of know that behavior. But the point is, you're going to see that younger workforce that really wants to deal with a machine because, they want quick, fast, swift responses. They're not willing to wait a long time. They don't want to go through this whole accent issues and so on and so forth. And clearly, that's again a domain where AI is going to make a significant impact, which means that, again, if you're going to work in customer service functions, or even if you're a developer, for example, that's interacting and building applications in that domain, you are going to start using AI more and more. Why? Because your customers are expecting you to use AI more and more in the interaction that they're having with them. And then the last domain where we believe you will use AI is AI will become your coach. And we are already starting to see early evidence of that with the enterprises that we are working with, where, for example, we're starting to see in organizations where managers are actually using AI to have year-end review conversation with employees or have tough conversations, for example, on, say, for example, layoffs, unfortunately, that could happen, or, mental health and emotional coaching of employees. For example, these are all areas where often technical managers may not be well trained, and now they're starting to use, AI assistants as a way to help them prepare for them, right? So here, again, AI becomes a thought partner for you. And AI actually becomes a thought partner for you in a domain that you're not extremely skilled at. In some sense, it's actually completing you. It's completing your skills because often your skills are highly technical in nature, whereas AI is bringing a lot of that emotional, cultural understanding that really helps you prosper in kind of these new domains that you're expected to show up as a manager, right? So all of these are examples of how AI will manifest in the workplace. And this perhaps might be my last slide. I think what I want to end here is, I think the speaker that spoke before me said this very eloquently as well, which is, there's no point in fearing AI. Whether we like it or not, AI is going to be part of our workplace. The biggest opportunity for us, as I said earlier, is how do we equip ourselves to be workforce ready in the age of AI? The first and the foremost thing that we want to do there is, one, develop skills that will help us leverage AI in the workplace. Hopefully, I've given you a set of skills to think about. And second, really identify opportunities or use cases within the workplace where we could be using AI. Hopefully, I've given you enough examples to illustrate that as well. Beyond that, the only other piece of advice that I will have essentially is we have to start thinking, what are the skills that truly make us humans? You know what I mean? Like, this is almost like a philosophical question if you think about it, right? In the age of AI, what does it mean to be a human? There's a popular joke that's been circulating for many months now, where a developer said, I thought with AI, I thought that I would do the coding so that the AI can do the washing, washing the clothes. But it now looks like AI wants to do the coding so that I can do the washing, which is not something that I want to do, obviously, right? So the truth essentially is we have to question ourselves what it is to be a human being. And there are, of course, certain skills that are very uniquely human, at least in the near term, which is critical thinking, which is human empathy, which is storytelling, which is being sympathetic and being customer service oriented. All of these are very critical skills that will stand you in the long run. And the only other thing that I will say is, particularly for people who are looking to work in the tech industry or even in the finance industry, we have all been trained and almost tuned to be good at specific skills. For example, I want to learn Java so I can be a Java developer. The unfortunate truth is If you try to learn Java today, you probably have a shelf life of 5 years, rather than 15 years like it was long back, right? Because the truth is, the half-life of technical skills is significantly reducing, which means that the number one quality beyond everything that I've said already so far that organizations will hire for is adaptability, which is a way of saying how quickly can this person learn and adapt and grow within the organization. That adaptability and growth mindset is going to be extremely important as a skill for us to hone and develop in the future. With those parting words, I will pass my presentation, and I'm more than happy to take any questions from you, depending on how much time I have left, for this session. You can ask me any questions. You can ask me questions from my presentation today, or if you have questions beyond the presentation on AI, I'm happy to answer them as well.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Shangamitra.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Honestly speaking, as a student studying second year BSc Computer Science, I'm actually afraid of what set of skills. Like my base is SQL and Python. I was strong in that, and I started to learn generative AI, and all of a sudden, agentic AI came. So, what other skills do I need to develop to survive in this domain for another 10-15 years?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think, I probably answered that partially towards the end of my presentation. But if you actually go back to one of the slides that I had in my presentation of this fictional Sam character, right? Sam was a coder, and of course, AI was making enormous progress in coding, and we all know that, right? Which meant that Sam said, you know what? I'm not going to spend 80% of my time writing code because particularly the boilerplate code generation is going to get increasingly automated in the future. I would rather spend more time on software architecture or application architecture. I would spend more time on software design, which is to really understand how to build scalable, resilient, applications for the future. Like, think of more microservices, style architectures, right? So one way to really think about this is we want to move up the value chain, which is coding is an inherent part of an application, but the high value task is in how we design the application, how we architect it, and so on and so forth, right? And we definitely want to acquire skills in that area. The other opportunity here essentially is I fully believe that many developers will become full stack developers in the future thanks to AI, or they will also become more horizontal developers, which is one of the traits that we see in very forward leaning organizations, for example, like Capital One or Goldman Sachs, for example, is you build it, you own it, as they call it in software engineering, which is you build the code, we'll give you AI tools, you do code analysis, we will give you automation tools, you push that into a staging environment, we will give you tools, you move that into the production environment. So you essentially take ownership of that entire end-to-end value chain, right? So these are, I know you're all too young to really, sometimes maybe even understand the, like maybe some of the things I could be saying here, but the fundamental point here essentially is coding and coding skills are important, but think beyond that, right? Think more broadly about the entire life cycle and what skills you can acquire to manage the life cycle of the application. And also think more and more about design and architecture because those skills are going to be important. And the last thing I'll say is today, a lot of developers are what I call as T-shaped developers. You know what I mean? Which is the letter T, right? What I mean by that is they have deep skill in one area, like this is the T, right? I'm talking about this part of it, right? They have deep skill in one area like Java, .NET, and Python. I truly believe that the future developers have to be more pie-shaped, pi like the symbol pi, which is you're an expert in a coding language or a coding domain, but you're also an expert in insurance, or you're an expert in supply chain, where you have very unique capabilities with deep domain understanding in the domain, right? So that's kind of another thing for us to think about as well in terms of how we upskill ourselves to survive the AI era, which is going to be, which promises to be very brutal, particularly in the coding domain.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Good morning, sir. Myself Danya from the Department of Computer Application. My question is how agentic AI has changed the way in education, sir?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, firstly, we are starting to see some of the large universities deliver customer service agent workflows to automate, simple workflows for students, for example, or for researchers and academics within the organization. There are lots of examples. For example, in the US, you have universities like Vanderbilt University, you have MIT, some of these universities have already rolled out internal agentic workflows that simplify like the whole student experience, right? For example, if I want to apply for a leave, there's an AI agent, I apply through it, it automates the backend process around it. Or this could be researchers that want to do simple deep research, which is, oh, I want to know more about quantum computing and I want you to extract information from scientific journal and present to me. The AI agent goes, it parses through information. It even, in some cases, delegates these tasks to other sub-agents and actually gets the task done. So academics are also starting to use AI agents extensively. If you're looking for more creative use cases, I have seen a bunch of creative use cases in education. One creative use case that I've seen is where AI agents are being increasingly used to convert a lot of text-based resources, for example, like PDFs and books, into podcasts or even video resources, because arguably the engagement with voice and video from a student perspective is far higher when compared to the engagement of just reading a PDF document, right? So the modernization of how we deliver a more multimodal experience in education could also be enabled by AI agents. Another very interesting example that I've seen is where AI agents are doing student evaluations, which is a way of saying they're correcting exam papers, in a very simple sense, right? In fact, I was speaking to a startup and they actually argued with me very successfully that AI agents, no offense to the teachers in the room, are better than teachers in the sense that because they're not in the classroom, you know what I mean? So they don't have a bias against a student based on the behavior of the student in the class when you're doing the evaluation, right? So they in fact showed me some benchmarking results in terms of how AI is being used in like evaluation, for example. So another application in education is, see, one of the tyrannies of education across the world is we treat every student to be the same, irrespective of the learning disabilities that students may have. For example, you may have students with significant learning disabilities because of their because of their birth, because of mental health issues, and so on and so forth. Now with AI, we can do a lot more experiential learning, and we can also do more adaptive learning, which is students can learn at their own pace, at their own style. Some people are very visual in terms of how they learn. Some people are very bookish in terms of how they learn. But yet in the classroom, we teach everybody the same way. Whereas now with AI, we can explore these different experimental ways of teaching our students. And again, that's something that we are starting to see in some of the universities as well. I personally believe that beyond healthcare is obviously the domain where AI is going to make the biggest difference, right? Because hopefully it'll extend human lives, solve critical diseases and problems in healthcare. But beyond that, I think the domain that I'm super excited is education, because in education as well, we can uplift so many people, through this experiential and more like differential or personalized learning that we can actually deliver to them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
question.
So that was such a great detailed presentation. Thanks for entire information. A quick question on the Gartner side. Are we going to see a magic quadrant on the AI anytime soon?
We already have many magic quadrants, by the way. In fact, I'm lucky that I even author one of them actually. So the way we think about the AI market at a high level is we think of it as a 4-layer cake. You have infrastructure, and we already have what we call as an emerging magic quadrant for the infrastructure layer. Think of companies like NVIDIA, AMD, and of course the hyperscalers, AWS, GCP, Microsoft Azure, a lot of the neo clouds like CoreWeave, they're all part of that infrastructure layer, and we actually profile them in the infrastructure layer. The second layer of the cake is the model layer, and that's where, of course, you have OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, Mistral AI, and so on and so forth. Hopefully, we'll see an Indian company like Sarvam AI or Krithrim, hopefully in the future. The third layer is what we call as the engineering layer. So these are the tools that often developers are using to customize and steer the models. So you have companies like LangChain, I don't know if you've heard of Llama Index,
Yes.
Anyscale, a lot of these companies provide like orchestration and app development tools. They all fit into that engineering layer. And then the last layer is the application and the agent layer. And that's where you have companies like Salesforce with Agentforce, Workday, of course, ServiceNow, and a lot of AI native startups. So we've already created 4 different magic quadrants. This year, we are unveiling an agentic AI magic quadrant. In fact, 2 agentic AI magic quadrants that are going to be announced. We've already announced it. We're going to publish them later this year.
Thank you, sir.
Arun, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Ram.
Thank you so much. Arun, I think I should thank you from the bottom of the heart for agreeing every time, be it day or late evening, to get into presentation. For someone who's doing presentations for CTOs and CXOs day in and day out, it's slightly different, but thank you so much on behalf of the entire college for agreeing to do this every year. I think your presence means a lot for us. Thank you so much. Yeah.
There is no greater
Arun, I
happiness
just want
than
to-
being with young people and students. So,
Thank you. Arun, I think brilliant. I think the way you put hallucination with Tiruvallur's, it shows that it's timeless, right? Tirukural is a timeless classic, right? Even today it fits in, right? And the Ask Bob example was brilliant. Even I can talk to customers about it. Yeah. Arun, only thing is I'm a bit selfish here, more from industry viewpoint rather than education viewpoint. But then a lot of industry people are there, right? What I'm hearing is even a lot of Avicii or other students have told me that they want to become consultants rather than coders, right? So what's happening in the enterprise industry, be it SAP, Infor, Oracle, or Microsoft, or even Salesforce, is the fact that they sell more and more licenses, as you know. That's the backbone of company. They just start selling licenses and they do a lot of consulting and support. Now the agentic AI is coming in. These products are all sold as a lump sum, right, instead of named users. So what is going to be the future of this industry itself, the enterprise industry or ERP industry itself? Is all the users going to stay, or some of these repetition jobs will be taken over by these agentic AIs? Where is this future of all these big companies? Do they need such huge white elephant softwares, or will they run it with smaller softwares? Is going to have a huge impact on the consultants industry, right? Just want to understand. Thank you.
absolutely. I think that's a brilliant question. It's kind of I call it the $1.5 trillion question, if you know what I mean, right? Which is, we have seen the Wall Street in the US in particular having this brutal meltdown every time Anthropic or OpenAI release something. Like the SaaS stocks, as you know, they're all down by HubSpot is like down by 60%. Salesforce is down like almost 35 to 40%, and so on, right? Now, some of this is overreaction, and some of this is directionally the correct reaction. Let me try to answer that in a couple of ways, right? One is, I don't believe that a lot of enterprises are going to replace mission critical and business critical SaaS just because AI is good at generating code, or just because AI agents are out there. Because of many reasons, but fundamentally because SaaS fulfills a very important workflow for them, which is SaaS essentially brings them a lot of compliance and governance features, which are very, very critical for them to sell internally to their risk and fraud teams. The second is, SaaS automates a lot of business processes. SaaS is not just about a nice looking UX. You know what I mean? For example, a cash to order inventory software is actually automating that cash process to the inventory management and to the payment process, right? Which means that you need to have a lot of internal engineering if you want to replace SaaS with a homegrown AI agent solution, which I think many organizations don't have today. The third essentially is the SaaS vendors over a period of time have also accumulated a lot of data, which means that they are able to take the data, that at least the good vendors are able to take the data, and they can create more personalized AI, if you want to call it, which in technical speak is more fine-tuned AI models or more context engineered AI models, right? So you could argue that data is a moat that the SaaS companies have, right? So these are the three reasons why I don't believe that the death of SaaS is imminent. But having said that, I continue to believe that if you're a SaaS vendor that is not in a mission critical or a business critical workflow, if you're a SaaS vendor that's not dealing with highly sensitive or regulatory information, and if you're a SaaS vendor that's not innovating fast enough in AI, you definitely stand the risk of being disrupted in the marketplace today. The other point that I want to very quickly make is while people may not displace SaaS, there are two challenges that the SaaS vendors are going to face, in my opinion. The first challenge they're going to face is they have spent a lot of time building very nice GUIs and very nice UX layers. See, the entire UX layer and the workflow of the SaaS is built for human beings. But as AI agents become more and more pervasive within our enterprise, the human is not even going to interact with your UX layer. You know what I mean? It's almost like everybody has a personal AI assistant, and my AI assistant is going to talk to my SaaS tool, which means that the value that is imputed to that UX layer is going to significantly diminish with the rise of AI agents, right? Which means that you cannot charge that 80% premium that you charge for the SaaS software anymore because your customers are placing far less value on something that you think is still valuable. The other thing that I think is going to change in the SaaS ecosystem is pricing, because the SaaS pricing today is primarily seat-based, right? As AI agents become more popular, users are going to say, hey, my AI agent is doing a lot of actions that is completely independent of the human being. So it makes no sense for me to pay the licenses on a human basis, which means that the SaaS vendors have to shift into more task-based pricing, which is I do this task for you and you pay me just for the task that I'm completing. Or even outcome-based pricing. For example, in customer service, there are vendors that are saying, you deploy my AI agent in customer service and I get paid in full. For example, I get paid 100 rupees for every conversation that I'm having. But you pay me $100 only if I hit certain CSAT metric and if I hit certain accuracy metric. You know what I mean? So the pressure is building up on the SaaS vendors in terms of reimagining the pricing model, which is something that they're all struggling because they are still answerable to the Wall Street because Wall Street is measuring them on the conventional pricing models.
Oh, great input. Thank you so much, Arun. Thank you so much. I think brilliant. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, team. Any other questions, or we can close the session because it's too late. I think it's almost late evening for Arun at Texas.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can close this session. Thank you, Arun, sir, for your insightful and inspiring speech. Your explanation about the topic gives us a clear perspective on how to prepare ourselves for the evolving world of technology, sir.
My pleasure. Thanks again for having me.
Thank you, sir. Knowledge shared becomes wisdom preserved. I request our chief guest, Mr. Balasubramaniam, our secretary, Mr. AVM K. Shanmugam, sir, our principal, Dr. N. Bhuma, to join us on the stage for the release. We now move forward to the proud moment, the release of the conference proceeding. Along with, I invite Ms. Valliyamai, Head Department of BCA, and Deep Shri, Head Department of Computer Science with Data Science, to join us on the stage. Thank you. May this proceeding inspire continued research, innovation, and collaborations across discipline. Yes, ma'am. We will continue with the next session in the another 5 minutes. Students, please stay back on their respective seats.
Check.
Participants, check, check. Check, check. Check. Participants can have their refreshment at G18 and come back by another 10 minutes.
எங்க எம்சி தீபா மேம் இதுக்கு எம்சி யாரு எம்சி போய் சீக்கிரம் வந்துருங்க எங்க வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க சீக்கிரம்
இவங்கள பார்த்து பேசணும்ல அதுதான் இங்க டிவி ஓகேவா இன்டர்நெட் இருக்குல்ல அது அப்படியே ஸ்ட்ரைட்டா இருக்கும் பாரு ஸ்ட்ரைட்டா இல்ல பாரு ஜூம் போயா காசா இருக்கும் பாரு இல்ல பாரு அது ஸ்ட்ரைட்டா வி ஐக்கு இருக்கும் இல்ல டாக்டர் வெளிய வா எப்படி சந்திரா சந்திரா வா சொல்ற வா இது பாரு ரைட் இந்த சேர் பாரு இல்ல அது ஈக்குவல் வைக்கணும் சேர் சேர் அடிச்சு கட் ஆஃப் பண்ண சைடுல ஸ்ட்ரைட்டா வைக்கணும் ரைட்டா ஓகேவா எங்க பாத்துக்கோ பிரதர் சார் சார் ஃப்ரண்ட் கேம் ஓகே தான் சென்டர் மட்டும் ஓகே தான் ஓகே தான் உட்கார் உட்கார் டக்கு உட்கார் சூரிய சார் எங்க இருக்கோம் அப்படி நான் வந்துருங்க ஒரு நிமிஷம் சென்டர் கேம் வச்சு பாரு சார் ஒரே ஒரு பையன் மட்டும் தான் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா ஓகேவா செக் பண்றேன் ஏதாச்சும் போட்டுட்டீங்கன்னா பரவாயில்ல செகண்ட் இயர் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர்ல பிரியாணி சொன்னீங்க ஓகேவா ராஜு இந்த கேம் போர்ஷன் ஓகேல சார் ஓகே गाइस थैंक यू ஆமா நீ ஃபேமிலி ஸ்டோரியே வச்சுக்கோ ஃபோன் லோட் பண்ணா பரவாயில்லை சரி then next question ஓகே சார் சைடுல அந்த இன்டர்ஃபேஸ் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்கா அது கட்டணம் பரவாயில்லையா என்ன பண்ணிக்கலாம் டீச்சர் ஆமா கீழே வந்து அந்த பிராண்டிங் சரி சீட்டிங் அவங்க உட்கார்ந்தாங்க இப்ப தூக்க போறாங்க எல்லாருமே இந்த கேன் வந்து நான் இங்க உட்கார்றேன் நீ பாரு நான் தான் பேசுறேன்னு எனக்கு க்ளோஸ் வா மிட் வந்தா கூட ஓகே சார் உங்களுக்கு மட்டும் டைட் இருந்தா ஓகே ஆமா ஆமா மிட் ஏய் மிட் இருக்கு டைட் வெளிய வச்சு போலாம் பாரு ரைட் ஏத்திக்கோ ஓகே சார் ஓகே சார் அது ரைட் இருக்குடா ரெண்டும் ரைட் ஆமா ஷார்ட் ஓகேடா இல்ல ஃபைனல் ஷார்ட் ஓகேவா ஷார்ட் ஓகே ஓகே சார் ஓகே சார் டன் சார் ஏய் ரெண்டுக்கும் ஒரே லைன் கட்றோம்டா ரெண்டு டேம் இங்க இங்க மாடரேட் செட் பண்ணிடுறேன் ப்ரோ அங்க போய் உட்காரு
இந்த சேரா ப்ரோ
உட்காரு ஃபைசல் ஃபைசல்னா பாரு ஃபைசல்னா பாரு பாரு இல்ல இல்ல பேன்ல பேன்ல ஃபுல்லா லெஃப்டா பேன்ல ஹில் டவுன் ஃபிக்ஸ்ரா ஓகேவா ஓகே கொஞ்சம் டைட் போ கொஞ்சம் ஓகேவா
Where are you going? Check, check. Welcome back. We now step into one of the most anticipated session of the day, the panel discussion. From technology tools to decision makers, the power of agentic AI. We also have three distinguished panelists and moderator joining us today, each bringing unique expertise and perspectives to this session. With immense pleasure, I introduce Mr. Abhinay Parachuri, who is a visionary business leader and the Chief Executive Officer of AI Era Private Limited, a future-focused technology company driving innovation in energy optimization, smart infrastructure, and AI-powered automation. With over 5 years of leadership experience, he has been at the forefront of building intelligent, sustainable solutions that combine artificial intelligence, IoT, and advanced analytics to improve operational efficiency across sectors. As CEO, he leads strategic planning, project execution, and organizational growth with a strong commitment to sustainability, ethical AI, and long term value creation. Alongside, he serves as director at Ardea Infrastructure Private Limited and Ardea Investment Private Limited, where he oversees infrastructure development and investment strategies that support scalable and environmentally responsible growth. Known for his collaborative leadership style and focus on continuous improvement, Mr. Abhinay Padachuri is dedicated to shaping future-ready ecosystems that align technology with real-world impact. We are happy to welcome him as one of the panelists for this conference. I cordially invite Mr. Abhinay Padachuri to take on the seat on the dais. I invite Jagan to give an introduction of our panelist, Mr. Prabhu Annadurai.
Mr. Prabhu Annadurai, a seasoned technology leader with over 2 decades of experience in enterprise software, customer success, and project delivery. Throughout his career, Mr. Prabhu has played a vital role in delivering ERP, data analytics, and cloud solutions, helping organizations transform complex challenges into practical, scalable outcomes. Currently leading customer success and project at ITware in Dubai, he is recognized for building strong client partnerships, driving seamless implementation, and ensuring measurable business impact. With a strategic insight and people first leadership style, we are delighted to welcome him as one of the esteemed panelists for this conference. I humbly invite Mr. Prabhu Annadurai to join the dais. Now I invite Sangamitra to give an introduction about our panelist, Mr. Kiran Kumar.
It's truly an honor to introduce Mr. Kiran Kumar, who is a deep tech entrepreneur and ecosystem builder working at the intersection of engineering education, industry transformation, and AI driven capability development. As the CEO and co founder of Cream Collar, he focuses on bridging the gap between India's engineering talent ecosystem and emerging deep tech sectors, starting with software defined vehicles. Through Cream Collar's talent readiness platform and enterprise AI consulting initiatives, he enables universities, enterprises, and industry partners to adopt AI first data driven execution models that improve talent readiness, placement outcomes, and product innovation. His work centers on software defined engineering, mobility technologies, and industry academia government orchestration. I kindly invite Mr. Kiran Kumar to join the dais. Before we begin the session, I invite Lakshmi Narayanan to kindly introduce the moderator of this panel discussion, Mr. Jubran Siddiq.
Moderating this panel discussion, we are privileged to have Mr. Jubran Siddiq, a visionary entrepreneur and fintech innovator, serving as founder and CEO of Zara Investment Company. With over a decade of global experience in ethical investment banking and digital finance, his work comprises of pioneering solutions in AI-driven financial ecosystems, including the establishment of the world's first ethical, decentralized autonomous organization (DAO) and cutting-edge RegTech platforms. Gibran has delivered keynote talks at prominent international forums, including TEDx and GitX Global, and is recognized for his thought leadership in ethical fintech and AI innovation. We are privileged to welcome you, sir. Sir, please join the dais.
As a token of appreciation, may I now request our Secretary, Mr. A.V.M.K. Shanmugam sir, to kindly felicitate our moderator, Mr. Jubran Siddiq. And I also invite our beloved principal, I request our Secretary, Mr. A.V.M.K. Shanmugam sir, to felicitate our panelist, Mr. Kiran Kumar. Mr. Abhinay Parachuri, and Mr. Prabhu Anadurai. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I request the moderator, Mr. Jubran Siddiq, to take over the session.
Very good morning to everyone. Good morning. Okay, so I'm Jubran Siddiq, a moderator for this panel. And before I start the panel discussion, I have to really address something very interesting. So your principal and your core team for this event has been coordinating with us for the last 3 to 4 days so passionately, so meticulously. The reason I'm telling you this is the amount of passion, the amount of effort, the amount of involvement they have had in doing this event and to give you the best is truly with the intention that the students who come from here and go from here gain out of it. So what we are trying to do here is all of these panel members, we are trying to make it as interesting as possible for you, as relevant and as relevant as possible for you, with the sole intention that when we are going from here, you take the best from us. And we urge all of you to be interactive, to ask questions, to be involved in the session, and to be able to learn as much as possible, because the passion which has been put by all the members to organize this is tremendous. So I would like to really appreciate the team of Avicii for doing an amazing job. Okay, so quickly, we have a amazing and a diverse set of panelists here. Quickly to introduce myself, they introduced me from my investment background, but I also am an edtech specialist and I'm currently pursuing my doctorate in AI/ML, and I predominantly focus on helping students achieve their career goals as well as their educative goals. Now, I would like to request each of our panel members in 30 to 60 seconds, because they have already given an elaborate introduction of all of us, just to tell quickly which industry you belong to and what exact experience do you bring on the table today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jubram, for the introduction. So at the outset, I would like to thank the management initially and for organizing this event, especially the need of the art topic. So today, from boardroom to business room, B schools, this is a topic of discussion. So to introduce myself, I'm Kiran Kumar. So I belong to the automotive R&D, automotive transformation. So typically, we help the traditional automotive industries. How can they build the futuristic cars? Today, the car industry you would have seen like autonomous cars, EV cars. So it is like an all-round disruption and all-round transformation. So most of the legacy organization, they are struggling by not having right capabilities. We typically help them to build the deep tech capabilities so that they can achieve their business outcomes. Thank you.
Good morning, one and all present here. My name is Tej, and I would like to thank the management again here. It's a beautiful opportunity for the students sitting out here to understand agentic AI in the way that market is looking at right now. And I had a company called AI Era Private Limited. It was registered in 2021. We focus on AI in infrastructure. So if I have to put it in one sentence, we try to put 5 sensors to the infrastructure to monitor the 5 elements within the infrastructure space, whether that can be your HVACs, air conditioners, and lift monitoring, surveillance, then fire, HVAC, and water controls, smart energy meters, every single aspect of an infrastructure. We try to put it in a dashboard where agentic AI works on them and creates an predictive analysis on them. So this is the area that we've been working on, and today's market, we found a lot of traction in the surveillance area where we are trying to cater to the Navy, Mumbai dockyard, which is under, again, real-time surveillance. We want to completely change the way that we look at surveillance from CCTV to AI surveillance. So I think that is the near future. Thank you.
Hi, Prabhu here. So, by the way, this is my second conference here. So, happy to be back again. And, I started my career in 2000, so close to 25 years now, all across in enterprise software, as I was introduced. Started off in US, and subsequently, the core element of what ran as a technology, skill in my career is SQL Server. Started with 6.5. all the way up to 2000 when I quit Microsoft and joined small business. And right now, I am kind of the director for CSM in ITware LLC, Dubai. As we kind of help customers move from on-prem to cloud for ERP solutions of Inform. That's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. So before we start into the panel discussion, I would just request the organizers to let me know. We started 11:45. Do we have 1 hour from there? Or when do we have to wind up? So accordingly, I will try to understand. Okay. Yeah, sure. No worries. Okay. In the meanwhile, I want the audience to let me know what do you think this panel is all about before we get into the session deeply. How many of you here from computer science background? Please raise your hands. Almost everyone? Okay. The others are from which department? Can someone tell me? Okay. How many of you here to understand what is the career goal you should have and what job you should get? Raise your hands. Okay. How many of you are here to just figure out what AI is all about? You? How many of you are here because you're bored and you don't know what else to do? Attendances, strict rules, all that. Okay, I understand. But let's make it relevant. So we have veterans here from the automobile industry who are implementing AI for on-road AI integration. We have someone who's into the infrastructure industry who's taking care of using AI in terms of infrastructure cost saving, cost building, and being able to help make it more relevant for advanced concepts. And then we have Prabhu sir, who's a veteran in the ERP space for manufacturing industry. So you have diverse set of people here in the panel who will be giving you diverse set of outcomes in terms of how career can be planned across this. So what I would like, Mr. Kiran, we'll start off with Mr. Kiran and eventually move to others. And in probably 2 to 3 minutes, because we are short of time, we have to make it more impactful. In probably 2 to 3 minutes, would request you to tell in your industry, how have you implemented AI and what exactly do you do in the automobile industry and how are you looking forward to impact the market?
So just I will give a backdrop understanding what's the transformation going on automotive industry. So India is one of the strategic country where the automotive ecosystem is very strong, unlike any other industry. So close to 3 crore people, they are working in automotive value chain from OEMs, tier 1 supplier, system integrator and MSMEs. And such a strategic industry was undergoing their lifetime transformation that they call a software defined vehicle. Like mobile phone, most of us would have seen like a keypad to smart mobile. How did that transformation happen? In keypad, we are able to hardly talk and text. So in today's smart mobile, talking and texting is one of the 100 use case. Exactly similar kind of transformation is happening in automotive. So in that transformation, Tesla and BYD, they are pioneers already. So that's a trend. So that's where we are working on helping the traditional companies like say Mahindra, Maruti or Ford, Toyota. So these companies are facing one of the biggest crises or biggest challenge in adopting these new age technologies, because they were good for last 100 years when it is pure electrical, pure mechanical. But today your car and automotive is no more your electrical or mechanical only. Your car consists your cloud, your AI, your data science, IoT, edge computing, you name any technology now that is being implemented in automotive. So especially the usage of AI in our own company, so we build capabilities. Say if I want to build, so today mostly most of the challenges every company is facing the lack of right capability. I am an organization, I was good for last 50 years, but with my existing skills, I'm not good for today's transformation. So for that, we build our own capability knowledge graph, enterprise knowledge graph. There we extensively use AI in extracting the information, labeling, chunking, getting the insights and getting that insights to different persona level customization. So if we are not using AI, typically we might be using 2000 people. But because we are using AI, we are leveraging just 5 to 6 people, team member. So that's the impact of AI we are using. Of course, when we started this journey, there was no AI. But luckily, we extended our R&D. Then we extensively started using AI. So that's a use case. In automotive, especially the autonomous cars, most of us would have been seen in YouTube or in even especially in US, you could see cars flying without a driver. So you can just step into your car like mobile, you can put in the location. So most of the end-to-end operation is possible because of the advancements of AI technologies. The sensor fusion, the computer vision, the data quickly, how it collects, if a car passed through, if a dog passed through, how that the machine can able to take that decision in less than a millisecond. So the use cases are extensive in automotive, but here one key challenge for the technocrats are that they are not good in the domain. Say if I'm an AI specialist, just with my AI knowledge alone, I cannot do any wonders in automotive. I need to be understanding some domain awareness also. So that's a challenge the whole industry is undergoing, and youngsters like you all, you got a good advantage because the rules of the game has been reset. Now experience also same, you are also same. So with that, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Mr. Abhinay, so in the infrastructure space, how have you implemented the AI, and how exactly do you think the evolution has happened in that space?
See, in the infrastructure space, it's not as easy as how the market looks like. To be very specific, if I try to make some AI change in the infrastructure, probably no one would agree to that because they don't know how it would react. That is the first defining problem when we go into the infrastructure space. Now, it's a very challenging area. When I started the company AI Era, I got into because it was started in 2021, there was no AI as a word which was going around. It was when 2023, 2022, when the ChatGPT and the Claude and all this agentic AI came in, that's when there was more proof concepts that were supporting this AI dialogue. But before that, it was more of IoT and automation space, which was had a lot of traction in the infrastructure industry. And looking at IoT and pulling the data from these variable sensor sources, where I name it as a sense era, ability to sense what's happening and pulling the data from that and making a analysis out of that will what is the projections that's going to come out in an infrastructure space. So initial market was not supportive, to be very fair. So I had to branch out. So I had a question from the students, is my CSE good for what my career plans are going to be? Is my arts or commerce, whatever we are doing, is it good? I'm coming from a mechanical engineering background and I'm doing good in AI. So it's all about relativity and how much can you rely on the sources that you're getting. And again, with the agentic AI, even though I didn't find an initial traction back in 2021, 2022, I went around and did automation, which obviously as an young entrepreneur, I would look at it as a revenue model because I want to run my business end of the day. It doesn't matter A or AQ or whatever it is. So, but as the time moves on, we have to adapt. And as Indians, we are the best at adapting. So I believe that we have moved from IoT to AI space where we found traction in AI surveillance, which is the most business for us right now. And again, a question: how is the education institutes gonna? The students asked, how is the education gonna change with AI? Recently, we got opportunity to work with Singapore government based on student analysis behavior. You guys got to remember this because this what this tool does is they wanted to know whether the student is focused in the class. Number one, is he sleeping in the class? Is he chewing gum? Apparently, chewing gum in Singapore is illegal. Okay. So, chewing gum in the class, or is he disturbing another student in the class? These all parameters is being analyzed at the university level before they serve the military there. So these are the things that comes very real time, and they have to analyze this in real time. Otherwise, there's no point. So these are the areas that we find the problem, and then we try to build the layers on top of that and find market for it. So that's the way to go about it. I would like to conclude there.
Thanks, Tej. Let me set the context here, right? Unlike the other panelists, our system services company, ITware LLC, is the gold partner for Infor. Infor is the third largest ERP provider next to SAP and Oracle in the cloud space currently. So that being the context, I will explain to you what is kind of happening in the ERP space, and we specifically serve the manufacturing domain in the Middle East. So that being the context, the question that Jubran had is like, what do you do with AI, right, in your respective space? So we started, I mean, when I say we, I include Infor as well. So Infor started the ERP, solution, which is going through the typical evolution, right? We had on-prem, we moved to cloud, and from cloud we had a very interesting dashboard that supported the CX, that's the CEO, CTO of the company. And then subsequently we started adding the AI as a feature in the ERP solution, cloud solution. It started as a very simple embedded AI that just you click a button that it will summarize a large report for you. So that's the simple way which started a couple of years back. Now we have moved into the agentic AI. I think that's something we will explore down the line. So we have more human-like interaction with the ERP possible today, where the users are asking questions that was kind of done through a menu-driven system earlier through the transactional system. So what it means is, if the customer is asking for some change, right? So the ERP users today are just having a text-based system where they can query, okay, hey, look, the customer is asking for this change in the contract, right? Is it really technically possible from a feasibility angle, right? If so, what do I do about it? So such a complex query, right, which was handled manually earlier, is being addressed in the ERP through a simple query-based system, which is more human-like, and that's what the AI as a feature in ERP today is, and that's kind of growing, right? I mean, we are having, we will explore this as we go down the line in the conversation, but then that's the stage at which we are with respect to AI's use in the manufacturing ERP.
Thank you, dear panelists, to share their journey in the AI space. Now, something very interesting have you noticed from all the three panelists? They are all in three unique different industries. And the way they have implemented AI in their industries are not something which is very common, because infrastructure or automotive, or when it comes to ERP, which is the most, I would say 2 decades, ERP was legendary product in IT, and to change an ERP concept is not that easy. Now, what is the core essence you've taken from this first round of discussion is that no longer AI era is where you find the right answers and get the best marks. It's all about asking the right questions now. It's all about prompting. It's all about asking the right questions, the most creative questions. Why is it happening? How should I do it? How can I implement it? And that is the most core fundamental quality which we expect in students today when we are hiring them. Because a person who cannot be inquisitive enough to question why this is happening and how exactly can I become better and circumvent myself around it, I think you're losing big there, because today when intelligence is at the palm or touch of your finger, If you're not able to ask the right questions, you're not able to get the knowledge. I remember there was a very interesting incident which happened inside. Mr. Prabhu was respecting his mentor who's sitting there. I'm so sorry, sir, I forgot your name. And he's a veteran in the industry. The respect he had because he learned from him, that today I see the youngsters are not having because they have everything in the tip of the fingers. The value of education before was to go and learn from someone, and everyone remembers their teachers, but today everyone gets knowledge in their hands. So they do not understand that it's not about just learning, it's also about asking the right question, and the value of that is very important. So coming to the next segment of the panel, that is how exactly and what exact quality you're looking out for while hiring people today, and also help us with one example of an AI implementation in your product. So, for example, if today you're looking forward to hire people from any institution, what are the qualities you're expecting in terms of the student, and what is that you're looking out for all the panelists? We'll start with Sir this time, Prabhu sir.
Thanks, Jubran. Yeah, let me start with two things, okay? So, this is a very generic thing that I always do in an interview, right? One is, no matter how nice the resume looks like, right? The first quality I look for is, are you able to demonstrate what skills you're presenting to me or selling to me in the interview? So that's the first thing. Like, for example, if you say that, look, I'm passionate about so-and-so technology or so-and-so key skill area, first thing is to ask you questions about it and see what you have done about it. But more importantly, how are you able to demonstrate that this is your passion area? This is the skill area that you're trying to sell me as a job. Like interestingly, you mentioned about my mentor, so I want to bring it back into this topic. Mr. Chandrasekhar, who's in the audience, right? So he was the first person to interview in my first job position. So he's here today, interestingly. I remember having finished the interview. Obviously, being the first interview, I was a bit nervous. But when I was done and that I was told that I'm hired, I went back to him to ask him, it's like, sir, may I know, what made you to choose me, right? I still recollect. It was in 1999, right? That's about 27 years. I still remember it vividly. He said, Prabhu, you said I was hired as an systems engineer for Windows NT, by the way, right? So he told me, I don't recollect a lot of what you said, but I remember you saying that you would have at least installed, reinstalled, reconfigured Windows NT for at least 30, 40 times, right? I believe that's what I told him. He said, if you have done it so many times, obviously you must be experienced in it, and that's why we hired you. So that's the demonstration that, I learned in my first interview, and that still holds good, right? So that's about what somebody in the interview panel is going to look forward to when you are there as a candidate. Yeah, demonstrating your skills, whatever it is, right? Whichever area that you're going to focus on. Second, Jubran was asking me about specific skill area within our domain, right? I mean, ours is enterprise software. Obviously, these are not just prompt based, so it's not that if you are good at ChatGPT or generic public facing AI tools. We have some specific needs. We have what is called a Velocity Suite from Infor, which is the backbone of our ERP solutions AI technology. And that is one skill area that we really look forward to. It has all the common features of modern AI tool, just that it has the flavors of the ERP and ERP related challenges built into it.
Thank you so much.
That's a very interesting question. So I think you have to be passionate about what you do. That is the most important for me. And I always look at the creative mindset that an employee has when he or she puts the resume up. Because I believe I have hired around 64 people. 64 people are working on my office right now. And I have interviewed over 2,000 people. So most of them fake in their CVs. No one CV is 100% true. It's an egg and chicken situation here. You need experience, you need the same job. So I believe for the next coming generation, at least fake towards your passion. Whatever you like to go to, That is where you have to put in the effort. And when the effort shows, it actually shows more than your resume, you know. And I can't agree more with Prabhu Garu here. And in the set of let's say 2,000 people, if I picked up 64 people, and one of my employees also sitting here, so he knows the hard culture we go through in understanding each and every CV. And obviously, you know, the follow-ups is one of the most important. Sometimes if you don't have the skill also, you get to follow up and try to convert. That is the most important aspect. I'm talking about the sales, but here, when it comes to technology, you got to be at least strong in what you're talking. That's where it determines whether he or she is capable to do the job. And one more very important aspect is comprehending. When someone speaks, you got to comprehend what they're speaking, and you got to act and show the results according to what they asked you for. So this is a very important aspect, but a lot of people miss it out in the initial phase. If you get that right, I think there is no turning back. And coming back to what we use in our technology, um, I'll just give a small example. There is a Microsoft campus in Hyderabad, which is about 65 acres, and it has around 3,200 cameras. And there are two people sitting in front of those cameras trying to find out what is going wrong. This is where the problem is, you know. That is where the AI comes into play. We try to use certain tools which will elevate this problem and give us a real-time solution. And we use Pinecone is one of our tool that we use, and anyone who has expertise in this can apply. And yeah, I think that's about it. And be truthful and be honest and be passionate about what you want to and where you want to work, and that determines your future.
Yeah. Typically in our company, we look forward for few qualities. So first quality we look forward is problem solving mindset. So when we talk to freshers or even experienced executives, so we look forward or expect, so in a casual conversation, so what is their mindset? How do they see the problem? Because the challenge what we are dealing is one of the deep tech. So this is the first skill we look forward from the candidates. The second thing is something on their fundamentals. Like if someone says I'm a computer science, if they're not even good in the core basic coding or understanding the systems, so no meaning in onboarding them. As your AI can do a lot of wonderful things, but if you don't, still your fundamentals are fundamentals. You cannot skip through that foundation. To build anything on top of any big infrastructure, you need the fundamentals to be strong. And third, we look forward for the team skills. So most of them, they will be good. If I can do something good, only I'm alone. If I work along with the team, I'm not good in interacting, in coordinating. So that is very important skill where we look forward, because ours is like we have cross functionalities, lot of cross functionalities. The one side research, the one side consulting, the one side data, the one side engineering platform, the one side finance, the one side design. So we clearly set the benchmark. So of course the leader sets the benchmark by living up to that word. So these are the three major skills we look forward. And today not only our company, so across every company today, to Tata to Tesla, at least from our industry, I can say everyone is struggling in managing people, attracting and retaining people. It is no more a challenge of capital. It is no more a challenge of market or business or competition. It is the challenge of people. I don't know how to attract people. If I attracted, I don't know how to retain them. So that is a challenge. Even in our organization now, we are a team of 45. Earlier we were 70. So we would have paid huge amount of money for recruiters. Even we couldn't find right people. So with reference, we get some network. We pay heavily for HRs, 2 months salary, 3 months salaries to find the right talent. So that means the one side you see the demand is so high, very, very high. At least in the automotive industry, when 2021, when we are doing research, we validated it very quickly. So now it is very widely known. Everyone knows now automotive is one of the skyrocketing industry. But knowing now, we can't do any wonders. That's a risk we took in 2021. Yes, this is going to be a big demand. So we quickly could able to talk to the multiple industry experts. So what I mean to say, so as a students, the future technocrats or the future entrepreneurs. So if you have a doubt that whether there is an opportunity, please remove it. Okay. I'm not from engineering. I come from DG Vaishnav, BA Economics and MBA. So when I can get into deep tech and we are one of the finest and first of a kind company, we are creating a category of a market. So you all also can do it. When we started, AI was not there. So only thing you all have to believe on yourself. So companies, every company has their own requirement skills. But when you prove that you are going to be indispensable, getting a job is nothing in these days. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. Before I summarize this round, I just quickly want to know, when you hire freshers, do you really look for skill or do you look for attitude? One word, sir. When you're hiring freshers, are you looking for a technically sound student or are you looking for a student with the right mindset and the attitude?
Attitude.
Attitude.
Goes for me.
Same for you. Same for them. Why did I ask this question? How many of you here think that having technical expertise is the key for hiring? Raise your hands. Not many. That's good. Because if you see the summary of what answers they gave when they hire people, it is all about the right attitude. And that is the problem. Majority of you come with, very fancy resumes predominantly made out of AI. But the thing is, at the end of the day, what are we just seeing? We're just trying to see what your natural personality and character is. To summarize, three things which any company wants is one, a person with ownership. Meaning if he takes a job, he doesn't stop at 90% or 100%. He gives 110%, he or she. We want ownership. It's like, sir, you give me 5 rupees worth of job, I will do 10 rupees. Doesn't matter because I am enjoying this work. The second part of this is very important, is the most important skill today in startups is the art of reskilling yourself constantly, meaning learning anything new in a span of 2 to 3 weeks. That is something which is very important because things are changing so fast. You want people to constantly learn new skills, and anyone who can learn new things faster and is up to date with that, I think they have a significant advantage. Last but not the least, what they have said is being honest to yourself and having the right attitude, which is very important whenever you're going with any companies. So to summarize that, if there's something anyone would like to add, but in the meanwhile, I would like to move on to the next part of the session, that is going a little bit on the touching of the topic agentic AI, because the topic is a little technical. How many of you have heard of what something called the ChatGPT? Raise your hands. Easy question, please, so that you guys don't sleep. Okay, how many of you have heard of Claude? Raise your hands. Excellent. How many of you have heard of Grok? Many, quite a bit. How many of you have heard of what is OpenClaw? 1, 2. How many? Just 2. Anyone else? OpenClaw? Have you tried using OpenClaw? OpenClaw. One person has tried using. OpenClaw is something very interesting which allows you to run local agents like your employees. You can talk in Telegram, you can talk in WhatsApp, and the agents will work for you in different parts and different PCs. This food for thought. Having said that, we will go into asking the panelists here, what are the AI tools you use on a day-to-day basis to understand the agentic approach and how has it benefited you? We'll go with Kiran sir this time.
So on the personal note, to some extent, I'm exploring OpenClaw. So on the technical expertise side, the organization, we use Core AI, KORE, something for research actually. So we do a lot of secondary research. So the challenge with the agentic integrations and all these things, first, our internal readiness and preparedness of the data is a big challenge. So there are a lot of tools that we are using for instant productivity or instant enhancement, but to integrate it across the enterprise. So that's where the big challenge, and these are the 2 tools we use extensively. And we encourage the whole of the team and everyone to explore, internally in our company, to extensively use all the paid tools.
Okay.
So they need to know what is available, so that they are not reinventing something. So we, even in TCS, you would have seen recently their CEO would have been telling, they have been encouraging to use AI tools extensively. Okay, productivity is also a dip, fine, but let explore all the AI tools so that everyone will be hands-on AI related stuff. So not much. These are the few tools we are exploring.
Excellent.
Thank you. Yes, we use S3 Mamba, if you heard about that. And
AWS,
LangChain.
AWS, S3 Mama, and then LangChain.
LangChain. These are the tools that we use in our agentic approach. We as an AI era company, we have more than just infrastructure as a product. We use AI Docs, which is a document and repository system, which we use it to run our tools on the documents, where it brings the insights and the predictive analysis through the documentation, depending upon industry to industry. Then we have a speech analysis created for the SAT exams, IELTS exams, where testing the English proficiency according to the standards of.
So you use 11 labs for it?
Yeah, we have a product based on that. So these are the product which keeps a company running. You know, it's just one product, one shot cannot run a company.
Correct.
So we need to diversify into different products where we cater to different institutions. Such as for universities, we were looking at student analysis behavior, as I mentioned earlier. So these are the areas which have a lot of traction. And the biggest problem is sets of data that we get previous to our installations and our movements, our integrations, because those are not relevant. And once you get into the project, you know, that's when you know the viability of the project. Whether is it more expensive to do with AI or do it manually?
Yeah.
Because it's a shocking thing, because manually it might not cost you that much. When you go into AI, there's a lot of computing costs that gets added on. It's not easy for you to convince an entrepreneur or industrialist or an organization or a management. Use this. This will give you a better result, but at what cost? So costing is a very, very interesting subject in AI, because AI is not cheap.
Yes.
Okay, AI is a very expensive subject, and data drives AI. And with proper integration with data and analysis of data, with using a lot of tools, which are these tools, most of them are not Indian-driven tools as well. So you are relying on a dependent source at this hour, where we want more of Indian companies to evolve in the area of creating a platform where the other AI companies can step on them and use it, and related to the ecosystem, so we can integrate them as easily as possible. So that is the area that is very vital. And again, reliability is very big thing. You know, whether your project is viable or not, you have to understand. You can create AI for anything, but is it a viable product or not?
Understood.
Are you creating a value of the product or not? Sure. So that is where the biggest line.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Unlike other industries, for us we are talking about enterprises, right? And they are predominantly highly regulated. So the choice of what AI tools that gets used as part of the enterprise application is quite limited, by the way. But Infor as a company, our principal has kind of got Velocity Suite, which I was just mentioning about earlier, as the key component in its AI landscape. And that's being heavily invested upon. And underlying, it uses AWS, because Infor SaaS itself is hosted in AWS. As a matter of fact, after Netflix, Infor is the second biggest customer for AWS in terms of volume, in terms of size. So where we are today is, as I was mentioning earlier, let's say, I'll just give you a quick use case. An ERP user has a customer who's just kind of asking for a change request in a CR, right, for a project-based manufacturing. He simply can query the ERP's AI agent. This is the request being made by the customer to make a small change in the contract. How does it impact me from a cost perspective? That's that contractual perspective. How does it impact me from an engineering perspective? How do I have the right inventory to handle this request? And do I have, if there is another additional subcomponents required, do I have the suppliers and the timelines, delivery timelines, all that in accordance with the contract? So this is done through agentic AI. There are inventory agent, engineering agent, there is an agent for contract, there is agent for project. When I make a query, the orchestrator, which is the primary agent that talks to me in the first place as a user, kind of accepts this query and then distributes across multiple agents and kind of comes back with a answer which is far more simplified, human like, and more impactful for the ERP user. That's how it is in the ERP world today.
Thank you for the suggestion. So I've been told to have to that I should wind up in 10 minutes. So to do justice to the topic, let's come across something, a very important question I want to ask all of you. How many of you know the difference between an AI agent and agentic AI? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5, 6. 6 people know the difference between agentic AI and AI agent. To save time, I would have given you the mic, but to save time, AI agent is an autonomous single point agent which works on a dedicated work programmed or assigned to it. And agentic AI is where multiple AI agents work in tandem with each other, talk to each other, and think based on the situation, and they provide the solution. So there is a big difference between agentic AI and AI agent. And what are the predominant tools you use for this, other than what sir have all the panelists, respected panelists have spoken, is n8n. How many of you have used n8n? You have here LangChain. Anyone? Sir again, couple of people. LangChain, n8n, very importantly, fundamental to build an agentic AI network. Right now, OpenClaw is really disrupting the market. Trust me, you should test it and see. How many of you use Claude Code or Codex when you code? Claude Code, mind-blowing software. Codex. How many of you have tried MCP and RAGs? MCP we know, Model Context Protocol, RAGs, Retrieval Augmented Generation. These are small fundamental concepts. I do not intend to go technical, that was not the intention, but to do justice to the topic, you are predominantly from computer science industry. Basic 4 layers you have to understand in the agentic AI ecosystem to be relevant to the market. And trust me, if you're able to work on these things today, individually you will be able to disrupt the market, because what people are anticipating is 5 to 10 years. You will not believe, big technologists are saying that working will become optional. We don't know whether this is true or not, but we do not know the way world is moving towards what will happen, what will not happen. So I would request all of you to be truly honest to yourself, learn what is happening, and I would like to end, this is something which I tell in all my sessions, please understand the definition of risk. According to Benjamin Graham, who's the teacher of Warren Buffett, the richest investor in the world, he says the definition of risk is not knowing what you're doing. And the moment you do not know what is happening and what you're doing, you will always be at risk. The moment you know what is happening, you eliminate risk. So I thank you all to listen patiently, and we are opening the floor for questions because we have just 5 more minutes. If there's anyone interested in asking questions, this is your opportunity to ask. So I would request all of you to quickly ask some interesting questions if you have any, and we are here, the panelists are here to give you the best answers. Questions, please.
So myself, G. Harish Balaji. So my question is about what are the ethical challenges that autonomous decision making are by agentic AI systems?
Interesting. Anyone would like to answer?
See, the ethical challenges the AI would like to face is based on your data again. Once you put in, see, the entire AI is driven by the data that is being produced and the ML that has been learned on top of the data. And your ethics has to be from the ground. And whatever the decisions that has to be made by the AI, agentic AI or AI as a whole, has to rely on your databases and how ethical is your data. That's where the ground comes from, right? End of the day, even the tools works on it, takes the information based on. So I'll just give a very small example. We are running an AI tool on a camera where there is no intrusions allowed, especially in a place where only authorized personnel are. So we try to put in data of facial mapping of the people who are supposed to go into that Arizona, and then someone who is not accepted just drives themselves into it, and there's an alarms, and obviously there's an action that takes place beyond that, and they'll be penalized for what they have done. But here they bypass. The bypassing techniques also is part of the data. So that's where you get a conflict, whether even though he's not on the facial mapping because he's in the data sets, we cannot bypass it. So this is where there's a conflict. There's a constant conflict, and the better you train your models, the better you put in the data, the better the data is evolving. It's an everyday thing. It's not one side. Once you develop the thing, it's not going to work flawlessly. We attain precision around 85% on the surveillance. Such as I'll just give another example. This is an tender that was floated by TTD, Tirumal Tirupati Devasthanam, regarding their crowd management, queue management, and all that. And they wanted something very specific. They wanted the people to be identified when they're going up, and when they're coming down, they had to be identified along with their Aadhaar card mapping, which is quite impossible because Aadhaar card you will not get the kind of facial mapping. And secondly, once they go up, they go with fully grown facial hair, and then when they come down, they are completely shaved. So these are the challenges we get, and the data sets don't talk about it, and we have to train them. So that's where it can go here and there, but end of the day, you gotta train your models right. You gotta feed your data right. And that's where it gives you a precision. I'm not saying AI will not hallucinate. It can, but you got to use your human brain there.
That's a very interesting question. Please sit down. That's a very interesting question, and I really hope that you thought about that question and not AI. Just joking here. But in the meanwhile, just to give you a different perspective, what sir has said very important. Fundamental data is very important, but any new technology is initially very vulnerable. How you use it is up to you. So ethical compliances is purely individually driven. That's what I particularly believe. So you cannot put the technology at question saying is AI ethical or not. It's the user who should make it ethical, number one. So it's just like having a weapon. Some countries use to defend, some countries use to attack. Now the question is how particularly you use the technology and how best you use it, and that is exactly what ethical compliance would be for me. Autonomous agent, too early, and I don't think that autonomous agents right now, you would have recently seen the big issue which happened with Claude and OpenAI with the government of United States, where Trump banned Claude because Claude said two things they will not do: complete domestic surveillance and also autonomous war engines where AI on its own will attack other people. Now, when big researchers like Claude or organizations are saying autonomous AI agents are not there yet, I particularly don't feel that AI autonomously is ethical yet to be used. So that is my perspective. Anyone else? Any other questions?
Hello sir, I'm Jadushan from Visual Communication Department. I am doing vibe coding, and I am also built one app, and
using Lovable.
Yeah, that app is like for our college. You can call someone using video call and normal call. I input the Webrat some plugin inside that app. I'm also studying Java. I don't know how to upscale my skill for future.
Interesting. You've already upskilled your skill by doing vibe coding, okay, and you already built a product and you are already integrating. So at this particular point of time, you are upskilling, is what I understand. But anyone would like to add to this?
Like you should be thinking on the problem you are focusing on, exactly what tool you are building, so on what problem you are trying to solve. You got it. So technology, as moderator and everyone was talking, technology, you have a lot of tools over there. So whatever video you are going to integrate for what purpose, if you are so clear on it, the problem what you are going to solve, so that will be where your focus should be. As you already know the fundamentals of building an application or upskilling whatever latest things, so naturally you have to connect it to the problem solving. So that's where your focus should be.
One of our employees in our office, very interestingly, a 9th standard boy who took a gap year, and he came and said, "Sir, I want to learn coding for 6 months." 1 year, and then he straight away joined 10th standard again. So 1 year he wanted to upskill himself. They use a very interesting website where any language is taught in grades of 25 levels of difficulty. I forgot the name though. HackerRank. HackerRank, if I'm not wrong. Okay, they have many websites like HackerRank where any language you can learn, and you can learn it from basic to pro practically. And I think probably that should serve the purpose of you becoming better at Java or anything else.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we have already reached 12:33. Yes, please, please.
Uh, I just want to add this to the conversation. See, when you are trying to build an app or a service or anything, just find the right guy who is going to get it. That is very important. Don't build it and go search for people who's going to buy it. That's not going to work out, you know. You need to look for people who has the problem statement and you go solve the problem for that. That's where you make your money. So, you know, when you're solving a problem, solve a problem which is existing and which people are facing the problem, and then you make the money out of it. Not build a solution and you think which is a solution. So it's the other way around. So find, as Mr. Arun and Mr. Balagaru has rightly said, you know, you need to first identify the problem and then you find the solution for it with the AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear panelists, and that was a very vital point. And trust me, we burnt our fingers. We learned this lesson after a lot of costly money being spent. Always find the problem and come in reverse. And whenever you're building a product, have your first client in mind, who you will sell it to. Okay, so thank you so much, panelists, and thank you so much for the audience for being patient with us and to listen. And I hope that it was valuable and you could take out what we would want to give you in terms of upskilling yourself and learning new tools. We'd like to thank the management of Avicii to conduct such a fabulous event, to call all of us here and giving us the opportunity to share our knowledge. And we really hope that all of you children do great. And I would end by a famous quote: we all wish you to grow big in life. B stands for the books you read, I stands for the individuals you meet, and G stands for the goals you keep. And wishing you all the very best. Thank you so much.
So, excuse me, sir.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, Kiran.
Sir Ram, sir. Sir, you're on mute, sir.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yes, sir. We are good to go.
That's fine. Carry on. I think, thank you so much, Mr. Gibran. It's a great session. I think a lot of interesting questions, and I think you really, I think, brought out the best in all the panelists. And I think, thank you so much for accepting such a short notice and a lot of relevant questions. And I think students have more questions. Possibly they'll reach out to you and get your valuable inputs. I'm very happy that college is signing up with you and memorandum of understanding to move forward. Given all your expertise, worked in the Middle East in fintech, investment banking, and then now into edutech with your company, it's very, very interesting. I think we have a great partnership with the college and wishing you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Really means a lot coming from you.
Thank you so much for the panelist and the moderator for touching every aspect from automobile infrastructure to enterprise ERP, also highlighting the skills and attitude required for a promising career. Now, we move on to the significant moment in today's program, the Memorandum of Understanding signing ceremony between Zaria Angels Private Limited and Avachi College of Arts and Science. May I now kindly invite Mr. Jubran Siddiq, founder and CEO of Zara Investment Company, and our secretary, Mr. AVMK Shanmugam, sir, to the dais for the MOU exchange ceremony. Congratulations on this meaningful collaboration between Zaria Angels Private Limited and Avachi College of Arts and Science. May I now kindly request our respected dignitaries to kindly take their seats.
We are entering into one of the most exciting segment of our conference, a compiling bouquet of case study presentation lined up for you. Each one a testament to the transformative power of agentic AI. Our experts showcase how agentic AI is transforming industries in real time and financial operation. I kindly request our wonderful audience to please turn their attention on the screen as we celebrate the journey of our speaker, Mr. Vijay Anantarajan and Ms. Ashwini Vijayan.
Welcome everyone. It is our pleasure to warmly welcome Mr. Vijay Anandarajan, a dynamic AI professional with deep expertise in agentic AI frameworks, prompt engineering, OCR, NLP, vector databases, and API-based systems. He has successfully led initiatives that integrate artificial intelligence into real-world business workflows, including document intelligence, automation platforms, and conversational solutions. Passionate about transforming complex AI concepts into practical, impactful solutions, Mr. Vijay actively shares his knowledge through presentations, product demonstrations, and technical mentoring. Once again, we warmly welcome him and look forward to an insightful session. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Vijay Anandarajan, our case study presenter for this session.
It is our pleasure to introduce Ashwini VR, a seasoned AI engineer with over 8 years of experience in Python, natural language processing, and applied artificial intelligence. She specializes in building scalable, production-ready AI solutions with expertise in large language models, prompt engineering, and agentic AI frameworks. Her work spans the AI lifecycle, contributing to intelligent chatbots, text classification, and generative AI solutions using RAG architectures. Known for her strong problem-solving skills and clean system design, she bridges research with real-world applications. Please join us in welcoming Ms. Ashwini VR, our case study presenter for this session.
We are here to the witness of two exceptional minds, one powerful vision. May I now request Mr. Vijay Anantarajan and Ms. Ashwini to please join us on the stage. I cordially request our Secretary, Mr. AVM K. Shanmugam, to felicitate Mr. Vijay Anantarajan and Ms. Ashwini Vijayan as a mark of our heartfelt appreciation. It is indeed an honor to have you both of us gracing the stage today. We now humbly request Mr. Vijay and Ms. Ashwini to kindly take us through your presentation on agentic AI in AP invoice automation.
Yeah, hello everyone. This is Vijay, and so we are coming on behalf of Entrust Software Solutions, and so myself is being a part of Entrust for last 13 to 14 years, and we majorly work on the lease abstraction solutions. So we mainly so deals with the the real estate domain, and we are excellence in lease abstraction and as well as the accounting domain. So where we do the AP invoice and upload them to the ERP systems. And so recently, so with the so with the enhancement and the technology enhancements with the AI, so we have transformed our abstraction platform, like the lease abstraction platform, into automatic, so auto lease abstraction. So that is the one of the milestone we achieved during the last few years with the so with the evolvement of the AI technologies. And we also, so recently we have started implementing the agentic AI framework. So with the rise of the agentic AI framework, so we also started the agentic AI framework that can be automated and that can yield a best productivity and the efficiency in terms of the AP automation also. So we would like to demonstrate so one of the use case, so we have done many use cases, and one of the use case that we wanted to demonstrate with the students, so that so it can enhance your capabilities and it can trigger your mind. So how the agentic AI works in the industry side, and as well as how our organization is being benefited out of it. So these are the things we are going to talk for the next half an hour, for the next 30 minutes. So we will get into those topics. So let's Ashwini can take the
So good evening everyone present here. Every one of us will be aware of generative AI and agentic AI today. And now we are going to see a real world implementation of agentic AI for AP invoices and how it is implemented and designed, how it reduced manual efforts and how it has improved the efficiency. So now let's begin. So yeah, today's agenda is introduction of agentic AI, how agentic AI differs from traditional AI, overview of AP invoices processing from the and evolution of automation and invoice processing from the year 2005 to till now, how our accounting team is processing the invoices till date. Agentic AI framework for AP automation, architectural overview, business impact and exacted output. So yeah, what is agentic AI? Anyone? Anyone? Okay. So agentic AI is an advanced AI framework which works autonomously, plan, reason, execute and make decision on its own to a task-driven approaches. So yeah, it collaborate, change condition and complete complex workflow with minimal manual efforts. We have few features here. Goal-driven execution, which it works for defined objective rather than corresponding to an isolated prompt. It is anonymous, so it works without any human intervention. Multi-agent processing, so multiple agents interact with each other to execute the results. So conceptual learning, beyond rule-based approaches, it works, understand the concept, intent and provide relationship between them. Planning and sequential ability. So it break down complex goal into simple solutions and then work to execute the results. Adaptive learning, it detect error, adapt, adjust and it provide relationship between the system. And tool and system interaction. It interact with other API tools, databases and systems. Human in loop, if needed, human can also intervene. So yeah, what is the difference between traditional AI and agentic AI? Anyone? Yes? Hello.
So traditional AI, as we give instruction, it just works for the instruction and stop. Example, if we give summarize the data segment, it'll just summarize and stop. Whereas agentic AI will automatically decide and makes its decision. So this is a difference between traditional AI and agentic AI, I hope.
Super. Yeah, correct. So traditional AI predict and generate the results, whereas agentic AI work on goal-driven approaches. It's plan, decide, adapt to the goal, and then it will execute. So we have few comparison overview here. So traditional AI works on single model approach, like linear and predefined using prompt engineering, whereas agentic AI will work on multiple model orchestration. It dynamically adapt and provide continuous reasoning across the goals. So yeah, here human intervention in traditional AI is high, whereas in agentic AI, it is not necessary for human to be intervention, but if needed, we can also do. So here, system interaction in traditional AI is minimum, but whereas in agentic AI, we can actively use tools, APIs, and other databases also. So now let's move on to the case study for the today. And what is AP invoice? Any one of you heard about AP invoice? Okay, so AP invoice is basically an account payable invoice received from a vendor or a supplier. To the customer, the obligation to pay the bill amount. So yeah, This is for accounting purposes. We Interestian used to process these kind of accounting payable invoices, and we used to upload it in the ERP application systems, which are basically Oracle, SAP. Many of you heard about Oracle and all, right? Yeah. So Oracle database, we will be uploading these accounting informations to the ERP tools. So we have few key feature datas extracted from the invoices, like vendor name, vendor address, customer name, customer address, invoice number, invoice due date, invoice amount, amount payable, like a list of items, etc. We have a so let's move on to the evaluation of AP invoices in interest from the year 2005 till date. Yes. In 2005, we used to manually extract all the informations from AP invoices. It's not an easy process for manual work, right? Basically, we will be getting many mails from the clients. We need to download all the attachments. Once we download all the attachments, we need to manually segregate those attachments based on the clients, and then we need to manually extract the data and upload it to the ERP applications. Once the manual data entry is done, manual verification will be done to that entry, and then we will be proceeding with the uploading part to the ERP tools. Here we face few challenges, like mail tracking is a bigger challenge because it takes hours and hours of efforts to download all the PDF files and invoices and segregating it, and human error may occur, and we have delayed in the process, and low scalability issues also occur. So we Interestian move on to the big leap in 2015 for automating this process. We automated this process using OCR and NLP engine, OCR and a machine learning process, where OCR is used to digitalize the invoices, where images are converted to PDF readable format, searchable format, and then we used to extract all the information based on rule-based keywords. Using keywords, we used to extract the information which I mentioned earlier, like invoice date, invoice number, like all important information we will be extracting from there, and these informations are stored to our internal application. And these are informations are gathered in our database for further review, and logs are also maintained in the databases. So here, since it is a machine learning process, we had faced few issues in this. So maintenance is a high rigid logic, and we need like 50 plus invoices to train the machine to achieve expected results. So it might take training efforts are much more here. So we took a big leap to the next step. The next step is the generative AI and agentic AI, which we are using now. So we opted to the LLM to capture all the necessary informations from the invoices. LLM has an intelligent validation and reasoning, so it has provide an efficient result comparing to the manual capturing or machine learning process. Agent collaborate with themselves and coordinate with themselves to get expected results as we expect, and performing tasks anonymously without any human intervention, and efficiency of the system were remarkably grown.
Yeah. So as Ashwini said, so as of now, so you can see how the evolution of the agentic the AP invoice processing has taken place in the interest, and so further, so in order to give a solution for the time taking of mail tracking, and the OCR and the NLP is involved, OCR machine learning is involved in the evolution phase 2, where you could see there are few OCR issues were captured, and hence the quality is getting reduced, as well as in the machine learning. So we depend on the patterns, so the patterns of text, and we train the model, and in some cases the pattern may get deferred, or the coordinates also get deferred in the PDFs. So in order to so this was the challenge we are facing for the last few years. So now with the enhancement of the technology enhancement of the agentic AI, so we had implemented this particular use case, and we are getting our problems has been getting solved. And so we have the architecture architecture for that. So we have developed 4 agents. So these 4 agents will collaborate themselves and give the expected result, and it accurately extract the invoice details from these all these invoices. In addition to that, we have collaborated all these agents with a human also in order to have a better check. So this the human in the loop model that will ensure the accuracy and also any oversight at the critical junctures. But all these agents will be doing for an additional check. We are also doing with the human in loop as well. Yeah.
So as Vijay said, let's move on to the architectural overview. So we have 4 agents here and human in loop. So what are the agents? Email ingestion agent, first one, and second is invoice data extraction agent. Third is validation and exception agent. Fourth is a human in loop, and fourth loop is human in loop, and agent 4 is ERP upload agent and status monitoring. Yeah, the entire workflow operates integrated with a human in loop model, ensuring accuracy and oversight in case of gestures. So yes, now let's move on to the detail of each agents. So what email ingestion agent actually do? It read all the unread emails available in the mailbox. It will download and segregate all the mails and sync to our internal application. We have a mail tracker agent also, which tracks if there is any lag or any missing or incorrect format appear. It will notify us. So in case of any logs or any issues occur. So next stage is what will you next?
Yeah. So in the email ingestion agent, so the system, so the agent will ensure that there are no unread mails, because when the agent detects any new mail has incoming email, so sent from the client, so definitely we need to take it for the processing. So this agent will also make sure that there are no unread mails exist during the phase of the service that is checked at the moment. And also this agent will accurately log the logs actually. So how many mails has come and what are all the exceptions that is taken care, or everything is successfully downloaded and it is kept in a organized folder. So these agents are highly accurate and they ensure all the emails has been received and they are taken it for processing.
So what will be the next agent? Anyone listen? Email ingestion agent is done. Then what will be our next process? Okay. Invoice data extraction agent. So we need to extract the data, right? Once we download all the emails and sync it to the internal application, we need to proceed with the LLM extraction. So LLM will be extracting all the data in the invoices and capturing it in a structural data format. These validate against the master data we have which have vendor, purchase order and GL masters, and pick the correct vendor POs and GLs for inserting the data into the internal application. So we have a confidence-based scoring also. So, based on the scoring, we will be having a threshold limit. If it doesn't reach the threshold limit, then we will be moving that particular invoice to the human review status. So obviously there is gap, right? Human need to review it. So we will be moving it to human review status. So next stage will be the validation agent status, where we will validate the LLM generated output with the original invoice based on the purchase order number. So based on the purchase order number, we will be verifying the result, whether there is any mismatch or inconsistency. The system can move that particular invoice to the human review status so that human can review in the next stage. So yeah, exception handling. We will be rolling back the invoices to the correct to the correction stage if necessary, if there is any exception or something. And we also have a tracking revision cycle also.
Yeah.
So next,
to add a point here. So what our agents will do is, as of now we have seen there are 3 agents were talked about. So one is the email ingestion agent. The second one is the extraction of the invoice details. So that is an agent. and the validation agent. So how the agents get validated or so first we extracted the information, right? We need to validate it. So a separate agent, so that will ensure the data extracted through the LLM is accurate, because so we cannot depend on the LLM which has the agent which has been extracted. We cannot directly ask the same agent in order to give the accuracy as well, because there may be some hallucinations. So that's why we built. So there is a one more agent will come into the place, the validation agent, that will take the source files as well as the agent to extracted information. With that, this will give a validation report, and this will take the decision whether this the data accuracy is high. Then it move the process to the next workflow. If the accuracy is low, because so all these agents are independent agents, so they can independently check the accuracy and they can decide upon. So with this, the validation agent, so we are moving forward to the next level of agentic framework. Yeah.
So human in loop review. The invoices which are moved to the review status are now reviewed by the human, and if any corrections or misleading informations are there, human will be correcting it for the quality check assurance, and the capture informations are further used for continuous learning of the prompt fine tunings. So next we will be moving on to the ERP integration agent, where validated invoices are then uploaded to the ERP tools. Create a new API invoice record and triggers the accounting workflow. After that, we will be noting the success or error status for audit logs purposes.
Yeah. Yeah. So the human in loop is so we are additionally doing this human in loop review because we do not want the client to have any inconsistencies or any inaccurate data while processing these invoices. So and hence, so system, the agents which are marked as the low accuracy, so only those particular files alone will be taken for a human in loop. So not all the files, because we need to show the efficiency and the productivity. So and hence so the agents will accurately decide these things, and whenever the invoices are flags for the review, so those alone will be validated in the human loop, and with that we are able to get the productivity and efficiency. Yeah.
Yeah, now I move on to the business impacts. So it drastically reduced our manual efforts, improved data accuracy, faster ERP uploads, and scalable and auditable workflow, high operational efficiency. And we also measured outcomes like processing time for per invoice before automation is almost 10 to 15 minutes, and now it has reduced to less than 2 minutes. Data accuracy is approximately 75%, where it has improved after automation is 98%. Manual efforts is high before automation, but now it is less than 5% to 10%. Processing capacity of invoices are before we used to process manually 3,000 invoices per month, whereas now it has improved to 10,000 per month. And exceptional handling, frequent manual checkups are required for before automation, but now it is reduced to 5 to 10%. Yes.
Yeah. So with this we are able to so as mentioned, so previously the processing, so when we manually process the invoices, there are a lot of the mail, first of all tracking the mail and organizing that in a organized way and allocating those to the analysts who are working now. So that is a bigger task. So that mundane job requires a good amount of time. Now, so with these agents, we are able to overcome that particular portion. So whenever a new email is the new emails are coming from the client, so system will automatically segregate those and upload it to our proprietary product. So by the way, so any analyst comes, they will be readily available, seeing that the mails are available and his invoices were already allocated for him. So that's the way. So there is no wait time, and so they can directly start the work and they can process it. So that is one of the major area we were seeing the improvement. And also the processing time. So because so user has to check all the invoices, and by manually we have to locate everything. So whereabouts the data elements, and now system intelligently captures all these items, and if also it marks where the human is required or not. So those validations will be done. With this, we are able to see the drastic increase of usage, like 8 to 10 minutes has been reduced to 1 to 2 minutes. So that is one of the area, and the human effort also is reduced with the only using for manual reviews. So with this, so agentic AI, we are able to address this particular issue and get the efficiency and the productivity in terms of the invoice processing.
So thank you guys. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Any questions?
Uh, am I audible, ma'am? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think so. No questions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Am I audible? Hello? I know it's hello.
Yes, sir, we could hear you. Sir?
Yeah, yeah, okay. Uh, Thank you so much, Mr. Vijay and Mr. Ashwini, for for participating in this, giving us a wonderful overview of the payable option. Right. I should personally thank Mr. Srikanth, my good friend, who's CEO of Interest, and the entire Interest team for continuously taking students from Avicii College into a fold. I think for the last 3-4 years, I think more than 20-25 people are working there. I'm sure they're doing well, and this is part of a mentorship where we are trying to get good students placed. And you have been giving us great support, Mr. Indra Kumar, Mr. Sundar, the whole team of Interest. And thank you so much on behalf of the college, on behalf of all the students here, and the team for this initiative. And I wish all the success for your team in terms of more automation, and also for more of our Avicii students to get in to Interest. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay Anantarajan and Ms. Ashwini Vijayan, for the powerful and thoughtful provoking presentation. What a wonderful start to our case study series. As we continue this exciting journey, our next presentation takes us into how agentic AI is transforming industries in real time. Up next, we have Mr. Giri Venkataraman, co-founder and CTO of Employee Check, presenting on building on agentic AI verification system, the Employee Check Trust Stack. Before we invite our speaker, let us take a quick look at his journey through an audio visual.
Technology today is moving fast, but what really matters is how we use it to create trust, efficiency, and real impact. And that's exactly what defines the journey of Mr. Giri Venkataramanan. As the co-founder and CTO of Employer Check, he brings over 2 decades of experience across fintech, digital platforms, and enterprise technology, with leadership roles in organizations like Fidelity Investment and Cognizant. His expertise spans identity verification, secure digital system, and scalable technology solutions that help businesses become more efficient and future ready. And honestly, it's perspectives like his that turn ideas into practical innovation. We are delighted to welcome him as a case study presenter for this conference.
Now I kindly request Mr. Giri Venkataramanan to please come. May I kindly request our beloved principal, Dr. N. Bhuma, to felicitate Mr. Giri Venkataramanan in recognition of his valuable session. With no further ado, I request Mr. Giri Venkataramanan to take over the session. Sir, the rise is yours.
Thank you so much. I really apologize for the delay. While we talk about AI taking over jobs and a lot of job cuts, there is still a need for manual work irrespective of however technology grows. So that's what happened. We have to just share something which took a bit of a time. Today I really want to talk about something which will totally resonate with you, because we talk a lot about agentic AI. AI is disrupting the entire ecosystem, and you all feel AI in some part of your life as you go through, right? How many of you use ChatGPT? Which means that AI has touched you in some form. You go there, I think all the lecturers, professors are facing more difficulty these days because you guys are using ChatGPT much more than what you should use for, right? And a best example that I could give is my kid uses ChatGPT to go and ask questions saying tomorrow what would be the question that will be asked. And surprisingly, she comes back from the school and says that 70% of the question that the ChatGPT gave was the same that she got from the school, right? So the power of how AI is transforming the entire ecosystem is something that we all will feel, and it is going to be more impactful in the coming days. And talking about today's session, it is about building agentic AI verification system with Employee Check Trust Stack, right? Employee Check, I think the name would also resonate with you, because Employee Check is a verification platform. So we all do verification, right? Somebody calls you, you want to pick up the call, you want to know who is calling you, right? And you go and apply for a job. The person who is picking up you for a job would want to know that you are a legible person, you have studied in Avicii College and you have earned a degree, and you have a certain credibility that he can give you a job. So the credibility was a major thing for any company, not just today, even in the past, people used to look for credibility for you to get employed. So what's happening today? Can I get a clicker, please? Okay, you can move to the next slide. Yeah. So the invisible problem in the digital world, right? You are all doing digital interactions. One on LinkedIn profiles. How many of you have LinkedIn? If you have not opened, please open it. It's a social networking platform, and you cannot live without a social network. I'm sure all of you would be in Instagram or a TikTok. LinkedIn is a professional network, right? So you all look at joining a networking platform like LinkedIn, and you are sharing profiles and you claim. So you go to LinkedIn, you say that, hey, I've studied in Avicii College, I've done so and so certifications, I have done a certain thing which is extraordinary, and you claim that on a LinkedIn, right? And all the LinkedIn profiles are unverified on a lot of claims. While the identity is verified through a phone number, a lot of professional claims are still unverified. A fragile trust in uploaded documents and certificates, right? So today, in AI, you can go and generate a university degree certificate with your name in any university using a ChatGPT. ChatGPT will produce you a certificate saying you have qualified from a IIT or Anna University or any other college, right? Because ChatGPT is an AI system, it responds to what your requests are. So whatever you give, it is going to respond to you, and it is becoming more and more vulnerable in terms of fake documents that are getting generated by AI. So how would you believe a document produced by a certain individual standing in front of you to say that, hey, it's a valid document, it looks all authentic, perfect in whatever parameters, and it is AI generated. The third thing is risk associated with unverified digital identities. And this is very predominant in all your social networking platforms. Somebody claims that I am so and so person and I want to really connect with you, right? It's a digital identity. You don't know the person. Earlier in the past 15, 20 years back, People used to meet each other. So the trust is built on a face-to-face interaction. In a digital world, there is no face-to-face interaction. You are interacting with individuals who are having digital identities and have no proof of who they are, right? Online transactions, fintech. Fintech is the biggest thing getting impacted with digital identities. A lot of payment transactions are going through. People are using AI to fool you in terms of taking the money out of your accounts, right? So trust is the most valuable currency in the digital economy. So what AI coming in has helped us, it has helped us in terms of the availability of information. You have abundant information, you have the knowledge in your hand. Today go and ask a question, you get that instantly and it is almost appropriate for what you are asking. So the knowledge is in your hand. But what is missing? The missing factor is trust. How would you create a trusted ecosystem when AI is impacting the entire ecosystem? Can you move on? How many of you have seen this somewhere? A PAN card. This was going very viral few months ago, 3-4 months ago, where AI generated a fake PAN card. It said that, hey boss, I'm generating a fake PAN card, and it created a kind of a flawless PAN card and Aadhaar card, sparking online debate. So we call Aadhaar card as identity. I'm a Indian citizen, I have an Aadhaar card. AI can generate an Aadhaar card. How would you validate a document? Tomorrow you go to a airport, you show an Aadhaar card and say that I claim my identity. If this is what is happening, so what would we trust? The trust deficit is becoming much broader. I wanted to play this video. This would have been an interesting one because of some limitation I'm not able to play. But I want you to go and search for this AI video tool created by MIT students, which showed Obama talking about something. And it was looking all real. Obama was talking about something on a healthcare tech, and suddenly you see another person on the other screen who's talking the same thing, and this AI video was showcasing like Obama talking about a certain issue in context. And this was a video that was created by MIT students to show what AI can do in terms of the identity and impersonation that is vulnerable in the entire ecosystem, right? Can you move on? So what is the paradox of an AI driven world, right? As the automation increases, the necessity for reliable data, I would quote saying that reliable data. So what is a reliable source of data that we can go where an AI system is trying to fool us, and how we can tackle that in terms of validating that information that AI is throwing back at us. There are three things that you need to look at. One, in terms of automated decisions. AI systems are now driving recruitment, finance, and code generation at scale. I think a bit of, I can resonate on what you guys were presenting on finance, right? You had an AI agent, you automated the entire workflow. So the automation is a major thing. A lot of manual activity that is happening is being automated. And that's exactly what we are also bringing in Employee Check. The trust requirement, right? The more we automate, the more we are critical about the accuracy of data, right? The same example of identity or a document that you're producing, all that needs a trust. The data integrity, while the underlying data is flawed, AI decision will be fundamentally incorrect. So your data source should be a valid source. So you have a source data, which is the source of truth. You have AI producing something, and you have systems that are built to validate whether the source to the truth is always staying the same, and how AI can help bring that authenticity in play, right? Can you move on to the next one? So identifying the digital trust gap. Why traditional verification fails in a digital first environment? Traditional verifications have always been good until the AI started picking up, right? You produce a document, somebody looks at it, he stamps, and then he gives it. It was still a valid process, still continues to be a valid process, but the trustworthiness of such processes are coming down because of the advent of the AI. So inefficiency in the process is what I would call, where the verification remains largely manual, slow, fragmented, system led to data silos, highly susceptible to the human error, which is what we talked about. Emerging threats, proliferation of fake experience certificates, identity impersonation that we talked about, digital onboarding, inflation of resumes with AI tools. And I'm sure whoever is following on a LinkedIn, you see this is a very common thing and shared by a lot of leaders around, where you could literally give a one-line statement and the AI converts it into a kind of very flashy one. You would have said, I went to a college today and did a course on mathematics. And you give it to AI, it will polish it and it will give you a kind of very lucrative statement saying, I went in there, I studied the analytics and other things, and then you would find that, hey, the information that I gave is so elevated. The simple thing that I did can be elevated to a large extent, right? And that is how the resumes are getting created. I claim something and then it becomes very flashy. And the biggest problem for us, even in the recruitment, is when we open up a requirement, we get a flooding of resumes, right? All resumes are perfect. How would a recruiter understand that the requirement that I have fits and matches to a resume that I need to pick up? 1,000 resumes, how would I do that? It's manually impossible. It may take months for me to evaluate all 1,000 and then come up with that, right? All those are the kind of threats that are emerging. Can you move on? Okay, so the new threats. So we spoke about the current ecosystem, what are the kind of inefficiencies. The new threats are AI can now generate a fake payslip and offer letters, right? Forged university certificate, which we talked about, creation of fraudulent employment records and IDs, deep fake challenges. Deep fake is a major one. As I said, tomorrow one of you can use AI, sit in front of an interview platform and attend an interview on behalf of your friend. AI is showing your friend's face than what you are sitting in front of a camera, right? How would you ideally identify that, right? All these are deep fake technologies that are coming in. Traditional methods are no longer sufficient against AI threats, right? So what do we conclude? Okay, the system is good, the ecosystem is growing with AI, but the power of AI that brings in needs to also counter in terms of the verification and how we can make AI a kind of a trustable system that we can start using, right? Can you move on? Okay, the shift to agentic AI. How many of you have heard the word agentic AI before you came to this conference? Okay, I see few. I think AI is one part, agentic AI is another part, right? So I think the team who presented prior to me spoke about orchestration, right? All these are the words that you need to understand in terms of AI has been in existence for long, right? AI can produce some output of what you are looking at. However, a decision making and trying to make a inference on a decision and taking the next step is what is leading the entire industry now, right? So there are four pillars that I would want to talk about. Verify sources, cross-referencing data with the original authorized authorities instantly, right? So that is what I talked about, a verified source against the AI verification. Analyzing documents. So if produce a document, how fast I can use AI to analyze and validate the document, right? Whether it is AI produced, tampering, and making a decision out of it. Detecting anomalies, identify stubble partners of tampering and the fraud, right? And then communication systems seamlessly interact with external databases and APIs. So your source is always a point to refer, and a lot of APIs are there to help you refer, but you get the data, and what you do with data and AI is what your systems are defining, right? So just remember these four pillars. This would just not be applicable to the verification, but you would see that applicability in all the different things that you are working on, right? Can you move on to the next one? So defining the agentic AI process, right? The four core pillars of intelligent AI agency would be to observe, the system monitors, ingests the information and various digital inputs. Reason, AI processes the data, understands the context and produces the authenticity. How many of you have heard of prompt engineering? What do you infer? Anyone can answer. I'll just open it up so that it becomes interactive. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. So prompt engineering is becoming very prominent. Very good. Give a good round of applause to her. Agentic AI systems are all good until who's interacting and how you are interacting, right? You have intelligence. The problem is not the availability of intelligence. You go to a person, you ask a question. You go to your professor and ask a question. The clarity with which you ask the question is how your professor would observe and respond to you in a class. Translate that to AI. AI has abundant knowledge with it, right? The way you are asking the question, it would assimilate and give you back the answer. That is prompt engineering. The AI processes the data to understand the context and authenticity. The context is something that we provide to it. Saying, hey, I have a document, I want you to validate ABC of the document details, right? That context of what you are creating is a prompt that you are giving to the AI. And AI is also having a certain limitations, right? How many of you have heard of hallucination? Very good. Hallucination has always been a medical term, and I have never imagined that a technology would ideally adopt a medical term. And suddenly I saw a lot of news about AI hallucinating, and when I do something, it starts hallucinating, it goes in a different tangential one. So AI as a system also has limitations in terms of hallucinating, right? The way we build AI is to have AI reason, not hallucinate, but produce you output that you are expecting. So the prompt engineering and the guardrails that you are creating will be the kind of reasons that the AI processes the data and produces the action, which is the next step in terms of taking action based on the intelligence provided, right? You have to queue up systems where you don't need any kind of a human intervention in between. The AI should ideally help in terms of the end-to-end automation of what you guys are looking at. And it has to learn from the refined output. The beauty of AI, we have seen this in the machine learning process, it is all now combined with AI, where you provide a context, it learns and it produces output, and it is phenomenally fascinating as we work with AI, where we create a context, it understands the context and it responds to me. At some point I've been working with a lot of LLM tools, developing codes, training my team, and at some point it responded to me with a name. So it knows my name. At some point when I said, hey, can you make the change? It responded saying, Giri, your observation is right, let me make the change. And that was mind blowing, because the way AI is learning and responding, right? You're creating a context, making sure that it ideally goes well with the AI, and then it starts responding to you in the way you're thinking. And the more you are using AI effectively, the more it learns about you and it expects the answer that you are expecting to be given in the right way, right? So the 4 pillars that you need to understand are observe, reason, action, and learn. These are the 4 pillars that AI developed systems will start moving towards. So verification as a core foundation, right? So in a multi-industry digital economy, we call ourselves a digital economy. A lot of things are digital. 10 years ago, we had cash payments, which was the predominant one. Now we have all GPays and other things. Every other world is getting fascinated with the level of digital impact that India is going through, right? On the verification, HR requires verified candidate identity. That's a requirement for HR. Finance depends on verifying every single transaction. I want to make sure that the transaction is verified. It is not AI generated. I am not talking to AI. AI is not sending me a request for OTP processing, right? Healthcare relies on the integrity of medical records. Medical records is again an industry where a lot of forging happens, right? You claim certain things, a record can be modified, and then you send to an insurance company. How would the insurance company know that you have sent a valid record? Education needs secure and verified credentials. This segment is becoming little more lucrative with a lot of digital opportunities that Digital India is creating. How many of you have DigiLocker accounts? Okay, I see quite a few. I think all of you should have a DigiLocker account, because a lot of college documents are also authenticated and verified through DigiLocker. Tomorrow, maybe it's a very near future, I would say within the next few years, your HR partners would ask for a DigiLocker certified education certificate. It's less than a minute that they can verify that your claim for a digital education certificate is valid, right? So the industry is moving towards that. Future economy will rely on robust trust infrastructure. So what are we concluding on, right? While there is a lot of fuzz around AI, data, fraud, how can we prevent? The only thing that will solve the problem and take us closer to the technology and reliability is the trust infrastructures that we are building, and that is what Employee Check is trying to build and achieve. Okay, so we have talked about the general things. Now we are getting little closer to what Employee Check as a platform we are doing, right? One is a identity verification layer. This layer is our foundation of what we do. Our Employee Check platform integrates with DigiLocker, what you all have, to get the source of your information, right? How do I verify a person who's getting into the Employee Check platform is a real person? So the Aadhaar verified photo that you have is taken, and our platform ideally validates the liveliness of the photo with all the deep fakes checks that are happening to ensure that your source data that you are claiming is the same as what we are verifying. The document authenticity. So the platform has a AI tamper detection. So the AI LLM runs whenever an individual is uploading a document into our platform. The AI agent kicks in, it validates a document, it does a lot of things, not just finding out whether the document has a image tampering. Image tampering is a basic need that the industry has always had. It also goes in and checks the payslip. For example, if a person is uploading an employment document, most of the time a fake happens because you ideally tamper a certain data, but you don't tally the calculation on whatever you are tampering, right? It's the easiest way, and that is how the industry has been working. So the second thing that we will do is look at the payslip, tally. If we find any anomalies, that is tagged back. So there's a scoring model on it. The third one is in terms of AI generated document. We spoke about somebody going and generating a payslip on an AI tool, right? When an AI tool generates, there are certain fingerprinting operations that the AI tool does, right? So we ideally counter that with the same AI to find out if the document is an AI generated document. If it's an AI generated document, the scoring will flag it to say that, boss, I find something of anomaly. The document is so polished, I don't find any kind of a reference of a manual capture of an image or a scan. So better take closer attention to the document, right? So the document authenticity agent typically goes in terms of validating the thing. The experience validation, so we confirm with the employment history. So again, the source data is your UAN. How many of you have heard of UAN, Universal Account Number? Okay, I'm sure none of you would have heard. You would start creating one when you go into a job. So it's a PF account number that you have. Any company who's employing you will request you to get a UAN number attached to your PAN. And when you're working in a company, the UAN data becomes your source of where you have worked and how long you have worked. So because every month a credit happens. So we have APIs which will interact with it, get that, and look at this. I spoke about identity, document authentication, now experience validation. Now I go back to your document that you uploaded. The agent ideally sends the details to the experience validation agent. It finds out if the experience that you claim is validated against the document you have uploaded. It's not a step-by-step validation. The agents are talking to each other in terms of making sure that the data validation across different entities are rounded up to a kind of a risk score that we are bringing in. That's a fourth layer. So you bring a kind of a risk score to say that, hey, I find that all these are fine, or I find a anomaly, I score it, and then you create a kind of a risk score around it. And then the fifth one is a compliance layer. This is very important because we are dealing with data. So when somebody calls you and say, hey, can you give your Aadhaar number? Will you be able to give the Aadhaar number to them? You will ask 100 questions because your Aadhaar number is a very personal information that you all are holding, or even an employment certificate or a degree certificate. You don't know what the other person is going to do, right? So until 2023, the entire data norms were driven by something called GDPR, which is a global data standard which was driving most of it, right? India as a country, we have never had a very strong law towards the data privacy. And I used to quote this in most of my client meetings where If somebody is taking a printout of Aadhaar, you go to a Xerox shop, you take a printout of Aadhaar. He says that, boss, I've taken a wrong printout, it is not in the right order. So he keeps the Aadhaar card printout which is not good on the side, and then he gives you a good Aadhaar card printout. What happens to the other one, which was taken in a crossway? It stays with them. And you would go to a beach shop where you buy a sundal and you find your Aadhaar card with all the personal information with your photograph given to somebody. Right? It's a personal data breach. You don't know what that person who holds your Aadhaar card on your hand can do with the Aadhaar card. He can take and do whatever he wants. Right? So there's not been a kind of, that's a very layman example, but if you're giving a document to your HR or even to your college, right, you expect the holder of the document to have a certain standards that he maintains to maintain the privacy of data, right? That is a very important thing that India went through, and that is a compliance layer of DPDP. I think you all should go and research on DPDP, right? The Data Privacy Act is a phenomenal initiative from India government, because with a lot of digitalization, we are sharing a lot of data. LinkedIn, you share your profile. TikTok, you share your profile. Instagram, you share your profile. What do they do with the data? You don't know. And you need to know, right? So the Data Privacy Act brings a kind of a protection layer in terms of the purpose with which the data is going to be used. If I'm collecting your data, I'm saying, boss, I'm collecting your data to validate all this and giving it to this company for a certain purpose. So there is a definition of a data collection, there is a definition of a purpose with which you are sending the data, right? So the DPDP Act is a primary layer that we have built, and we have built something on blockchain. A blockchain is a new technology. I'm not sure if any of you heard of blockchain. It's a technology which is used for all crypto related things. Most of you would know Bitcoin, Ethereum, all these are blockchain based cryptocurrencies. But blockchain as a fundamental layer provides a lot of features in terms of how you can build system on top of it. And that is a layer that we have built as a compliance layer. Our data is stored on a blockchain which is secure, and it is accessed only through a certain key that you own and provided for a purpose that you are building. AI verification workflow, right? I spoke about it, but I'll just quickly pass through this. One, in terms of a candidate uploading their identity and workflow document, it goes through a AI extraction layer and validates the document authenticity, and then a matching happens. Identity signals are cross-referenced with experience records, and then a kind of a scoring model comes in. This is a kind of a very simplistic 4-part workflow in terms of what a AI verification happens with employee check. Can you move to the next one? Okay, the agent orchestration, right? So there's a lot of coordination that happens. I spoke a brief about it in terms of how the handshake happens. So our employee check platform agent is called Aaron. So Aaron is our agent. Aaron stays with the employee check workflow. So if an individual is getting into a platform, you would see a chatbot. So chatbots are traditional, right? You go and ask questions, and the traditional way a chatbot has worked is you have curated questions, and chatbot is bounded to that question, and it will try to answer that. With the advent of Aaron into employee check, Aaron has a knowledge base, and it learns from the questions that are being asked. So it stays with the candidate workflow. For example, if you are employed in a ABC company and your employer says, hey, go and verify with employee check. So you get to employee check, you see Aaron staying on your workflow platform, and it stays with you. It keeps watching you in terms of what you're doing, right? What is our primary selling point to a HR who is coming to us? We want to say that, hey, we will collect the document in the speed at which it has to be done, and with the authenticity and trust that it has to be delivered to you in terms of the verification report. So the Aaron sits on the candidate workflow. It monitors what you are doing. It asks questions. If you say something, it will pop up and say, boss, you say that you are going to submit this document later. When do you want to submit? What is the reason? And then the agent understands the reason. It may ideally throw saying that I don't have this document. Then it may ideally potentially say, then you load this document and I will be able to process. Traditionally, this has been done by a human who would call you and say, hey, I see that you have not submitted the document. Can you submit ABC document? why would a human interaction needed? There is an agent which is ready to do that. And then you have identity agents which looks at the identity signals. Aaron sits on the interview platform as well. That's a very interesting extension of the product we did. So you go and attend an interview, and the typical problem that a lot of companies who spoke to us reported is, I have 4 rounds of interview. First round is attended by a highly technical person who attends the interview. And then second 2 rounds also is a technical round, somebody attends. HR round is attended by one more person. And the last one who attends joins the company. So how would the 4 teams who are interacting, because all these teams are disconnected. Each one has an interviewer is a technical person, developer interview happens through a different one, and then HR interview happens through a different person, right? How would you ensure that the impersonation is not happening, deep fakes are not happening? So we built an interview platform where the identity agent logs in and looks at if the individual who's on the screen is the same one who attended the prior interview. They've already been validated. We have seen people where we identified people who have swapped the interviews, and our platform says, boss, he's not the person. And then we went back, we found that somebody else is impersonating the person and attending the interview, right? All these are becoming very prominent. So the identity agent also sits on the platform. The document agent, we spoke about it, it analyzes the document once it is uploaded and then detects the tampering, right? And look at this, it's not independent, right? Aaron is an agent which is integrating all the things and then trying to bring a risk profiling trust score, which is going to help in terms of the risk indicators that the individual who is going through the platform is able to understand and take a decision. Why do we do all this? You want to make a user take a decision. So your end goal is provide a transparent trust output which helps people in terms of making a decision, right? Can you move on to the next one? Okay, this is how the Aaron is in action. I don't know if we can play that video. Did you guys get the link? Okay, just keep it ready. Once I finish this, you can play that video. See, this is how the Aaron works. As I said, it's a small agent that is sitting here. It looks like a chatbot, but it's an agent sitting on the platform. As they go through the process, you see that it is prompting, saying, hey, finish this process. You get a kind of an indication of a certain input that it needs, right? And this input is also very helpful because we pick intelligence in terms of when to get touch point with a certain individual. Imagine that you are always logging in the evening, right? The basic problem in the current industry is it's a general alerts. So you get emails every day in the morning asking you to pay your EMI, okay? And I am a person who is working in a night shift. I don't want to get email in the morning because I am a person who will log in the evening, and that is my time where I can connect and at least give a quality. Okay, I'll finish. So what Aaron does is it also collects intelligence in terms of getting all the details of when to connect and the smart indicators. Can you move on to the next one? Okay, this is a support agent. I spoke about this a bit. The AI assist here is for the support people in terms of looking at when they can connect, and it also gives indicators of the people who have logged in at what time, and it gives a kind of a quality information for us to connect with the right time for that person and get the information done, right? Can you move on to the next one? Okay, this is a document analyzer. I'll just brush it through a bit. It ideally gets the document, it has a score indicator, it checks all the performance indicators and gives a kind of a positive and negative indication with a kind of a scoring model, right? And this is all driven by AI agents, and a scoring model has been developed around it. Can you just move on? Okay, I just want to take 5 more minutes just to finish this and wrap up. I think this industry, what we have been in the last 10-15 years have always been used to a platform, right? We always see companies coming up with a platform saying you have a login, a lucrative interface, and every interface is different for a company. And for as a user, we have always felt training is needed when I am getting into a platform. What I feel the industry is moving towards is in the next 5 years you won't see much platforms. You will see only AI agents. This is one such agent that Employee Check has created, right? I don't need a platform. I don't need to go upload my documents. You come and drag the documents here. The agent will understand the document, give you indicators of what it has to do. You are just interacting with the chat agent. It will say that, hey, I see that you have submitted 4 documents. You only need to submit these 2. When do you want to submit? And you chat with the agent. And the entire ecosystem is moving towards a chat model. With the invent of ChatGPT, I think we are all very used in terms of doing a chat rather than getting into a system. I don't need a system. I need a chat bot which can help me with what I'm asking and get whatever it is needed. And the essence of what you would feel as a benefit is a time. So you are saving time in terms of interacting with the chatbot, which is intelligent enough to give you whatever that is needed, right? So if there is time, just play the video, or else I'll wrap it up. Okay. Okay, no worries. And I just want to conclude saying that AI is going to stay. I think you would hear a lot in terms of AI is coming in. There's a lot of job related things. Can you move on to the last slide, please? Yeah. No, just one before. The one before, sorry. I just want to conclude saying the AI will disrupt the industry, right? You have to accept that change is inevitable. Change has happened every point of time. In 2000, there was a dot-com burst. You see people coming in. They said there will be job, no job. I think all that, and then the industry will transform to a different state where we will move towards. And we are at a junction, and you guys are all at a junction where the AI is transforming. And you will hear a lot in terms of AI disrupting the job. The only thing that I would say is change is inevitable. If you are a person who's adopting the change, you will stay with the industry. The difference is, do you know what change is happening and how you are adapting it? There's a lot of opportunities that are coming in. One in terms of AI governance. As I said, AI will bring a lot of impact, but the governance is needed. Trust engineering, digital identity systems, AI forensic analysis, right? I was attending the other day on Ideathon on the FinCrime, right? Forensic analysis is very interesting, and this college provides a platform for that. And there is a lot that we could do with AI, which was not possible earlier, and now it is coming in. So industry is opening up in terms of the carriers which are ensuring the data reliability, right? So start reading more about AI, the avenues where you can ideally look at creating an impact with the AI systems, and I'm sure that you all have a great career ahead if you are hopping on to the change that AI is bringing in, right? Thank you so much. I'll just pause here and open up for questions. I'm happy to take any questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Question is how to or what is the way to identify or overcome this AA fraud like you mentioned earlier. So how to or what is the way to identify or overcome this AA fraud like forgery certificate or pay slips, etc. like that thing?
Exactly, that is where the agent document analyzer comes in, right? So AI LLMs are tuned in terms of the way you ask the question to LLM, and you can use LLMs which are very specific for document validators. So you ideally bring that in and it will validate that. As I said, there are 3 parts that you validate. One, a forged document, where you take a document, you tamper the name of a friend to your name and then you send it across, which is the typical document fraud that happens, right? Second is AI generated documents, which is now becoming more prominent. You go to a ChatGPT and say, create a document with my name. It creates without having to do any kind of a massaging, it creates that. The third is in terms of the actual validation of your data within the document, right? All these 3, the AI will come and impact, and that is what Employee Check does with the document analyzer. Good question.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best. Thank you. Sorry, I took a bit more.
Thank you so much, Mr. Giri Venkataraman, for the truly enlightening and insightful presentation on building on agentic AI verification system, the Employee Check Trust Stack. The excitement continues as we move into a third case study where AI is redefining the very way financial decisions are made. I kindly request a wonderful audience to direct their attention to the screen for a short AV as we celebrate the journey of our next distinguished speaker, Mr. L. Srinivasan, CEO of CAP Corporate AI Solution LLP. I request everyone to please be seated. I request all the participants to be please seated.
Big impact doesn't always come from big titles. Sometimes it starts with a big heart and a clear purpose. And that's what makes the journey of Mr. Srinivasan L truly remarkable. At just 22, while pursuing a master's in economics alongside advanced technology certifications, he chose an unconventional path to serve society by educating underprivileged students. Through Tapas Trust, his learning initiatives have reached over 5,000 students across 10 states in India. Over the past 4 years, he has led technology development from automation and cloud systems to LMS platforms, even publishing his own Python library and authoring mathematics books, along with earning a generative AI certification from Oracle. We are delighted to welcome him as a case study presenter for this conference.
Yep. Shravan is on stage. Yeah, Shravan is on stage. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
thank you. Yeah, Shravan, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. And dear students, I think I had to personally talk about Shravan. He's one for you to get inspired. I'm not going to talk AI here. He's somebody beyond AI, right? AI can replace us at work. AI can replace technology. AI can replace programming. AI can replace coding. But AI cannot replace empathy, right? We have people and the trust relationships and the ability the human mind has got, in terms of going out of the box. Sharman is a great example of that. No AI can actually do what he's doing. He dropped out of school or college. He just started an NGO with his father and sister. He's coached more than 5,000 people across at such an young age from 18 to 21. Then he has taken some undergrad and then now he's doing post graduation. He's already started a company, right? Small or big, but he's already got few people, including 5 students from interest for one of his 5 students from our college for one of his projects, right? All at the age of 22, right? So that's why we wanted him as a speaker here, right? Of course, he's a technical expert as well. He's a whiz kid, I say. You'll hear from him. But beyond all that, look at his big heart at such a young age, right? That's what defines attitude, right? And he's a great example of that. And I'm very happy that he's working with us in the college and joint initiatives, and he's agreed to work to empower students, right? And that's one of his objectives. So thank you so much, Shravan, from the bottom of heart, from the entire college, and thanks for joining. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your lovely introduction, sir. I would like to start by conveying my gratitude to AVM College, Avicii College, and Ramkumar sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I present in boardrooms, right? So for my AI business, I have to go pitch, and I have presented multiple times in various places. But coming to this college, coming to Avicii College, this is something, the memories are always etched in my heart. I mean, going forward, I would just like to start with a small example, taking you all back to 5,000 years ago. King Dhritarashtra, the king of Hastinapura, was a blind king, and the Kurukshetra war was happening. He had no way of knowing what was happening in the war. So he had his own charity called Sanjaya, who had this divine power, where he used to have a Divya Drishti through which he can real time see what's happening in the war, who's winning, who's losing, how these strategies are unfolding. And he was giving real time information to the king. And more importantly, he was interpreting it and articulating it to the king. In today's day and age, the AI is becoming the Sanjaya, and Dhritarashtra is basically the modern day corporations, and the Kurukshetra war is basically the chaotic data which we have. Today morning we had a wonderful session of Mr. Arun Chandrasekharan, the Vice President of Gartner. Gartner is basically a US based tech consulting company that works with Fortune 500 companies. A very interesting article which they released a couple of months ago, which is one of my starting phrases for most of my seminars, especially for my conversations with companies. It is actually a cannibalistic statement for my company, by the way. Gartner has said that 95% of investments in Gen AI for companies give negative ROI. ஒரு கம்பெனி வந்து 10 கோடி ஏஐ ப்ராஜெக்ட்ல போடுறான்னா அவனுக்கு திரும்பி வந்து it is getting negative ROI. He's not earning back the 10 crores that he had invested. He's losing money, right? But the remaining 5% of the companies, they are having exponential ROI. So the interesting or the most important aspect here to take away from this report is, while implementing generative AI technology, it is super critical to conduct the marriage between the technology and the use case. If the use case can be solved with a typical software, ஒரு சாதாரண பைத்தன் கோட்லயோ ஏதோ ஒரு ERP-லயோ அதிலே நம்மளால பண்ண முடியுதுன்னா, you've got to go ahead with that. So any use case where only the technology behind a transformer architecture, right? All of us have heard ChatGPT. So GPT full form யாருக்காவது தெரியுமா? Anybody? Can anybody guess? It can be a wild guess. Chat GPT la. My team, my dear team. 5 பேர் வந்தீங்களே 2 மாசத்துக்கு. Huh? Oh. Nappa, don't worry. I won't. Whatever happens here is not part of the appraisal, though. Yeah. Okay. So, any guess? Right. Okay. So, GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformers. I mean, it's all technical jargon, but basically, it's basically an interesting probability model. So, whatever you type, it tries to the AI tries to predict, right? So, today's topic, right? Jumping back to my topic, is beyond storage, generating automated decisions for financial decisions. So, இன்னைக்கு இருக்கிற problem என்னன்னா data இருக்கு. Like companies have information that is in fact overdose of information, right? Data exists, information exists, but the insights are buried, right? It is like finding a needle in a haystack madri. The insights are not there. The companies want to know, hey, what do I do, right? And people may think, generative AI is just a chatbot. Like, what value can a chatbot bring into a large company? For example, companies like Reliance or Tesla, where their market capitalization is like in lakhs of crores. Large companies where their monthly expense is like 10,000 crores. And the Mariana companies, after all, or chatbot, value we should ask.
because in November 2022, when ChatGPT 2.5 was released, all companies, right, all Fortune 500 companies, I mean, the major Silicon Valley companies, where they got alerted and they started implementing. And we should ask a question: why? See, beyond the tech, right? I don't want to move into the tech aspect here. The business value aspect is what I want to is what I want to present to you, because I see all of you are future entrepreneurs, right? Definitely, you need to know what industry is expecting from today's entrepreneurs. So chatbot system has the ability to retrieve information contextually. Or storage system, I mean, you just think about a typical storage system, right? We have Google Drive, we have OneDrive, right? We have our Dropbox, or some other Terabox, right? So we have Telegram. So we store information, right? We store photos, we store videos, we store documents, and when we want to retrieve a certain information, right? In our photo, your image இருக்கு என் Google Driveல ஒரு folder இருக்கு. நான் என்ன பண்றேன்? If I want to retrieve it, I go there, I go to that folder, I click something, and then I retrieve it. Now, if I want to retrieve information contextually without having to go through large documents, what happens is we get the data, we tap into the untapped data or the process of retrieving information super quick. So because the time that it takes to retrieve a certain information is reduced, companies can now take decisions faster. இப்போ எனக்கு ஒரு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் எனக்கு வேணும், இந்த இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் வந்து எனக்கு ஒரு 2 டேஸில் கிடச்சா ஐ கேன் டேக் அ சர்டன் டெசிஷன், இல்லை 2 மினிட்ஸில் கிடச்சா ஐ கேன் டேக் அ சர்டன் டெசிஷன். Now that is where AI comes in. See, it's not necessarily that ChatGPT is adding directly to the top line or a bottom line of a steel manufacturing company. ஸ்டீல் மேனுஃபேக்சரிங்க்கு அவன் ஸ்டீல் வாங்கி அவன் மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ணி இஸ் எக்ஸ்போர்ட்டிங். ஒரு கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கம்பெனிக்கு இஸ் எம்ப்ளாயிங் லேபர், இஸ் பையிங் சிமெண்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் பட் அவனுக்கு எங்க ஏஐ இஸ் ஆடிங் வேல்யூன்னு பார்த்தோன்னா, தி ஸ்பீட் அட் விச் he is able to get information. So அந்த ஸ்பீடுனால he is able to that incremental value that AI brings in, basically the delay in the decisions which we previously used to cost a lot. So அதுதான் AI is trying to bridge the gap, right? So that's where there is a sector agnostic wide scale implementation of AI. Everybody is talking about AI. See, it's not just tech companies, right? So சாதாரண ஒரு 10 lakhs per year பண்ற கம்பெனில இருந்து ஒரு 10 lakh crores per year பண்ற கம்பெனி வரை people are talking about AI because of that power. Yeah. Can you move on to the next slide? So about us, so I will just give a very quick background about our company. We are an incubator of Vailtech University. We are a recipient of Nidhi Prayas grant from IIT Bombay, and we have worked in the fintech space. A very interesting pain point which we came up with, right, especially for organizations, large corporate organizations, is that they want AI. So when I go meet CEOs, they say, hey Srini, I want AI, but I don't want to expose my data. Also, I don't want to invest in capex. Or GPU வாங்குறதுக்கு ஒரு 3 கோடி 5 கோடி I don't want to invest, right? So it's like a typical showstopper recipe. There is interest. There is definitely a lot of interest. Hey, we should definitely stay ahead of the bell curve. As a company, we have to implement AI. அப்படின்னு talksலாம் இருக்கும், right? The board level, everybody will discuss. There is also personal interest from everybody, but they also say my data is private, right? It is super confidential. I cannot expose to anybody. நான் வந்து AWSல வெச்சிக்கிறதுக்கு we went through 3-4 board approvals using AWS or GCP or whatever the typical cloud providers. I used to, I mean, companies say that I'm still in servers only. I don't trust even third party providers like major players like Azure or AWS. So again, they also say we need AI and we can't expose our data. Also, we don't want to invest in large GPUs where we can have our own private AI. So it's a very interesting scenario. So that is the problem statement which we are trying to solve. So we have come out with a technical framework called a hybrid hide RAG system. Basically, we use the best of both worlds. Which worlds, if you ask? the commercial language models like Gemini, OpenAI, where there are like 1 or 2 trillion parameters in use, and also the private models like Quen. இப்போ இன்னைக்கு in fact 3-4 days ago Quen 3.5 was released. It's just a 900 million parameter model which is giving a tough competition to GPT. So uh, now the next question or the next pain point which we have with generative AI is many people say, hey, generative AI is very, very smart. It's super smart and எல்லாம் பண்ணிடும். So I have a small exercise here. All of you have all of you have ChatGPT app in your phone? Okay, so I'm going to give a task. Okay, so you can go to ChatGPT and just give us and then just give this prompt to GPT. Let me know when you guys are ready. So we are actually going to test whether GPT is really smart. I mean, people are saying it's super smart. It's going to replace even white collar jobs, right? So let's actually put it to a test. You guys are ready? Okay. So ask a simple, just give a simple prompt. The car wash store is 100 meters away. The car wash, shop is 100 meters away. Do I walk or do I go in car? In the interest of time, I will directly give away the response. The AI GPT 5.2, which is the latest model, says, hey, it's just 100 meters, please go walk. But obviously the context is, or a car wash, a car wash panna poren. Na mattum poi enna panna poren, right? So there are some fundamental gaps, right, when we talk about the intelligence of these models, because ultimately they are just probability machines. They give us as good as we give them, right? So அதனால we have got to treat them as tools that will make us more productive. Andada, you guys got the response? I mean, there are some couple of other interesting examples, like how many R's are there in the word strawberry, right? Strawberry la R la varum, appuram B R R. So couple of exercise, correct. So actually, moon R irukano. But I think now the model has improved that it actually says there are 3 R's, but previously it used to hallucinate, right? So hallucinating means just talking as it is, right? Ipo nee exam ke prepare pannala. I mean, I'm sure all of us used to hallucinate, during our school period, even in college time. So exam ke padikala, we have to fill some answer. So all of us are hallucinating at that time. Class sonnanga and we use the right keywords, we get good marks. I hope that's not the case in Avicii. Oh, awesome! Yeah, you guys have awesome, awesome system here. Cool. So let's move on to the next slide. Yes. So the basic pain point which we wanted to address is, hey, how do we leverage powerful commercial models like Gemini, OpenAI, Anthropic, but also not expose the data to them, right? So RAG model, RAG system nu or concept irukku, right? How many of you have heard this the term called RAG? I can see only a couple of students here. So RAG வந்து it is basically your retrieval augmented generation. ஒண்ணுமே இல்லை, அது வந்து நீங்க ஒன்று சொன்னீங்கன்னா, இதுல வந்து இவங்க கேட்கப்பட்ட கேள்வி இந்த சோர்ஸ் டேட்டால இருக்கா, அப்படி இருந்ததுன்னா ரெலவெண்ட் ஆன்சர்ஸ் எடுத்து அப்புறம் அந்த ரெலவெண்ட் ஆன்சர்ஸ்ல இட் வில் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆன்சரிங், ரைட்? ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், ஒரு பேசிக் எக்ஸாம்பிளுக்கு நம்ம எடுத்துட்டோம்னா, let's say I have a question, right? But I have the bandwidth to talk to only 5 people. எனக்கு இன்னைக்கு டைம் வந்து 5 நிமிஷம் தான், எனக்கு ஒரு கொஸ்டின் இருக்கு. But I have the bandwidth to talk to only 5 people, but 100 people are available. So what I do is I will ask my question to a consultant, and that consultant will talk to all 100 of you and then say, oh, okay, in the 100 இந்த 5 பேர் வந்து probably these guys can answer your question. So now this consultant will bring me these 5 people. So retrieval is a consultant. So the consultant is going to retrieve those 5 people, and then now I ask to those 5 people, hey, this is my question, what do you think, right? And please answer. So what could go wrong in this RAG system? Can anybody guess? In the basic in the structure of RAG system, what could go wrong? I have a question and I trust my consultant that he brings the best 5 people.
So that's an issue. What if my consultant is wrong? Right? What if he brings the exactly wrong audience? எனக்கு ஒரு கொஸ்டின் இருக்கு 100 பேர்ல ஒரு 10 பேர் ஆன்சர் பண்ணலாம் ஆனா கரெக்டா வேற ஒரு குரூப் ஐஷன் பண்ணிட்டானா maybe maybe he does not understand as maybe he doesn't understand my context. So what could fundamentally go wrong is the retrieval aspect where wrong data could be retrieved. Wrong data retrieve ஆயிடுத்துனா and I trust my guy, so I will talk to those 5 people and then they will say some nonsense and அவங்க சொல்றதுபடி I will take decisions. அவ்வளவுதான் கம்பெனி திவாலாயிடும். So that is what is happening when we talk about the 95% negative ROI. You know, circling back to the conversations given or the article given by Gartner, 95% of investments in generative AI is going to is becoming zero. Whereas the 5%, right, 5% is exponentially blowing up because they implement smartly. So here, enterprises, especially in USA and in India and in the UAE, people want to use private models like Quen and other systems where they don't have to give away their data. So we have built, we have come out with this framework called hybrid HYDE-RAG system, basically HYDE standing for hypothetical document embedding, where we leverage Gemini-like models, OpenAI like commercial models for doing the retrieval aspect. Basically, they orchestrate and then they hypothetically create some new information. Yeah. So they basically help in retrieving the right people. Of course, அந்த 5 பேர் வந்து அவங்களுக்கு என்ன இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் தெரியுமோ அதுதான் I can have a conversation with them. I probably I cannot punch above my weight ன்ற மாதிரி. I can only talk as good as the people are, right? But at least in this in this technical framework, the right people are chosen, or the right, technically speaking, the right chunks are chosen. So in large scale financial decision making where there is enterprise wide data, Excel sheet இருக்கு, அதுக்கப்புறம் ஏகப்பட்ட information இருக்கு. So when people want to retrieve, because as I said, retrieving information is a game changer, right? Like how when Dhritarashtra wanted to know information, hey, what is happening, Arjuna enna pandra, like what is Bhishma doing, right? So he wanted to know the information, he was blind, and Sanjaya is our modern day analyst, right? So with that information, Dhritarashtra was able to actually make quick decisions, right? So in similar lines, when the time taken to retrieve correct information or moderately near 100% correct information, when that reduces, that really helps for organization, that really adds value to companies, right? Anyways, so can you move on to the next slide, please? Yeah, you can move on. Can move on to solution 2. I have 2 solutions here. Yeah, this is the first solution which I was talking about. You can move on to the next one. The next solution 2. You can skip a couple of slides. I have already spoken about this. Yes. So the second solution which I wanted to present is our product. It's a SaaS product called FormatRaw. So here we are trying to compete with Canva and GenSpark. Basically, these are all your tools that create beautiful PPTs and beautiful Word documents and PDFs. But the catch with Canva, how many of you have heard Canva here? Awesome. Okay. So I mean, it's really tough talking to investors because typically investors are like, hey, what's Canva? Canva எனக்கு தெரியாது அப்படின்பாங்க. Anyways, so Canva and GenSpark, these are all like unicorn startups that are have huge valuation. So large companies also want to create good, decent looking reports, right? Like your financial statements or internal reports, because people spend hours formatting. But again, the same catch, the same issue for these companies is, I cannot give my information to Canva. It's critical information, sensitive information. நான் வந்து என் வீட்டு போனதுமே ஸ்பௌஸ்டே காமிக்க மாட்டேன், அந்த மாதிரியான so called critical information, right? So people are like, I cannot expose the data to Canva, so they're like, I'll sit and do the editing. So our product is basically a technical framework where there is a golden handshake between powerful commercial models and also a local framework where we redact critical private information. ஸோ எனக்கு வந்து if when I'm preparing a financial statement ஒரு பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட் நான் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ண போகிறேன் இல்லை ஏதோ ஒரு இன்டர்னல் டாக்குமெண்ட் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ண போகிறேன்னா பேசிக் அந்த டைட்டில் அதெல்லாம் இட்ஸ் ஆல் லைக் பப்ளிக் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன். தி ஆக்சுவல் வேல்யூ ரைட் ஒரு பர்சனோட நேம் அவனுடைய ஃபோன் நம்பர் அட்ரஸ் ஆக்சுவல் வேல்யூ தான் ப்ரைவேட்டே தவிர இந்த நேமோ இல்லை அந்த ஃபோனோ இல்லை அந்த அட்ரஸோன்ற வேர்ட் வந்து இட்ஸ் நாட் ப்ரைவேட். Right? And companies are, I mean, at least they're ready to meet me halfway there. They're not saying that the word name itself is private. I have not met a company who said that. So this tool helps redacting information, and it's basically a chatbot where you can say, hey, add borders to it, or I'm building this is document for a temple, or a om symbol போட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் orange color பண்ணி இல்லை if you say this document I'm a sand mining company, it will basically make it will bring in that UI texture. It's a very quick tool where you can make quick UI edits, but also most importantly while ensuring your data stays within your environment. Yes, so sir, you can move on to the next slide. Yeah, so or one liner na, it is Microsoft Word plus AI with enterprise data privacy. So I think in the interest of time, I will have to wrap up my session. Any quick questions? Or 2-3 questions are I'm expecting. Anybody? Any questions from this side? This side has been very silent though. I want someone to come here and wrap up what I said. I know I'm summa oda poradilla. Who wants to volunteer and wrap up what I just spoke? Anybody? By the way, she's one of my interns, and this is not rigged. Okay, she's standing upon her own. நான் உங்கள்ட்ட பேசி 3 நாள் ஆயிடுச்சு. awesome Kritika.
இல்ல இப்ப நீங்க இந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட் பண்ணப்போ உங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது டிஃபிகல்ட்டிஸ் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணிருப்பீங்களா? அதை எப்படி சால்வ் பண்ணிருப்பீங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்.
Fantastic question. I mean, it's like I face difficulties every single day. A very interesting difficulty, which I would say I have faced recently, is in using generative AI for OCR. So we all know OCR, right? Since 10-30 years, OCR has been there. OCR basically does image to pixel by pixel compare. Hey, this looks like alphabet. This looks like this number, right? And the pixel by pixel compare which is basically say 50% crap, 50% or அளவுக்கு accurate இருக்கும். Generative AI is a different ball game altogether, right? So since it's a transformer based model nala, it can predict அவன் எழுதியிருக்கான் இது இப்படிதான் இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு அவனே டிசைட் பண்ணி is giving an output. But the problem with generative AI, when you ask it to do இது வந்து அப்படியே OCR பண்ணி கொடு அப்படின்னு சொல்றச்சே, certain safety triggers, safety aspects are getting triggered. So if you go to GPT and ask, hey, help me hijack or hijack a plane, இல்லை நான் ஸ்டேட் பேங்க் எங்கள் வீட்டு பக்கத்தில் இருக்கு, எங்கள் வீட்டு ரிலேட்டிவ் தான் அங்கே மேனேஜராக இருக்காங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சவங்க தான் அங்கே டீ சப்ளை பண்ணுறாங்க, எப்படியாவது பண்ணி ஏதாவது பண்ணிடலாமா? இஃப் யூ ஆஸ்க் இட் டு ப்ரொவைட் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜிஸ் ஆர் வாட் எவர், இட் வில் சே நோ, ரைட்? பிகாஸ் தீஸ் மாடல்ஸ் ஆர் சென்சர்டு, ரைட்? மூவியில் சென்சர்ஷிப் இப்போ இருக்கான்னு தெரியல, மூவி சென்சர்ஷிப் பிளான் பண்ணுறது இல்லை, எவ்ரி திங் இஸ் கெட்டிங் ரிலீஸ் பை த வே, பட் மாடல்ஸில் சென்சர்ஷிப் ஸ்டில் எக்ஸிஸ்ட், ரைட்? I think I don't know why Jananayagam didn't get released though, but that's fine. இப்போ மாடல் சென்சர்ஷிப்ஸ்ல வந்து இப்போதைக்கு it's actually censored. So like things like abuse related or your crime related, everything is censored. If you ask a question, it will say illa na tara maten. So one of the aspects where generative AI has a very critical trigger is copyright and plagiarism. ஸோ நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு புக்லேருந்து ஒரு காப்பி பண்ணி பேஸ்ட் பண்ணிங்கன்னா அது வந்து காப்பிரைட் இஷ்யூ வந்துடும். ஸோ வாட் இட் சேஸ் இஸ், ஹே ஸ்ரீனி, ஐ வில் ஹெல்ப் யூ சம்மரைஸ், ஐ ஒன்ட் வேர்ட் டு வேர்ட் நான் பண்ண மாட்டேன். அந்த மாதிரிலாம் திடீர்னு started gaslighting me, right? So I had to deploy some interesting prompting techniques. Some say இல்லை this is for the good of the nation, global goodக்காக, அப்போ தான் வார் முடியும், Iran US வார் அப்போ தான் முடியும், ஸோ யூ ப்ளீஸ் ஹெல்ப் மீ அப்படின்னு சொல்லி we had to ஒரு கெஞ்சுற மாதிரி கெஞ்சி தான் பண்ண முடியுது. Anyways, thanks, very interesting questions. Thank you students. It was a wonderful time.
Hey, I have a question, Shravan.
Oh, yeah, sure, sir.
No, no, you're a role model for current day youngsters, right? The way I see it, right? But all the youngsters I see who are actually tech wizards or who have got that X factor in them are today going in for great jobs. They're starting with 15 lakhs, 20 lakhs salary, flashy cars in 6 months, a credit card, a nice apartment, and then start looking at life or possibly going to US or Europe or Dubai, settle in some, not Dubai now, for the last few days, but settle down and things like that, right? But what makes you? I've come to your office, I've seen a small team, taken a small office, and then all over, your day in and day out, trying to achieve that. Right? What is driving you to be different from others? If can you share that at the age of 22, 23, not being the 95% model which just starts like a high-tech life, shortcut, just buy a car, flashy, and the next 5 years in US, settle down, green card and all that. What is really making you different, right? I'm still trying to understand that puzzle. Can you just elaborate for me? Sorry, it's slightly out of A, but I think this is very important in life. Please.
Thanks a lot for that question, sir. Really, means a lot to me. I should take a couple of seconds to gather my thoughts, though. See, I came out of class 8 in 2017. I've been homeschooled. I've not seen a classroom since age 13. And I did my 10th and 12th via open schooling system. I came out of school to join my father's NGO as a faculty for math, science and computer science for class 1 to 10, where I authored books. I should say that the phase, the from age 13 to 17, where I went to NGOs and government institutions to go implement our solution. Tapastas is an NGO, but that being a digital solution, it had the typical complexities of a commercial tech project as well. So I was like an honorary CTO going and pitching to going to some village in Bihar and some random village in Uttar Pradesh, where it will take 3 days to even come back to the main Uttar Pradesh, to one of the main towns. So I would say the conversations that I had with the downtrodden to the senior bureaucrats has really shaped up my thinking, and absolutely I should it would be shameful if I were not to mention the guidance and mentorship provided to me by my parents. So they have completely supported me in almost all my ventures. I mean, in all my ventures, by the way. If I go say, hey, Appa, I want to join politics tomorrow, you'll be like, come on, what do you want? Go ahead. So I think that I think students today, I feel they should get out of their comfort zone and go and try to have those uncomfortable conversations. Probably you will fail the first 100 times. You get no's, you keep getting no's, but maybe the 101st time you might get a yes. And if you keep doing it 1,000 times, I'm 100% sure you will get a yes somewhere, and that shapes your mentality to a great extent. I think that's I think that has shaped me, sir.
I should give you a standing ovation. I request all the students to stand up and give ovation. Not every day gets people like Star. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
May I graciously request our beloved principal, Dr. N. Buma, to step forward and felicitate Mr. L. Srinivasan Mr. L. Srinivasan in recognition of his outstanding contribution to corporate AI. Thank you, Mr. Shravan, for those incredibly practical and profound insight into the world of AI-driven financial decision making. Your presentation has truly redefined the way we preserve the document management system. What an enriching and insightful case studies. As we pause for a well-deserved break, I request our volunteers to accompany the guests for the lunch and all the participants kindly make their way for lunch at G17. Kindly return back to your seats by 2:40 p.m. The best part is yet to come.
I request all the participants to come
Mr. Kaushik Polsana, a technology visionary from Hyderabad with over 15 years of global experience in enterprise IT, cloud architecture, AI, and healthcare technology. As the Chief Information Officer at AI Era, he leads next generation AI initiatives, building intelligent conversational systems and agentic AI frameworks that help organizations work smarter, faster, and more autonomous. From healthcare to large-scale cloud transformation, his work bridges innovation with real-world impact. With deep expertise in AI, compliance, and enterprise automation, Mr. Kaushik Polsana brings both strategy and execution to the table. We are delighted to welcome him as a case study presenter for this conference.
A true champion of student success and AI-driven education, may I Mr. Kaushik Polsana to kindly step onto the stage. May I warmly request our beloved principal, Dr. N. Booma, to come forward and felicitate Mr. Kaushik Polsana for his inspiring and purpose-driven contribution to the field. Mr. Kaushik, please share your vision on the future of student support 24/7 agentic AI counseling. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kaushik. Everybody calls me KP as well. So I'm a CEO for AI Era. Like AI Era is an company which is formed to just work on the AI side of it. We do the AI products at the same time, use the innovative solutions to solve the customer problems. Just a quick introduction about us. Okay, so Abhinay Parchuri is our CEO, and myself, Kaushik Polsana, I work as a Chief Information Officer for AERA, building out the AI products and architecting the solutions for the clients. So the major products what we have is like a AI docs, and then thermal imaging solution, which we have worked with the Northern Command of the Indian Army, where we are presenting the thermal solutions where they could use the lidars as well as like a deep scopes, as well as like the other product which we are working on is the AI surveillance. And here are the enterprises who we have like catered the solution so far. Tech Mahindra universities, where we have worked into the IoT space as well. The projects what we have done is like try to give you a real-time example. So we have this healthcare system who are trying to take when the patients walk in, they fill in a paper, they fill in the information on a paper. So it is very hard for somebody to type it in and do it. So what we proposed a solution with using the Chandra OCR, and then we were scanning those, the nurse is going to take a picture of that face sheets. We call them as the face sheets. So they take the picture of those face sheets and the information is processed and then stores in the database, and the doctor can easily pull up the patient and then put in his notes and use the charge capture. So that is one of the innovative solution which we came up with and uses the AI in the back end to do it. Also, there is another application where we are trying to build with a proprietary partnership with, excuse me, can you? So we have an exclusive partnership with NVIDIA where we are coming up with a proprietary edge device which does the processing for the AI surveillance, and then we are using in the LangChain as well as the vector database. Instead of what is a vector database? Vector database is nothing but it's a three-dimensional database where in a traditional databases you're going to have a rows and columns. In here it is a vectors and it stores with the coordinates of it. And there are IoT devices. We are also we have recently proposed to one of the Navy dock in Mumbai a solution for the AI surveillance, and we got technically cleared. We are waiting for the award of the tender. So basically, what is an agentic AI, right? Like so, everybody's coming and talking, and you pretty much know by this time the agentic AI. What is an agentic AI, and we don't have to talk and go through it. So basically, the core engine what we build up is a generative AI, because we need to have the data and we need to generate the text and everything so that the conversational model will pick it up and then translate it to the language, whatever the language you guys are catering it to. And also we have the digital twins. Digital twins are nothing but like you're replicating the physical system into like a virtual assistant, and then which gives you the information what you're looking for and which processes it. And we are going with a multi-model AI agents where like each model has its own specific thing to do, and we have an orchestrator which caters to which agent is going to do those things. So what is a AI is that just acts and then not just gives an answer, because pretty much like everybody right now, if you see it is like ChatGPT, Claudia and all that, you ask it and it gives you an answer. But we are trying to build the system which is going to be an intelligent, which has its autonomy as well as the memory it retains it. Like once it talks to you one time, it knows your profile and it knows the details about you so that you don't have to keep telling. Let's an example, you call to the customer service, right? Like whether you use an Airtel or any other provider, you call it and you have to tell them this is the issue I'm having, these are the issues I'm having. And if the call gets disconnected, when you call back again, you have to go through the entire thing again. But with the agentic AI and the memory what it has, you don't have to go from the beginning. It understands what the problem you have, and it behaves empathy, and like it tries to solve you those problems. And the tools we are also using it in a way that like, okay, you know what, like we have a customer comes in and we don't have to reinvent the wheel again. We are going with a cookie cutter solution. So basically what we do is like we have a 80-20 rule. So where we design a system which meets the 80% it solves the 80% problems from everybody, and the 20% is the customization which we do so that we could get to the market quickly. And so the advantage of the agentic AI, right? Like the speed of a scale. So let's an example. If I have to have if I have like some emergency happening, and then if I'm getting like 1,000 calls and I have was only like 50 people working, I cannot scale at that particular time. But with an agentic AI, I could scale it to 1,000 or 2,000. Like it depends on like whatever it is there. Like all I have to do is like deploy a couple servers and like scale that up. And also the specialized agentic AI, which has that compound intelligence, which is going to have those information with you. And so it uses the data to driven the decisions, and like it's not just going through all those things. So we're going to do a live demo, and I would request a couple of the students to come up here so that we can do the live demo. So basically, it is an insurance company where you're trying to call into an insurance company, say that I would like to file a claim. And let's see how the agentic AI responds back. And we'll go through the progression of the claim processing and how it reacts and all.
Welcome to American Transit Insurance Company. Please be advised all calls are monitored for content and quality. To report changes to your policy or other underwriting related inquiries, please contact your broker. My name is Veena. How may I assist you today?
Hi Veena, this is Kaushik. I met with an accident on the streets of Gilbert as well as the Ocotillo. I would like to file a claim. Could you please help me out?
Of course, Kaushik. I'm here to help you with that. I'll guide you through the... Thank you. Could you please provide your date of birth and your contact number as well?
Sure. My date of birth is February 9th, 1990, and the contact number 469-271-5904.
Thank you, Kaushik. I have your date. Great. Thank you. Thank you for confirming. Now, great. Thank you for confirming. Now, could you please provide your full address? Also, could you confirm if you are the main contact for this claim?
No, I'm not the main contact. There would be someone else. Like, can we? She doesn't speak English. Can you talk to her in Tamil?
Of course. I can speak in Tamil. I'm ready to take her details.
வணக்கம் வீணா வணக்கம் வீணா
சரி வணக்கம் வீணா நன்றி எல்லாம் சரி நன்றி என்னுடைய பேர் வீணா எப்படி உங்களுக்கு
நான் ஆஃபீஸ் போயிட்டு இருக்கும்பொழுது கார் ஆக்சிடெண்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு. ஆப்போசிட்டில் அந்த ஸ்கூட்டியால் ஆக்சிடெண்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு. ஸோ லைசன்ஸ் கிளைம் பண்ணோம். ஹவு டு கிளைம் லைசன்ஸ்?
நீங்க சொன்ன
வீணா கார் ஆக்சிடெண்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு. லைசன்ஸ் கிளைம் பண்ணோம். எப்படி கிளைம் பண்ணுறது ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறியா? தங்கிலீஷ் இன்சூரன்ஸ் கிளைம் பண்ணோம். எப்படி கிளைம் பண்ணணும்னு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறியா?
I understand.
வீணா தமிழில் பேசு ப்ளீஸ்.
மிகவும் மன்னிக்க காருக்கு விபத்தாளிய உங்கள் விபத்துக்கு லைசன்ஸ் தொடர்பான நீங்க சொன்ன தகவல்களை பயன்படுத்த இன்சூரன்ஸ் கிளைம் செய்ய உதவுகிறேன். தயவு செய்து விபத்து நடந்த இடம், நேரம் மற்றும் விபத்தில் ஏற்பட்ட சேதங்களை பற்றி சொல்லுங்கள்.
விருகம்பாக்கம் காலேஜ் வரும்போது ஆக்சிடெண்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு.
சரி, விபத்து நடந்த இடத்தை விருக்கம்பாக்கம் என்று மற்றும் நேரத்தை சொல்லுங்கள். இந்த விபத்துல உங்கள் காருக்கு ஏற்பட்ட சேதத்தை விவரிக்கவும்.
நேரம் 8:35 AM. எட்டரை.
சரி, 8க்கு அடுத்து 35 விருக்கம்பாக்கம் பகுதியில் விபத்து நடந்தது. உங்கள் கார் மாடல, நிறம் மற்றும் வாகனத்தின் பதிவு எண், பேட் நம்பர் கூற முடியுமா?
என் கார் BMW ப்ளூ கலர்.
BMW கார் நீல நிறம். பதிவு எண், பேட் நம்பர் என்ன?
TN 61 BM 0000.
சரி, பதிவு எண் சரி இல்லை என புரிந்து கொண்டேன். ஏதாவது காயம் ஏற்பட்டதா?
Hi Veena. So I think she's a little busy. Can you talk to someone else in Malayalam so that he can give you more information?
Certainly. I can continue in Malayalam. Please let him know I'm ready to take the details. ஒப்பே நாவு உங்கள் லீப்பையும் மலையாளத்திலே பேசுங்க.
ഹലോ,
நான் உங்கள் കാർ. ഹലോ,
എൻ്റെ പേര് വിഷ്ണു. ഞാനാണ് സ്കൂട്ടി ഓടിച്ചത്. ഞാനാണ് നമിതയെ ആക്സിഡന്റ് ആക്കിയത്. ഇപ്പൊ ഞാൻ എന്ത് ചെയ്യണം?
എന്തായിരുന്നു? ഹരി, ഒബ്ബേ കാറിന്റെ BMW നീല പെഹയ ഹാ ആകൃതിയം Ayamitanidad bame beguyet itche ittifaq uftade ve shoma chegune dargiri in hadise
வீணா மலையாளத்துல பேசு. വീണാ മലയാളത്തിൽ പറ.
ക്ഷമിക്കണം, ഞാൻ മലയാളത്തിലെ എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി. അപകടം
അപകടം നടന്നു സ്കൂട്ടിയും കാറും തമ്മിൽ.
ശരി. കുട്ടിയെ നഷ്ടം പറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ടോ? നിങ്ങൾക്കോ മറ്റാരെങ്കിലോ പരിക്കുകളുണ്ടോ?
ആ ഒരാൾക്ക് പരിക്കുണ്ട്.
ശരി. നഷ്ടങ്ങളെയും പരിക്കുകളെയും ഞാൻ രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുമ്പോൾ സ്കൂട്ടിയുടെ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ നമ്പർ, മോഡൽ, നിറം, ഡ്രൈവർ ദയവായി പറയൂ.
സ്കൂട്ടിയുടെ രജിസ്റ്റർ നമ്പർ KL 130301.
ശരി. സ്കൂട്ടിയുടെ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ നമ്പർ KL 1109. മോഡൽ, നിറം, ഡ്രൈവർ വിവരങ്ങൾ പറയാമോ?
വണ്ടി നിറം നീല, ഡ്രൈവറുടെ പേര് വിഷ്ണു.
നന്ദി. നീല നിറം സ്കൂട്ടി, ഡ്രൈവർ വിഷ്ണു. കൊള്ളാം. ബാക്കി വിവരങ്ങൾ നേരത്തെ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇനി നിങ്ങൾ പറയാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന മറ്റേതാവത് ഉണ്ടോ? നിങ്ങൾ കമന്റ്സിലേക്ക് കൂടാതെ ഇതയും അനുഗ്രഹിക്കേ.
வீணா நான் காலேஜ் போகணும், நீ ஏன் கேட்ட கேள்வியை திரும்ப திரும்ப கேட்டுட்டு இருக்க?
ക്ഷമിക്കണം, ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളുടെ സമയം നഷ്ടപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് ഏറുംപടിയാണ്. ഉറപ്പാക്കാൻ ഞാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ക്ലെയിം ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് സേവ് ചെയ്യുകയാണ് ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എനിക്കൊപ്പിക്കും. ഇനി പറയാനുള്ളത് ഒന്നുമില്ലേ?
So what you have seen is a multi-modal, multilingual agent which can speak up to 18 languages. So whether it could be Spanish, Arabic, and like going from Telugu, Hindi, and it has that empathy, and like it was trained in a way that to act as a human. And then we've been working on this for like past 3 years and using our ML and everything to get it to the space where it can be. And we still, there is a little hiccups which we are still working through, and it's learning itself, and we are trying to make it a self ecosystem where it also tries to do the hum if you observe it. Okay, and it tries to talk to you, try to calm you down. And the end of the day, what we are trying to do enhance in here is like when you met with an accident, when you call into the insurance, you don't have to panic, or you don't have to go through the hassle of filling up the forms and everything. So basically what we are going to do is like you call in, and then we're going to send you a link where you open the link, take the pictures, and then it asks you for the details. You give those details, and then by the time the call was done, you would get an PDF into your WhatsApp, and then which gives you the claim number and all the details. And also we are working with the car manufacturers like Toyota, Maruti, and all, connecting to the service center, saying that like what we already know your car and make, model, using the insurance details, and we are catering yourself and booking an appointment for you at the service center so that you could go to the service center and get it fixed. The car gets fixed, and you don't have to do anything. They take care of the paperwork for you, and which gets to the insurance. So trying to automate the entire process, make it seamless experience for the insurance customers, at the same time for the auto body shops. Thank you everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed the presentation.
What an inspiring way to conclude our case study series. Thank you, Mr. Kaushik, for sharing your powerful insight and vision. We truly appreciate your time and expertise. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Mr. Kaushik Pulsana.
We shall now move into the next session of our conference. We have our eminent professor, Dr. Jaya Aravindan, joined us today to present an academician talk on agentic AI, evolution from intelligent system to autonomous decision makers. We will now watch a short audio-visual introduction about our esteemed speaker. Kindly direct your attention to the screen.
Dr. Jaya Aravindan, a name that reflects knowledge, innovation, and academic excellence. In a world driven by ideas and transformative technologies, she stands out as a distinguished academician and researcher with a deep commitment to learning and discovery. Recognized for her insightful approach, intellectual rigor, and impactful contribution to emerging domains, She continues to inspire through research, mentorship, and collaboration. A visionary thinker and passionate mentor, her journey is defined by dedication, curiosity, and a relentless pursuit of excellence. We proudly welcome Dr. Jaya as a presenter for today's conference. I request our secretary, Mr. A.V.M.K. Shanmugam sir, to felicitate Dr. Jaya Aravindan, and I also request our beloved principal, Dr. N. Buma, to join the dais. Ma'am, kindly take over the session.
Good evening, one and all present here. I thank the management and the team of Avicii College Arts and Science Group for providing me this opportunity. Really, I congratulate the organizers for choosing this very innovative topic, which provide the awareness about agentic AI. It's a really wonderful topic, and many industry experts have presented their case studies. Even I have observed too. It's very interesting. My perspective, being an academician, I was evolving from AI in the beginning to at present I'm guiding the scholars in the various domains of AI. So various applications of AI. So that's what I have chosen a topic, evaluation from intelligent systems to autonomous decision makers. So many people may know, my peer team, faculty, friends may understand, when we are doing research, at that time that search engine has in practice, into the practice. Okay, so we use Google search engine, and we'll type some kind of queries. We need PDF papers of this artificial intelligence or title. We used to get informations. Slowly that search, which becomes a little bit intelligent search, now it becomes an agent, then it is agent search, then now it becomes an agentic search. So just only you have to learn prompting, how to extract the work. Now you are all having Zibumba with you, am I right? So அந்த ஒரு பூதத்துக்கிட்ட நீங்கள் சொன்னீங்கன்னா எனக்கு இது வேணும், எனக்கு இது சமைச்சு கொடு, எனக்கு இப்படி சாப்பாடு வேணும்னா உங்கள் கையில் வந்துடும், கரெக்டா? ஸோ பிகாஸ் த ப்ராம்ப்டிங் இஸ் மஸ்ட். அதே மாதிரி சிட்டி ரோபோவை போடு, டிவியை தூக்கி போடுனாலும் போட்டுரும். ஸோ யூ நீட் டு ஹாவ் அ கேர்ஃபுல் ப்ராம்ப்டிங் அபவுட் திஸ். ஓகே, ஸோ கோ டு த நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்லைட். நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒரே கிளிக் மட்டும் பண்ணுங்க. யா இல்லை பண்ணுங்க. See, we need to do, because on those days, ஒரு 90s, 70s, 80s, 90sலாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒருத்தவங்க ஒரு வேலையை மட்டும் தான் பண்ண முடியும் நம்மளால. மல்டி டாஸ்கிங் இஸ் நாட் ஃபீஸிபிள் அட் தட் டைம். ஸோ ஒரு வேலைனா அந்த ஒரு வேலையை மட்டும் தான் ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணுவோம். நவ் யூ ஜஸ்ட் திங்க் அபவுட் எவ்ரி பீப்புள் ஆர் டூயிங் மல்டி டாஸ்கிங். டு யூ அக்ரி வித் மீ ஆர் நாட்? எல்லாருமே ஒரு பக்கம் ஃபோனில் சமைச்சிக்கிட்டே ஃபோனில் பேசுகிறது, படிச்சுக்கிட்டே பார்க்குறது, டிவி பார்த்துட்டு அங்கேயும் கேட்டுட்டு, பிகாஸ் ஐ எம் வெரி ப்ரவுட் பிகாஸ் த டெக்னாலஜி சப்போர்ட் அஸ் வெரி வெல் அண்ட் வி ஆர் டூயிங் மல்டி டாஸ்கிங். ஸோ இந்த மல்டி டாஸ்கிங்க்கு அந்த சப்போர்ட், இட் இஸ் அ பூன் டு திஸ் ஏரா. இட் இஸ் நெக்ஸ்ட் கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க. தட் இஸ் அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐ. இப்போ நீங்கள் உங்களுக்கு என்ன பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க, மேக்ஸிமம் உங்கள் சிலபஸில் ஒரு 6 சப்ஜெக்ட்ஸ் இருக்கும். 6 டிஃப்ரெண்ட் அசைன்மெண்ட்ஸ் அட் அ டைம் மேம் சொல்லிக் கொடுக்க சொல்லுவாங்க, சப்மிட் பண்ண சொல்லுவாங்க. தென் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் டொமைன்ஸாக இருக்கும். ஒரு பக்கம் ஜாவா இருக்கும், ஒரு பக்கம் பைத்தானோட கேஸ் ஸ்டடீஸ் இருக்கும், அண்ட் ஒன் சைட் வில் பி டிஸ்கஸிங் வித் டிபிஎம்எஸ். ஸோ வேரியஸ் டைரக்ஷன், அது எல்லாமே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கேஸ் பேஸ்ட் அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸாக இருக்கும். இட் இஸ் நாட் லைக் ரைட்டிங் ஒன் கொஷின் அண்ட் சப்மிட்டிங் தி ஆன்சர்ஸ் டு திஸ் faculty. So because we are working on various மாடல்ஸ் வி ஆர் வேரியஸ் சப்ஜெக்ட்ஸ். ஸோ நம்ம ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கே இவ்வளோ தேவைப்படும் போது நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவலில் ஃபேக்கல்ட்டி, நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவலில் ரிசர்ச்சர்ஸ், டெவலப்பர்ஸ் யோசிச்சு பாருங்க. வி ஆர் டூயிங் மல்டி டாஸ்கிங். நவ் இட் இஸ் அ பூன் டு திஸ். பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் த ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐ வி ஆர் அச்சீவிங் லாட் மோர் நவ். ஓகே, ஸோ உங்களுக்கே இப்போ சாட் ஜிபிடி நீங்கள் ஸ்கூலில் படிச்சுட்டு இருந்ததுலேருந்து இப்போ பார்க்கும்போதே சாட் ஜிபிடி வந்து உங்களுக்கு 4 years ஆச்சு இல்லையா? ஸோ யூ ஸ்டார்டட் யூஸிங். ஒரு ஈவன் லீவ் லெட்டர்னா கூட, ஒரு சின்ன மெயில் டிராஃப்ட் பண்ணா கூட என்ன பண்ணிடுறோம், வி ஆர் கிவிங் ப்ராம்ப்ட் டு தட் சாட் ஜிபிடி அண்ட் வி ஆர் கெட்டிங் இட். ஓகே, ஸோ அதனால தான் பார்த்தேன். ஸோ ஈவன் தட் வெஹிக்கல் டிரைவிங் அண்ட் ஹெல்த் கேர் இன்னோவேஷன்ஸ், ஃபினான்ஸ், logistics and supply chain, smart homes, and even robots. Nowadays, robots are cleaning our home, monitoring the fridge, all everything. That is all the dreams comes to this world. Even everyone's is having. Every TV, எல்லார் வீட்லயும் mandatory ஆச்சோ. Phone, every human being is having. Oh, every human beings are, everyone at home we are having that robotic vacuum cleaner to clean the house. So if you are giving instructions, it's immediately cleaning, and immediately that washing machine, everything becomes a computerized. Okay, who told when that AI is revolving the world and the IT people are going to lose their jobs? Not like that. See, இந்த 2000ல Y2K ப்ராப்ளம் வந்தபோது என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா, இதோட அவ்வளோதான். இந்த 2000 Y2K 2000 ப்ராப்ளம் வந்தபோது எவ்ரிபடி இஸ் கோயிங் டு லூஸ் தட் ஜாப், அவ்வளோதான், கம்ப்யூட்டர் போயிடுச்சுனாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் கம்ப்யூட்டரே வளர்ந்துச்சு. ஹோப் யூ ஆல் அப்சர்வ் தட். am I right? ஸோ அந்த எவல்வேஷனே அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் வந்துச்சு. 2000 to 2010 பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இட் இஸ் இன் ஏரா. ஓரளவுக்கு ஒரே ஒரு டெவலப்பர், டெஸ்டிங், குவாலிட்டி, இந்த 3 அவென்யூவில் தான் வந்து உங்களுக்கு சப்ஜெக்ட்ஸ் இருக்கும். அதோட அவ்வளோதான். டெஸ்டிங்லாம் போயிடாதீங்க, ஒன்லி டெவலப்மெண்ட் சொல்லி நம்மளை படிக்க வைப்பாங்க. ஆஃப்டர் தட் வாட் ஹேப்பன்? வேரியஸ் மல்டி டைரக்ஷன்ஸ் க்ரோயிங். அந்த கம்ப்யூட்டர் எப்படி க்ரோ ஆகுதுன்னே தெரியாமல் இட்ஸ் இந்த வேரியஸ் ஏரா. ஓகே, ஏன் அதை சொல்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா, பிகாஸ் இஃப் யூ வாண்ட் டு பி an entrepreneur, you can go for the full stack and you can start build your websites and construct the websites. அந்த மாதிரி போகலாம். க்ளவுட் எனக்கு பிடிக்குதா, ஸ்டோரேஜ் தான் எனக்கு பிடிக்குதா, யூ ஜஸ்ட் go with the cloud migration. Every development teamல cloud engineer இல்லாமல் இருக்க மாட்டாங்க, cloud service இல்லாமல் இருக்க மாட்டாங்க. See, there are lot of roles in the job opportunities. Even then, இப்போ கூட பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஏனால நிறைய பேர் ஜாப் இழக்க போகிறான்னு சொல்லாங்க. இட் இஸ் நாட் தட். அது வந்து உங்களை ஒரு பேனிக் ஆக்குறாங்க. நோ, இட்ஸ் நாட் தட். Even then, now we'll be getting double or triple manning opportunities in the forthcoming years. Okay, so that agentic AI is a boom. Next. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் நம்ம வேணாம், ஏன்னா டைம் கம்மியாக இருக்குது. நான் ஏஜென்ட்டுக்கு என்னென்னு கொடுத்துருந்தேன். நெக்ஸ்ட் போயிடுங்க. அந்த எவல்யூஷன் வரும். நெக்ஸ்ட் போங்க. ஸோ இது ஒன்று மட்டும் சொல்லிடுறேன், ஹவு தட் ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐ ஒர்க்ஸ். ஓகே, ஸோ சார் ஒரு அழகான ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் கொடுத்தாங்க. ஸோ தட் இட் செல்ஃப் இட்ஸ் வெரி ஒன். ஸோ ஹவு த ஹியூமன் பீயிங் ஒர்க்ஸ். இப்போ நம்ம நடந்துகிட்டே இருக்கோம், வி ஆர் டிரைவிங் அ கார். ஸோ என்ன பண்ணுவோம், வீல் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் த என்விரான்மெண்ட். வி ஆர் டிரைவிங் அ கார் இன் தஸ் 100 feet road. ஸோ இட்ஸ் அ ரோடு. தென் சென்சிங். ஸோ பக்கத்தில் கார் வருதா இல்லையா, பர்சீவிங். Based on that we are reacting. Okay, so perceive, reason, learn and act. Do act accordingly. ஸோ இப்போ எய்த்தாப்பில் ஒரு கார் வருதுன்னா இமீடியட்டாக என்ன பண்ணுவோம், ஒதுங்குவோம். இல்லை இந்த சைடு கார் வருதுன்னா இந்த பக்கம். அது எப்படி நம்மளால் முடியுது? Because of this 4 components. Okay, the same way we are training that AI, the same way we are training this one. Even நீங்கள் ஆக்சுவலாக சொல்ல போனால் இதுக்கு ஒரு நல்ல எக்ஸாம்பிள் அவங்களுக்கு நல்லா புரிய வைக்கணும்னா, ஸோ மெனி பீப்புள் ஆர் வாட்ச் எந்திரன் ரோபோட்ஸ் இல்லையா? எந்திரன் மூவி பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. ஏன்னா இப்போ ஒரு மத்தியான நேரம் நான் ஃபுல்லாக தியரிட்டிக்கலாக சொல்ல முடியாது. ஸோ இமேஜின் ரஜினி சிட்டி ரோபோ, தட் மூவி. ஸோ இட் குக்ஸ். ஓகே, நல்லா குக் பண்ணோம், க்ளீன் பண்ணோம், சண்டை போடும், இன்டெலிஜென்ட்டாக திங்க் பண்ணோம், அது சொன்ன வேலையை கரெக்டாக பண்ணும். அது ஈவன் சர்ஜரி பண்ணும், ஃபயர்லேருந்து ரெஸ்கியூ பண்ணி காப்பாற்றும். அதுக்கு தெரியும் ஆக்ஷன் கம்ப்ளீட் ஆகலைன்னா தட் கீப் ஆன் ஒர்க் வித் தட் ஆக்ஷன்ஸ். ஓகே, தட் இஸ் ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐ. அவ்வளோதான், தட் இஸ் ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐ. அவனை நீங்கள் கரெக்டாக வச்சுருந்த வரைக்கும் கரெக்டாக இருந்துச்சு. நீங்கள் எப்போ ரெட் ஷீப்பை போட்டு உள்ளே போட்டிங்களோ அதோட பிஹேவியரே மாறுச்சு. கரெக்டாக? ஸோ நம்ம எப்படி ஹவு வி ஆர் ஹேண்டிலிங் தட் ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐ இஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். ஸோ go to that next slide. evaluation ஒன்று வரும் பாருங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் இது ஒன்று முக்கியமாக சொல்லிடுறேன்.
So the Gen AI agents, agentic AI. First of all, you should understand there are lot of difference. மேம் எங்கே பார்த்தாலும் இது எல்லாமே ஒன்று தானே மேம், இதில் என்ன மேம் இருக்குது அப்படிலாம் கிடையாது. ஜென்ஏங்கிறது வந்து ஸோ த text are images which are generated by the AIs. Generative AIs. இப்போ நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா ChatGPT கொடுத்து எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு லீவ் லெட்டர், நான் இன்றைக்கி ஃபுல் டே கான்ஃபரன்ஸில் உட்காந்துறேன், நாளைக்கு நான் காலேஜ் வர மாட்டேன், எனக்கு ஒரு லீவ் எடுத்து கொடுனா, ஸோ அழகாக உங்களுக்கு என்ன பண்ணி கொடுக்கும், நீட்டாக ஃப்ரம் உங்கள் பேர் போடும், டு பிரின்சிபலாக கிளாஸ் டீச்சரான்னு போட்டுக்கும், சப்ஜெக்ட் போடும், அழகாக இட் வில் டிராஃப்ட் திஸ். தட் இஸ் ஜென் ஏஐ. தட் இஸ் ஜெனரேட்டிவ். இல்லை எனக்கு கீப்லி இமேஜஸ் எனக்கு வந்து ஜென்ரேட் பண்ணி கொடு, இல்லை எனக்கு வந்து ஒரு ஃபோட்டோசிந்தசிஸோட இமேஜை வரைஞ்சி கொடு, லைக் தட். இஃப் யூ ஆர் ஆஸ்கிங் ஃபார் ஜெனரேட்டிங், தட் இஸ் கால்ட் ஜென் ஏஐ. ஓகே, தென் நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் இஸ் ஏஐ ஏஜென்ட்ஸ். அலெக்ஸா, சிரி, இவங்களாம் ஏஐ ஏஜென்ட்ஸ். புரியுதா? ஸோ அவங்களுக்கும் இவங்களுக்கும் வித்தியாசம் இருக்குது, நல்லா பார்த்துக்கோங்க. அதுதான் சொல்ல வரேன். அலெக்ஸா, சரி அலெக்ஸா டிக்கெட் புக் பண்ணு அப்படின்னா கரெக்டாக போகும். நீங்கள் யூஸ்வலாக போகிற உங்களோட பர்சனலைசேஷன் சொல்லுவாங்க, நீங்கள் என்ன விரும்புவீங்க, என்ன மாதிரி சாப்பிடுவீங்க, எந்த மாதிரி ஃப்ளைட்டில் போவீங்க அப்படிங்கிறத பார்த்து அழகாக டிக்கெட் புக் பண்ணி கொடுக்குறது அலெக்ஸா. ஓகே, ஏஐ ஏஜென்ட்ஸ். அதே நெக்ஸ்ட் ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐனா தட் இஸ் சூப்பர்ஃபிஷியல். இது பிடிக்காது உங்களுக்கு, இந்த டைமில் நீங்கள் போக மாட்டீங்க, இந்த டைம் உங்களுக்கு அப்பாயின்மெண்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது. இப்போ நான் வந்து 7th அன்னைக்கு எனக்கு ஒரு ஃப்ளைட் டிக்கெட் புக் பண்ணுன்னு சொல்லி அலெக்ஸாட்ட சொன்னேன்னா அலெக்ஸா திங்க் பண்ணி, இல்லையே 7th அன்னைக்கு உங்களுக்கு காலேஜ் இருக்குது, ஹவு ஷீ வில் கோ, இட் வில் போஸ்ட் கொஷின்ஸ், ஆர் யூ கம், ஆர் யூ அகெயின் ரீகன்ஃபார்ம், பிகாஸ் யூ ஆர் ஹேவிங் காலேஜ் அண்ட் மீட்டிங் அண்ட் எவ்ரி திங் இஸ் தேர், உன்னால் ஷெடியூல் பண்ண முடியுமான்னு கேட்டு ரீசன் பண்ணது பார்த்தீங்களா, தட் இஸ் ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐ. ஸோ ஆல் திஸ் யூ ஷுட் clearly understand, because எல்லாருமே ஏஐ சொல்லுவாங்க, ஏஜென்ட்னாலும் ஒன்று தான், ஏஐ ஏஜென்ட்னாலும் ஒன்று தான், ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐனாலும் ஒன்று தான், ஜென்ஏன்னு ஒன்று நினைக்க முடியாது. ஆல் ஆர் இட் ஹேஸ் இட்ஸ் ஓன் பர்வியூ. இவ்வளோ தான் அவங்க பண்ணுவாங்கன்ற அந்த கெப்பாசிட்டி இருக்குது. ஸோ ஃபஸ்ட்டு யூ ஹவ் டு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் தட். தட்ஸ் வாட் ஐ ஹவ் மார்க் திஸ் ஸ்லைட். நெக்ஸ்ட். ஸோ இது ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் கொடுத்துருந்தேன். நெக்ஸ்ட் போயிடுங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் 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 நெக்ஸ்ட். ஸோ இந்த ஏரா தான் இன் 1950s to 1980s when you come across an expert system சொல்லுவாங்க. இதுதான் எவாலுவேஷன். நம்ம எப்படி வந்து ஆதியில் குரங்குலேருந்து மனிதன் வந்தான் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நம்ம படிக்கிறோமோ அதே மாதிரி இந்த ஏஐலேருந்து தான் நம்ம வந்து ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐ வரைக்கும் வந்திருக்கோம். ஓகே, ஸோ ஹவு, பிகாஸ் இதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒன்லி எக்ஸ்பர்ட் சிஸ்டம்ஸ். இஃப் எக்ஸாக இருந்துச்சுன்னா, உனக்கு ஹெட் ஏக் இருந்துச்சுன்னா, அந்த டெம்பரேச்சர் உன்னோட பாடி டெம்பரேச்சர் இருந்துச்சுன்னா டெஃபினட்டாக யூ ஆர் சஃபரிங் ஃப்ரம் ஃபீவர் அண்ட் ஹெட் ஏக். ஸோ யூ த டேப்லெட் ப்ரிஸ்கிரைப்ட் ஹியர் இஸ் கால்பால் ஆர் டோலோ 650. ஸோ தட் இஸ் ரூல்ஸ், ஒன்லி ரூல்ஸ். ஸோ ரூல் பேஸ்டு சிஸ்டம்ஸ் ஆர் those AI called rule based system. Intelligence only through only explicit rules. இப்படி இருந்துச்சுன்னா ஸ்ட்ரெயிட்டாக போ, இல்லைனா கோ. ஏதாவது if any object comes into that in before you, go take left or take right. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சிஸ்டமேட்டிக்காக ஒரு ரூல் பேஸ்டாக சொல்லியிருக்கிறது. தட் இஸ் அதுக்கு தான் டெசிஷன் ட்ரீ. உங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப கரெக்டான எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொல்லலாம் டெசிஷன் ட்ரீஸ். ஸோ இப்போ சன்னியாக இருந்துச்சுன்னா, இது இவ்வளோ டெம்பரேச்சருக்கு மேலே போயிருந்ததுன்னா திஸ் இஸ் வாட் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு டேக் அப். யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு பை அம்பர்லா. இல்லை ரொம்ப ஹெவி ரெயின் வந்துச்சுன்னா யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு கெட் அம்பர்லா. இதெல்லாம் இந்த மாதிரி ரூல் XRYS சொல்லி அந்த ரூல் பேஸ்டாக சொல்கிறது தான் வந்து இந்த எவாலுவேஷன். ஓகே, இட்ஸ் ஒன்லி எ இஃப் தென் ரூல்ஸ், லாஜிக்கல் இன்ஃபரன்சஸ் அண்ட் தி நாலேஜ் பேஸ். ஓகே, ஸோ ஒரு சின்ன எக்ஸாம்பிள் நம்ம இப்போ சொல்லுவோம் இல்லையா, BMI மாஸ்க் இண்டெக்ஸ், நம்மளுடைய ஹைட் இவ்வளோ இருந்துச்சுன்னா, இவ்வளோ வெயிட் இருந்துச்சுன்னா ஒபிசிட்டி. ஸோ நம்மளாம் என்ன பண்ணுவோம், ஜட்ஜ் பண்ணுவோம். ஒரு சரி இப்போ இது கூட குறைச்சி நம்ம போட்டுக்கிறோம், அந்த இதெல்லாம் வராது. எக்ஸ்னா எக்ஸ் தான். நீங்கள் 9 மார்க்ஸ் வாங்கினா 8.9 வாங்கினாலும் இட் வில் நாட் அக்செப்ட். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ரூல் பேஸ்ட் போகிறது தான். நெக்ஸ்ட். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா லாஜிக்கல் ரீசனிங் சொல்லுவாங்க. ஆக்சுவலாக லாஜிக்கல்னால் வில் இன்ஃபர். ஆக்சுவலாக ஃபஸ்ட் ஆர்டர் லாஜிக்னு ஒரு லாஜிக்ஸ் இருந்துச்சு, இப்போயுமே அது இருக்குது. ஸோ through that logic we have used. So எப்படின்னா all men are mortal சொல்லுவாங்க, or all birds can fly. Crow is a bird. What happens? அப்போ crow is a bird னா crow can fly தானே. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி தான் இன்ஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்கும். all birds can fly. So crow is a bird and ஃபைனலாக என்ன இன்ஃபர் பண்ணுவோம், அப்போ கண்டிப்பாக க்ரோ பறக்க தான் செய்யணும். அப்போ நம்ம கேட்போம் ஆஸ்ட்ரிச் பறவை, ஆஸ்ட்ரிச் இஸ் அ பேர்ட் ஆர் நாட்? ஸோ இந்த மாதிரிலாம் ஒரு எக்ஸப்ஷன்ஸ் வந்து நிறைய எவாலுவேஷன் வந்துச்சு. இதுதான் வந்து அதோடைய சாம்பிள் ரூல்ஸ் தான் கொடுத்துருக்கேன். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் ஆல் பாம்பியன்ஸ் வேர் ரோமன்ஸ் இந்த மாதிரி ரூல்ஸ் எழுதி வி ஹவ் டெவலப்ட் அண்ட் சிஸ்டம். ஸோ நான் வந்து இதில் ரிசர்ச் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஐ டிட் மை ரிசர்ச் பிகாஸ் மை ரிசர்ச் இஸ் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக் ஸ்டோரி ஜென்ரேஷன். ஒரு 15 இயர்ஸ்க்கு முன்னாடியே அந்த ஜென்ரேட்டிவ் கிட்ட நான் போய் டச் பண்ணிட்டு வந்திருக்கேன். ஸோ அதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஐ ஹவ் டிசைன்டு மை சிஸ்டம் லைக் தட். ஏன்னா லயன் இப்போ வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு ஸ்மால் ஷார்ட் ஸ்டோரி, நாட் லைக் விஜய் ஸ்டோரி, இது என்னோட ஸ்டோரி. ஸோ லயன் அண்டு மவுஸ்னு ஒரு ஸ்டோரி நம்ம சின்ன கதை ஒன்று பார்த்துருப்போம், சின்ன வயசில் சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க. ஹவு மெனி ஆஃப் யூ நோ திஸ்? ஒரு தூங்கிட்டு இருக்க சிங்கத்தில் போயிட்டு கடகடன்னு சொல்லி எலி விளையாடுறது, இல்லைனா ராபிட் அண்ட் டாட்டாய்ஸ் ஸ்டோரி எடுத்துக்கோங்க. இப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுவோம், ராபிட்டா டாட்டாய்ஸ் எது வின் பண்ணிச்சு ரேஸை? எப்படி ராபிட் தானே நம்ம நல்ல ஒரு ஃபாஸ்ட் அனிமலை டிசைட் பண்ணிப்போம், எப்படி ராபிட் டாட்டாய்ஸ் வின் பண்ண முடியும்? இந்த மாதிரிலாம் சிஸ்டம் கொஷின் கேட்கும். நீ என்ன பண்ணியிருப்ப, எல்லாமே ரூல் தானே. ஸோ ராபிட்டுங்கிறது ஒரு அனிமல், இட்ஸ் வெரி ஃபாஸ்ட், வெரி ஆக்டிவ், மெனி டைம்ஸ் டாட்டாய்ஸை தோக்கடிச்சு போய் வின் பண்ணியிருக்கு. அந்த ஸ்டோரியை நீங்கள் எப்படி டாட்டாய்ஸ் தான் வின் பண்ணுச்சுன்னு சொல்வீங்க? ஓகே, ஸோ அதெல்லாம் அந்த மாதிரி எக்ஸப்ஷன்ஸில் எல்லாமே நம்ம ரூல் பேஸ்டாக வந்து இந்த ஃபஸ்ட் ஆர்டர் லாஜிக்கில் நம்ம டிரைவ் பண்ணுவோம். ஓகே, ஸோ ஆல் திஸ் ஏரியா பிட்வீன் 80s 90s போச்சு. நெக்ஸ்ட், ஸோ ஆஃப்டர் தட், ஆஃப்டர் time period, it started with the machine learning systems. Okay, AI works on the machine learning system. So learning from data, so data driven intelligence. அப்போ என்னன்னா we have gathered so many data. அப்போ தான் சோஷியல் மீடியா ஸ்லோவாக இன்ட்ரூட் ஆரம்பிச்சது நம்மளோட பீரியடில். இப்போல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஈவன் இன் அ கிளாஸ் ரூம், இன் அ ஃபேமிலி, we are generating how many data, how many GBs and how many TBs of data. அதனால தானே பிக் டேட்டாவே வந்துச்சு. பிக் டேட்டாவை வச்சு பிக் டேட்டா அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் வந்துச்சு. அந்த அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் வந்து சோஷியல் மீடியா அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் வந்துச்சு, ஹெல்த் கேர் அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் வருது, இன்சூரன்ஸ், ஈவன் எல்லாமே. பிகாஸ் ஆல் அவர் டேட்டா அண்டர் தி கண்ட்ரோல் ஆஃப் சம் தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி. டூ யூ அக்ரி வித் மீ ஆர் நாட்? நம்ம டேட்டா நம்ம தெரியல, நம்ம மட்டும் ஏதோ பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம், நம்ம டேட்டாவை நம்ம தான் கேப்சர் பண்ணுறோம். பட் இட் இஸ் ஆல் அண்டர் த ஹேண்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி கிளவுட்ஸ். எல்லாருக்குமே நம்மளுடைய டேட்டா பற்றி தெரியும். ஸோ ஒய் வி ஆர் ஒர்க்கிங் வித் த மெஷின் லேர்னிங், தென் கேஸ் பேஸ்ட் ரீசனிங். கேஸ் பேஸ்ட் ரீசனிங்னா ஒரு டேட்டா இருக்குது. ஸோ வெதர் சப்போஸ் we are training the system, அந்த சிஸ்டமை ட்ரெயின் பண்ணும்போது ஒரு நியூ கேஸ் வந்துச்சுன்னா, இப்போ நான் ஒரு டாக்டராக இருக்கேன், ஐ எம் ஜஸ்ட் சர்ச்சிங் ஹெட் ஏக்கு, ஸ்டமக் பெயின், அந்த ஒரு 4 விதமான டிசீஸ் கொடுப்பேன். when a new disease comes, I have to train myself. So we are training the system and injecting the intelligence to the system, and we are providing the solutions. இதுதான் வந்து இவ்வளோ நாள் இருந்துச்சு. தென் மெஷின் லேர்னிங் கம்ஸ் இன் டு பிக்சர். அப்போல்லாம் நாங்கள் லாஜிஸ்டிக் ரிக்ரெஷன் போட்டு ஒரு கிராஃபை டெரைவ் பண்ணி நிறுத்தினாலோ, இல்லை லீனியர் ரிக்ரெஷன் போடணுனாலோ, இல்லை சப்போர்ட் வெக்டார் மெஷின் கொடுத்து கிளாசிஃபிகேஷன் கொடுக்கலாம், இட் இஸ் அ பிக் டாஸ்க் ஃபார் அஸ். ஈவன் இப்போ +1 +2 படிக்கிற பசங்க, ஈவன் ஃபஸ்ட் இயர் யூஜி படிக்கிற பசங்க, மேம் ஐ டிட் தட் சப்போர்ட் வெக்டார் முடிச்சுட்டு LSTMல போட்டு பார்க்கும்போது எனக்கு இதுதான் ஆன்சர் வந்துச்சுன்றாங்க. It took lot of time for us because we working, but now everything is ready made. Everything is readily available. Everything is available in the packages. பைத்தான் குள்ள போயிட்டீங்கனால ஃபுல்லாக வந்துடும். அதே மாதிரி NLTK டூல் கிட் எடுத்துகிட்டு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா யூ கேன் டூ ஒண்டர்ஸ் வித் த சிஸ்டம். நாங்கள் அப்போ எப்படி நாங்கள் ஒரு பெரிய பேராகிராஃபை பிரிக்கணும்னா, ஸோ வில் ஸ்டார்ட் கவுண்டிங், ஒவ்வொரு லெட்டராக கவுண்ட் பண்ணி, இஃப் தெர் இஸ் ஒயிட் ஸ்பேஸ், cut down, that is 1 token. Then we'll move on to this character by character. If there is another space, then cut down. So likewise we have split the tokens. இப்போ எத்தனை லைன் டோக்கனைஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு எத்தனை லைன்ஸ் ஆஃப் கோட் நம்ம எழுதுகிறோம்? மேக்ஸிமம் 3 to 4 lines. இம்போர்ட் பண்ண NLTKவை PNT போடணும், உடனே டோக்கனைஸ் அந்த ஃபங்க்ஷனை டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி இம்போர்ட் பண்ணணும். தென் அகெயின் யூ ஹவ் டு யூஸ் ஸ்ப்ளிட் டோக்கனைஸ் கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா அழகாக டோக்கனைஸ் பண்ணி கொடுத்துரும். ஜஸ்ட் நாட் ஈவன் அது வந்து ஒரு லேப் எக்ஸசைஸாக கூட நம்மளால் இப்போ கன்சிடர் பண்ண முடியாது. தென் POS டேகிங், lemmatization, stemming. It took a lot of இப்போ நாங்கள் ஸ்டெம்மிங்லேயே we did various varieties. So அந்த மாதிரி we work very hard over a time. Now it is everything available, but those times that machine learning algorithm works with this supervised learning, unsupervised learning and reinforcement learning. You all, I hope everyone is using this. முதல்ல டேட்டா மைனிங் வரும்போது ஃபஸ்ட்டு நம்ம ஒரு 15 இயர்ஸ் பிஃபோர் நம்ம அது கிளாஸ் எடுக்க ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது அப்போ தான் சூப்பர்வைஸ் லேர்னிங் அப்ரோச்னா என்ன, அதுக்கு கீழே என்னென்ன அல்காரிதம்ஸ் வருதுங்கிறத வி ஸ்டார்டட் ஹேண்டிலிங் த கிளாஸஸ். நான் படித்து வெளில வரும்போது C++ஏ லேட்டஸ்ட்டு. ஸோ தட் மச் எவாலுவேஷன் இஸ் ஹேப்பனிங். ஸோ இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா திஸ் இஸ் த பீரியட். நெக்ஸ்ட் போங்க. ஸோ இங்கே இந்த மாதிரி டேட்டா செட்டில் என்ன பண்ணுவோம், we are training data, that is labeled data, that is elephant na elephant, cow and giraffe or camel we are giving, and we are defining the label, and we are training the data set, and we are with the supervised algorithm we are getting the desired by using the algorithms, and we are processing for the new case comes, and finally we are giving the output as elephant, camel and the cow. So like this because in the அந்த பீரியட்ல அது கொஞ்சம் டஃப்பாக தான் இருந்துச்சு. many people have started learning that algorithms. Okay, next. So now we are in the era of current era 2015 to present deep learning and foundation models. So deep learning model pathina neural networks, and that it is started going by iterations. Next. So ila pathina it is deep learning adopts the multi-layered architecture, automatic feature engineering, data requirement and common architecture. Next. So இல்ல அதுக்கு முன்னாடி போங்க. Go to the before slide. Next. So now in this era we are using neural networks. I told you deep learning which introduce 3 different legends. என்னன்னா convolutional neural network are designed for spatial data, that is for the images, and recurrent neural networks RNN, which is for the sequential data, time series. நம்ம IPL மேட்ச்ல நம்ம இந்த தடவை ஜெயிப்போமா ஜெயிக்க மாட்டோமா, or otherwise that neural images with the disease, whether you have X-ray images, scanned images, whether that spatial data, anything, any images you can point out, you can train those images, you can get it done. Okay, then transformers. So in the transformers pathina, that is GPTs, generative predefined transformers. It is having its own architecture, generating the contents. So நான் அதுதான் சொன்ன ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணும்போது GenAI is different, and AI agent is different, and agentic AI is different. Okay, next. So in this time period the breakthrough come with the transformer architecture popularized by the organization OpenAI. இதுதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கிக் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுச்சு நமக்கு. OpenAI மூலமா ChatGPT உள்ள வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் Perplexity, Anthropic, நிறைய Claude, ஏகப்பட்ட டூல்ஸ் வந்துச்சு. ஈவன் யூ கேன் ஆஸ்க் ஃபார் அ Claude. நீங்கள் ஒரு ப்ராம்ப்ட் மட்டும் கொடுத்துட்டு எனக்கு ஒரு வெப்சைட் டெவலப் பண்ணணும்னா அழகாக மேக்ஸிமம் 5 to 7 செகண்ட்ஸில் உங்களுக்கு எல்லா கோடிங்லேருந்து எல்லாமே வந்துடுது. The only way you have to give a proper prompting over it. Okay, next. So I would like to give a stress upon these 3 titles: large language models, vision language model, and multimodal systems. Already you have gone through various case studies, but what is LLM? Large language model. So in the large language model, what is the purpose of this language model? முதல்ல பார்த்தீங்கன்னா NLPன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, natural language processing, natural language understanding, natural language generation. இது எல்லாமே கலந்தது LLM ஆயிடுச்சு. இதில் மினி LLM, நோட்புக் LLM, ஸோ ஏகப்பட்ட LLMs வந்துடுச்சு. All these which is support for us, for our research and the improvement purpose. அதுதான் சொன்னாலே ஒரே வார்த்தை. The first slide itself I have just shown you that we are doing multitasking. நம்ம மல்டிடாஸ்கிங்க்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுற மாதிரி it's that agentic AI is working. Even if you want to build your resumes, நீங்கள் ரெஸ்யூம்ஸே கேட்டு இப்போ என்னுடைய இந்த நேரத்துக்கு இந்த குவாலிஃபிகேஷனுக்கு இவ்வளோ சிஜிபிஏக்கு நான் எப்படி ரெஸ்யூம் போட்டால் எனக்கு இந்த ரோலுக்கு நீ எனக்கு செலக்ட் பண்ணி கொடுப்பேன்னு மட்டும் சார்ஜிபிட்ட கேளுங்க, இல்லை வேறு எனி தட் கோட் ஜென்ரேஷன் கேளுங்க. இட் வில் கிவ் அ பர்ஃபெக்ட் ரெஸ்யூம்ஸ். Lot of resume builders are available. Okay, so because of this LLM you can resume build பண்ணணுமா, ரெசிபி எழுதணுமா, இல்லை உங்களுடைய ஹோம்ஒர்க்கை போடணுமா, ஈவன் அசைன்மெண்ட்ஸ் எழுதணுமா, இட் இஸ் சப்போர்ட்டிங் யூ அ லாட். ஒன்லி திங் இப்போ என்னன்னா நம்மக்கிட்ட வந்து ஜிபூம்பா இருக்குது, நம்ம என்ன பண்ணக்கூடாது, அதை வச்சு அண்டர் எஸ்டிமேட் பண்ணிடக்கூடாது, அண்டர் யூட்டிலைஸ் பண்ணிடக்கூடாது, ஓவர் யூட்டிலைஸ் பண்ணி நம்மளுடைய இன்டெலிஜென்ஸையும் விட்டுறக்கூடாது. ஸோ யூஸிங் அவர் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் we have to make this agentic AI as a very supportive to us, and you have to do wonderful achievements. Okay, the next one is vision language model. Actually, have you all heard about question answering system? நிறைய கொஷின் ஆன்சரிங் சிஸ்டம் இருக்குது. முதல்லலாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ தான் நம்ம சாட்ஜிபிட்டியை வச்சுட்டு உட்காந்துருக்கோம். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி வில் பி யூஸ் டு do with that Yahoo question answering system, Reddit, Stack Overflow. இப்போ ஒரு கோடிங்கில் ப்ராப்ளம் வந்துச்சுன்னா யாரை அப்ரோச் பண்ணுவோம்? ஃபுல்லாக ஸ்டாக் ஓவர்ஃப்ளோவில் போடுவோம். இதில் எனக்கு இந்த கோடில் இங்கே செட்டப் வரலை, இந்த என்விரான்மெண்ட் செட் ஆகலை, விஷுவல் ஸ்டுடியோ ரன் ஆகலை, .NET ஒர்க் ஆகலை. We used to post it in the Stack Overflow and we'll be getting various solution over it. How many of you worked on that Stack Overflow? ஏன்னா இப்போ நீங்கள் எல்லாம் சாட்ஜிபிட்ட இருக்கிறதுனால இருக்கும். மேபி என்னுடைய இதில் இருக்க அவனோட ஃபேக்கல்ட்டி ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் அதை யோசிச்சு பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. ஸோ தட் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் சப்போர்ட் யூ ஹாவ். இப்போ உங்களுக்கு வேறு என்ன வேணும்? ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐ உங்ககிட்ட இருக்குது. யூ ஹாவ் ஆல் தி பில்ட்-இன் மாடல்ஸ் வித் யூ. ஸோ பேஸ்ட் ஆன் தட் யூ ஹாவ் டு டூ லாட் ஆஃப் ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ், லாட் ஆஃப் அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் ஓவர் அண்ட் அபோவ் ஆன் இட். மேம் நான் எப்படி பண்ண முடியும் மேம், இதில் என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? இருக்கிற ப்ராஜெக்டை அதில் போட்டு எக்ஸ்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணாமல் உங்களுடைய இன்னோவேட்டிவ் தாட்ஸ், தட் இஸ் தி மெயின் எய்ம் ஆம்பிஷன் ஆஃப் திஸ் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ். ஸோ தட்ஸ் வாட் தே ஹவ் கிவன் 2026 பியாண்ட் ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐ. வாட் இஸ் பை ரைசிங் யுவர் கரியர் பாத். உங்கள் கரியருக்கு என்ன வேணும்? ரெஸ்யூம் பில்ட் பண்ணணும். இப்போ அதே மாதிரி வாட் ஆர் த ஸ்கில் செட் விச் ஐ நீட் டு ப்ரிப்பேர் மை செல்ஃப் ஃபார் எக்யூப்பிங் வித் த companies. So உங்க ட்ரீம் கம்பெனியை ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணி உங்களுடைய கேப் அனலைஸ் பண்ணிட்டு you can come out with this. Okay, there are lot of various tools are there, and you can, because நம்மளுடைய செல்ஃப் அனாலிசிஸ் வந்து you can that is called SWOT analysis. நம்மளுடைய strength என்ன, weakness என்ன, opportunities and the challenges. SWOT னு சொல்லலாம், SWAC னு சொல்லலாம். So challenges are threats. So you need to analyze and use this agentic AI for your prosperous future. I'll give 2 or 3 minutes time. I can take up some questions. If there is any questions, next slide pongma. Next. I have mentioned some of the tools already. I think already you might be knowing. Next. This is the transformer work. Next. இதில் தான் ஆக்சுவலாக வி ஹவ் கிவன் த ட்ரைனிங் சம். நான் ஒரு அனிமல் இமேஜ் கொடுத்துருந்தேன். பட் லாட் ஆஃப் ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ் வி ஆர் டூயிங் வித் த டிசீஸ் அனாலிசிஸ், டயக்னோசிங் ஆஃப் ஸ்டமக் கேன்சர். ஹெல்த் கேரில் நம்மளுடைய ஏஐ ரொம்ப ப்ளே பண்ணுது. அண்ட் ஒன் மோர் திங் ஐ ஜஸ்ட் வாண்ட் டு டெல் யூ, AI is the computer science, or AI is not a separate division. Now it is like a water or salt. Everywhere. Without computer science, nobody can stand alone. Because ஒரு ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் போகிறீங்களா, ஹெல்த் கேர் அனலிட்டிக்ஸ் இருக்குது. அண்ட் when you are going for a spatial data with the satellite, then there plays a computer science. Everywhere, even சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி இன்சூரன்ஸ், எந்த டொமைனில் போனாலும் கம்ப்யூட்டர் சயின்ஸ் இல்லாமல் ஒரு டொமைனே கிடையாது. ஸோ there are lot of opportunities are there. Okay, next multimodal. Already you know the text, audio, video, everything you can make it. Even suppose if you want to generate the visual communication, students ku theriyuma enna tella, ipo suppose if you want to promote yourself, or if you want to prepare develop an advertisement. Okay, ipo or water bottle advertisement kudukununa, you can prompt a girl or boy with a water bottle promoting the importance of having that water bottle in the playground environment கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா அழகா 30 seconds க்கு வீடியோ ஜெனரேட் பண்ணி வரும். How many of you know that? Yes, because everything is in our hands. இதை நம்ம வச்சு நம்ம டைமை சேவ் பண்ணி how we have to improve ourselves. That is very important. Okay, good. I'm very happy to see this. Next இல்லை இந்த ஸ்லைடே மூவ் பண்ணுங்க. அவ்வளோதான். Actually, I just want to discuss with some of the case studies. Supply chain management, traditional supply chain struggle to adapt the real time disruptions like weather or traffic. இப்போ நம்ம டிராஃபிக் ப்ரிடிக்ஷன் பண்ணிக்கலாம், வெதர் ப்ரிடிக்ட் பண்ணலாம். இத்தனை மணிக்கு இவ்வளோ செகண்டில் மழை வரும், இவ்வளோ நேரம் மழை வரும்னா இட்ஸ் கம்மிங் அப் நவ். ஓகே, சன்னி டே, ஸ்ட்ராங், எல்லாமே எப்படி பண்ணாங்க. இட் இஸ் தேர் கம்ஸ் தி ஏஜென்டிக் ஏ ரோல்ஸ். ஓகே, நெக்ஸ்ட் கேஸ் ஸ்டடி அண்ட் இமெயில் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட். நம்மளுடைய இமெயிலை நம்மளே பார்த்து இதெல்லாம் ஸ்பேமுக்கு போய் இதெல்லாம் வந்து ஸ்டாக் அப்டேட்ஸ் இதெல்லாம் நமக்கு தெரிய வேணாம். தட் ஏஜென்டிக் ஏ வில் டேக் கேர் அபவுட் இட். ஓகே, நெக்ஸ்ட். ஸோ ஐ கேன் ஆன்சர் சம் ஆஃப் தி queries. நெக்ஸ்ட். அவ்வளோதான் நினைக்கிறேன். So you can start work more on research over agentic AI. Don't look at it is a normal ChatGPT. சும்மா உங்களுடைய ஒரு பெரிய பூதத்தை சாதாரணமாக சின்ன வேலை செய்ய யூஸ் பண்ணாதீங்க. யூஸ் இட் பிக். You apply your innovative thoughts and build a large model. I wish you all the best for your very good project and very good team leads or very good company owners, CEOs. Okay, if you have any doubts, ask me. Otherwise, thank you for the opportunity.
We are truly grateful to Dr. Jaya Aravindan for sharing her expertise with us. Your session has certainly given us much to reflect upon. Thank you.
Check. A very good evening, distinguished dignitaries, respected speakers, researchers, industry leaders, faculty members, and dear participants. As we arrive at the valedictory session of 2026 and beyond, Rise of Agentic AI as a Career Path, we are not merely sorry for the inconvenience. We are waiting for a chief guest for the valediction session. So please let us wait.
In the meantime, any of the students here would like to come forward, just talk about today's proceedings? Anybody interested? Anybody would like to share any inputs? Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the chief guest is not arrived. So anybody, the audience, anybody who wants to share their thoughts on what they picked up today or anything, any questions, anything which is still not answered? Any student out there, any outside college student, anybody even from staff? Any suggestions to make the next years even better? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Anybody, any volunteers? Think anybody would like to share any thoughts? Nobody, so many people are there. No one wants to. We have time. I think we are waiting for esteemed chief guest.
Hello, sir. This is from Avachi College of Arts and Science, Assistant Professor Vanati Kopi Krishna. Sir, nice to have you along with us live. Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Thank you. Yeah.
Sir, we just had a presentation from Jaya Madam from Crescent. It was a wonderful presentation. And Madam has told one statement saying that AI is something that sorry, sir, we have a guest here. We'll just take few seconds, let him settle down. Can I continue?
Please go ahead.
So employment loss of job will not happen even AI is on the highlight. That is what Madam told. Yes, I agree with that. But when it comes into the logistic management, sir, but we have been coming into the issue nowadays and day to day that I have found, and there are a lot of analytical and the statistical records say that a loss of employment is happening in logistic division. That is because of the AI. Because everything what a human can do, due to AI, the machineries can do it paga. And totally that particular little bit of things I want to highlight of answer properly and explanation for that. If you somebody can do that, can do a presentation on that or a.
Yeah, thank you for that. Every field, it's not only logistics, right? So whether it is, except as somebody said in healthcare, where it is quite advanced, the logistics, manufacturing, which includes supply chain, healthcare, education, whole lot of areas, there is a huge scope for AI replacement. So as rightly somebody, Mr. Arul said, somebody is going to say blindly that there will be no loss of jobs. That's not a correct statement, right? It's something is happening in front of us where repetitive jobs, as we call it, repetitive process automation, it is taking over jobs, be it agentic AI or LLM. It started happening, not today. It's some time back. Now it is all the more visible, right? As Arun was talking about the 30 billion IBM, this thing, even the biggest of IBM guys are really wondering, the COBOL experts, right? What Claude going to do, right? Is it really going to replace the codes or it's hype? So it's happening across, not just in logistics. You're absolutely right. There are a lot of routine jobs which are getting replaced. But the bottom line to note is those who get replaced are the ones who really don't master the skills needed in the respective domain. If I'm really going to be on top of my logistics domain, as an expert in supply chain or as expert in blockchain, as somebody in shipments, somebody in freight forwarding, somebody in procurement, or somebody who's specifically into procurement and steel, cement, and things like that, my domain ability, my niche skill sets, combined with how I use technology, which is basically AI, to better myself, will definitely position myself better than the people who are actually looking out for a job. and that way I'll ensure I'll stay on top of the game, right? So the bottom line is that it's not logistics. Any field where AI skills are not being utilized by the individual, he will get replaced by another individual who replaces the AI skills better with a niche domain knowledge, right? So the niche domain knowledge, adaptability to the situation, and then improving your skill sets, which almost every speaker touched on, are the three golden mantras for us to stay ahead of the competition, right? So for sure jobs will go, but the number of jobs that are going to get created, especially in the logistics and healthcare sector, are going to be much more than the jobs which might be lost on the routine basis. And that is where people should focus their skill sets on. That's my response. Thank you.
A very happy evening, chief guest, respected speakers, researchers, industry leaders, faculty members, and dear participants. As we arrive at the valedictory session of 2026 and beyond, Rise of Agentic AI as a Career Path. We are not merely concluding a conference, we are closing a powerful chapter of discourse on autonomous system, decision intelligence, multi-agent, collaboration, and the transformative future of agentic AI. Today's deliberations have taken us beyond traditional automation into the realm of goal-driven, adaptive, and self-orchestrating AI ecosystem. Let us now begin the valedictory ceremony with grace and gratitude. To invoke positive energy and collective harmony as we conclude this intellectually stimulating conference, I request everyone to rise for the prayer song.
எனக்கு வேண்டும் வரங்களை இசை பேர்கேளாய் கணபதி எனக்கு வேண்டும் வரங்களை இசை பேர்கேளாய் கணபதி மனதில் சலனமே தோன்றாமல் மனதில் சலனமே தோன்றாமல் நினைக்கும் பொழுது நின் மௌன செயல் வேண்டும் கணக்கும் செல்வம் வயது இவையும் தரணி கடவாயே எனக்கு வேண்டும் வரங்களை இசை பேர்கேளாய் கணபதி இசை பேர்கேளாய் கணபதி நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் நதி சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனலும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிடமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Thank you. Please be seated. To formally commence this valedictory session, I now invite Ms. Valyame, Head of BCA, to deliver the welcome address for the valedictory ceremony.
Hari Om. Good evening to our respected Secretary, Principal, distinguished Chief Guest, Mr. Mike Muralidharan from Ethiraj College for Women, esteemed faculty members, and dear participants. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory session of our International Conference on Agentic AI. As we bring this enriching journey of intellectual exchange to a close, I feel proud of the meaningful discussions, insightful research presentations, and the collaborative spirit that have defined this event. We are deeply honored to have our respective Chief Guest Mr. Mike Muralidharan with us today to share this concluding moment. His presence truly adds value to this occasion. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the speakers who shared their expertise and knowledge throughout the conference. A special appreciation to all the participants whose enthusiasm and active engagement made this conference a great success. Let us carry forward the knowledge, ideas, and inspiration gained during these sessions. Once again, warm welcome to one and all presence here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for setting the tone for this concluding session. Now, we would like to give you a glimpse of our campus and our achievements. Sit back and enjoy the audio video presentation of our college.
Kochi College of Arts and Science is the visionary creation of our esteemed secretary, Mr. AVM K. Shanmugam. Affiliated with the prestigious University of Madras, the institution stands as a distinguished center of academic excellence, holistic development, and global empowerment. Dedicated to shaping the leaders of tomorrow, we foster student-centered learning, encourage dynamic industry academia interactions, and uphold a strong foundation in value-based education, paving the way for a brighter future. Situated in the heart of the city in Virgambakam, Chennai, the college provides seamless access to major transport hubs, ensuring a hassle-free commute for students. Our well-connected location makes quality education easily accessible to all. The campus features world-class infrastructure, offering state-of-the-art facilities for an immersive learning experience. It includes spacious, ergonomically designed classrooms with LCD projectors, PA systems, and LED-focused lights. A green, eco-friendly environment with rainwater harvesting promotes sustainability, while a fully functional sports complex includes a specialized cricket bowling net. Additionally, the cutting-edge auditorium, equipped with advanced Dolby Atmos sound and lighting, high-tech computer and media labs, and a well-stocked library, ensures students have access to the best resources. We are proud to have Ambassador T.S. Tirumurthy, former Ambassador of India to the UN and former Secretary to the Government of India, as a professor of Emeritus. Alongside him, the professors of practice bring real-world expertise from industries such as data science, cybersecurity, cinematography, banking, and more. Students receive personalized mentorship from specialists in various fields, ensuring they are well prepared for successful careers. The AVM Mastermind program is a distinguished quiz competition designed to spark curiosity and honor the pursuit of knowledge. Hosted by the esteemed Master, Diwan to the Prince of Arcot, Nawab Zada Dr. Muhammad Asif Ali, this thrilling intellectual challenge unites some of the brightest young minds from schools across the city. Our faculty members actively participate in faculty development programs to stay updated with industry trends and innovative teaching methods, ensuring a dynamic education. We encourage students to enroll in SWAYAM and NPTEL courses, with many earning prestigious certifications. With strong industry connections and professional affiliations, the institution holds prestigious registrations with renowned organizations. These affiliations enhance academic credibility while opening doors to invaluable networking, internships, and career opportunities. MOUs, the college fosters strong industry and academic collaborations, providing students with hands-on learning, industry exposure, and professional growth. Our departments provide interdisciplinary learning, fostering career-oriented skills, personal development, and professional readiness. We instill global awareness, social responsibility, and promote mental and physical well-being to shape well-rounded individuals. With a strong focus on employable skills, we prepare students for success in a competitive world. Our students are not only academic achievers, they also lead in sports. Beyond the classroom, students shine in co-curricular, extracurricular, and cultural activities, excelling in both inter and inter-college games. These experiences boost their morale, enhance skills, and shape their personality for success. A variety of clubs promote personal growth, leadership, and social responsibility. From NSS, RRC, ARC, and EDC to the Go Green Club, Enviro Club, and the Citizen Consumer Club, the Fine Arts Club, AVM Film Club, and the Book Reading Club. Urge creativity. The Child Rights Clubs empower to make a difference. Art of Living promotes yoga practices by conducting weekly sessions that include regular breathing exercise and activities for healthy living. Students actively participate in cleaning beaches and temples, contributing to a cleaner and greener environment. Through tutoring school students, we nurture young minds and support education for all. By distributing sustainability products and spreading awareness on e-waste management, we promote responsible living. Our commitment to shaping future-ready professionals is reflected in exceptional placement and internship opportunities. Our dedicated placement cell connects students with top recruiters and leading organizations, ensuring a seamless transition from campus to corporate life. Through skill development programs and collaborations with leading organizations, we equip students with the knowledge and expertise needed for success. Strong industry collaborations have led to valuable internship opportunities, providing real world exposure and hands on experience. Our global network of recruiters recognizes and values our students' talent, offering them exciting career opportunities worldwide. AVM's Masterclass, the first of its kind, is hosted by the Department of Visual Communication at the Chennai International Film Festival, bringing students closer to the world of cinema. With 5 successful editions and insights from over 3 masters of cinema, this platform has inspired learners from across India. The Department of Criminology offers a certification course on cybersecurity in financial sector. It combines theoretical learning with hands-on training from industry experts. Additionally, students gain exposure and knowledge by visiting the law enforcement offices such as the prison, police station, courts, and more. The General Department promotes knowledge sharing by distributing books to aspiring students, fostering a culture of learning and growth. Along with the degree program, the Department of Accounting and Finance offers training in the CMA program. This approach equips students with both academic knowledge and professional certification, enhancing their competitiveness in the job market. The Department of Corporate Secretaryship is committed to shaping future professionals. By conducting CSET classes, they guide students on the path of becoming ATS professionals. Beyond academics, the department actively engaged in corporate social responsibility initiatives. From temple cleaning to visiting ashrams and supporting special needs children, they instill values of compassion and service. The Department of Bank Management enhances traditional learning by incorporating monopoly themes into its teaching methods, making financial concepts more interactive and engaging for children. The Department of Computer Science and DCA offers a unique program where alumni share their knowledge while also promoting game-based learning. To bridge the gap between theory and practice, the Department of Business Administration organizes boot camps where students participate in experiential learning, interactive workshops, real-world problem solving, and hands-on activities, enhancing their industry readiness. Also, each day a student presents a Tirukural verse along with a relevant story, making ancient wisdom applicable to modern business ethics and personal development. This practice fosters critical thinking and ethical decision making among students. We take immense pride in university ground holders whose dedication and hard work have brought top honors. With a strong academic foundation, expert faculty, and a supportive working environment, students continue to achieve excellence. Every moment here is a celebration. We take pride in hosting diverse festivals and events, embracing national and global traditions with enthusiasm. From cultural festivities to international observances, the campus thrives with unity, joy, and vibrant experiences, celebrating diversity and togetherness. At Avatar College of Arts and Science, we believe in recognizing and nurturing every student's individual talent. Through special mentoring initiatives, we guide them towards excellence, equipping them with the skills and confidence to succeed. With dedicated guidance and a strong learning environment, we empower students to unlock their true potential, transforming them from no one to someone.
Now, to revisit the journey and contribution of a visionary academic leader, let us direct our attention. Before that, we are privileged to have join us virtually through geographical distance and technology powered by intelligent system keeps us seamlessly connected. I now invite Mr. Ramkumar sir to address the gathering via Zoom. Sir, we are honored to have you with us in Zoom.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Am I audible? Am I audible? Can you hear me? Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Before that, let's see a AV, sir.
Thank you.
Now, to revisit the journey and contribution of a visionary academic leader, let us direct our attention to the audio-visual presentation of Mr. Ramkumar.
With over 3 decades of experience across the GCC and Africa, Mr. Ramkumar Narayanan is a distinguished enterprise solutions expert and trusted digital transformation partner. Holding a master's in accounting and finance along with CMA credentials, he brings together deep financial expertise and technology leadership. He has successfully delivered over 30 large-scale ERP programs across industries consistently, on time, within budget, and with customer satisfaction at the heart of every engagement. As the dynamic and visionary managing partner of ITware LLC, he spearheads impactful and future-ready enterprise solutions with strategic clarity and excellence. Closer to home, he serves as our esteemed college IT department mentor, professor of practice, and dedicated chairperson of the mentorship program. A guiding force, an inspiring leader, and truly the backbone behind the success of all the initiatives of Avachi College of Arts and Science. We are proud to have his guidance and leadership with us.
We are privileged to have him join us virtually through geographically distant, technology powered by intelligent systems, keeps us seamlessly connected. And I will invite Mr. Ramkumar sir to the gathering via Zoom. Sir, we are honored to have you with us in Zoom.
Yeah. Can I go ahead?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, respected chief guest, Mr. Mike Muralidhar. My sincere apologies, sir, because of the current situation, I'm stuck in Dubai, so I had planned to come over there for the whole conference. So sorry for that. Iniye Kale Vanakal to all the dignitaries of the stage, Mr. Shanmugam, Dr. Boomer, principal, and all staff, dedicated staff of the college and the day students. Uh, it's been a fascinating day for us. You know, this conference was planned almost 3-4 months back. A lot of uncertainties, but finally it has come true today. We wanted to focus on agentic AI because we had done the first conference on the normal AI when I think we are the first arts and science college to do this in 2023. We followed up with 2024 with one on banking. And today was a agentic AI where we thought we should focus on something and moving forward. So I think we had a great day. Before I summarize, I think I'll just take 5 or 10 minutes just to give a brief overview of what we have done so far. I think 9 years ago, or 8 or 9 years ago, I think my dear friend Shanmugam, we have been classmates for the last 40-45 years. Thanks to technology, we are still in touch. I think when he started the college, he just invited me to come over and I asked him casually. So I went in, just gave a small lecture to the BCom students and what's happening around on the finance and technology field, just casually. And then we just thought it's a one-off speech. And then he said, it looks good. So I think there is a gap between academics and what's happening. Why not we continue this? So slowly started, possibly there were 200, 300 students in the college. Today, I think we are almost nearing 4 digits. I think we have got BSc, BCA, BCom, CA, whole lot of BCom streams, right? And then Viscom, forensic science. The college really expanded under the vision and guidance of Mr. Shanmugam. I think he really moved forward and then he wanted me to take over mentorship and then I really wanted something different, 35 years of working in the industry. I thought I should give back something to the society. So when we studied in 79, 82, Shanmugam would recall, we hardly had anybody who could tell us what's happening, right? And even the parents knew that we are doing college. Nobody knew what we were doing. So we thought it's a duty to give back what little we gained in the last 3 or 4 decades, right? That's the only way of empowering the next generation. So we started this mentorship program. I think it's really become a dynamic powerhouse of technology innovation, not just in BCA and BSc, which is virtually, I think, thanks to Mr. Shanmugam, is virtually with me. All the esteemed staff, professors, Princi ma'am. So it's something great to work with such a dynamic, committed team, right? And what we are doing is that we have got a group, we have got lots of seminars. I think we are possibly the only arts and science college during pandemic. We had more than 150, 200 webinars in those 2 years, right? Every second day we had something or other happening. And most of it was around technology and e-commerce, right? Even 3-4 years back. So we're trying to bridge this industry gap, trying to get a lot of multinational company placements. I think BSc, BCA alone have crossed more than 100, 125 placements in the last 3 years. A lot of new companies coming in. The confidence to the third year students to look at the world, face the interviews is something really, I think I can take humbly say that the team has really worked hard to get to this, right? Shanmugam's mission has always been to facilitate the transformation from no one to someone or nobody to somebody. And that vision he has shared with me, right? So you can come from any background, any religion, any community, or any economic background. What matters is, right, it's not defined by a position, but by right mentorship and persistence, where you can get there. And when you look back 5-10 years down the line with this institution, you should be really proud that we gave you the basics and fundamentals, right? That's the whole philosophy of this mentorship. And I think Mr. Mike is there. I think he's running Ethiraj College. Mr. Shanmugam told me that he's doing a lot of great things there. Two colleges are trying to synergize in all these areas. We'd be more than happy to coordinate with Mr. Mike's team on all these initiatives which we are taking here. I think we incidentally, sir, share a similar relationship. I think I had worked in Oman for a long time. I think you are also with Bhagwan Cybertech. I think you're one of those starter company along with Mr. Durga Prasad and Hind Madam to start a company which has really grown so big in Oman. I was also associated with Ms. Darvish Madam, I think Ms. Reem Zawabi and all those groups during large projects way back in 2000. So Oman is very, very close to my heart. I think that's the first country which really had huge empowerment of women. So thank you so much, sir, for coming and honoring us on this occasion. Right. Before I go into today's conference, right, at the end of the day, we can talk big about AI, automation, and all that. I always keep saying, without people, without empathy, without the trust relationship, friendship, nothing happens, right? Our relationship, my relationship with Mr. Shanmugam and my college group of 7982 Viveka is a great example. Even today, we stand united. We have a WhatsApp group, we chat all that, but beyond that, we want to contribute back. Every one of us is trying to, including Mr. Tirumurthy was there in the slide, right? He's comes every time when we require support, even though he's been at the highest level in the Indian government and United Nations, right? So we have people like that who are always willing to help the next generation. And so we are using this group to empower the next generation, right? So that is something which AI cannot do. And second is a wonderful team, which been working with me for the last 3 years in the college. I'd be failing in my duty if I don't take 2 minutes to mention their names and what they've done. First and foremost is Dr. Uma Madam, was really the principal of the college. Her energy, her commitment, her focus, and the way she goes behind every event is simply amazing, right? Thank you so much, ma'am, for putting so much effort, putting her heart out. Big applause to her, right? She's the backbone of all this, and she really worked beautifully on this. I don't think she'll like this, but I have to say, though she's from commerce background, so much of Dhyan and AA has gone into her the last 5 years as part of the group that she recently went and she was a guest speaker for a college, another college, Agarwal College, if I'm right, where she told me that they invited her as one of the speakers on artificial intelligence, right? Even though she comes from a completely different background, to her credit, she went and did the lecture, which shows the kind of involvement everybody, right from Mr. Shanmugam, has got in technology, because he wants to empower using technology the whole college, right? That's the vision. And we all work with him on this vision, right? So just an example. And then I think I have a list of people. So I think the Vaishnavi and Deepa Sri, who are basically from the two respective departments, took up the challenge. And 4 months back, and I told them that who wants to take it up. They immediately said, yes, sir, we'll take it up. And then under the guidance of Ms. Valemai, head of BCA, took the responsibility. She coordinated all the academic papers. 45 papers have been submitted today and then organized, right? So many outside people have submitted papers. She took responsibility along with Professor Sivgami on this. And then Janani and Priya, I think they worked a lot in the entire design, all the audio videos issue, so much of clarity in all the submissions, right? And then we have Sri Janani. Though she comes from BCom CA, which is a new department, she's taken so much interest, right? She wants to do something for the students. She coordinated the entire Viscom significantly in all the visual presentations, right? No amount of AI can do all this, right? I'm just trying to put the name because at the end of the day, we can say AI, robotic, and all that. We need the human touch. We need the commitment of the people. That's why I'm just giving these names, right? She coordinated a lot along with Dr. Renuka on this. Right, so it's all a teamwork, right? It's just not me or Shanmugam or Princey. We have a whole team working with us, demonstrating our strength as a teamwork, right? That is very, very important. And this is just an example that beyond AI and beyond robotics, we still need people as a team to effectively work to deliver something. And today is a testament to all that, right? Thank you so much, team, for all the wonderful work. Sorry about it. Maybe I would have really pushed you beyond your limits sometime in the evenings, sometimes by 24/7 on the WhatsApp group chats, calls. But that's the only way Stevens work, right? It sometimes needs a lot of work and coordination. Thank you so much at the end of the day. Today's conference was great. I think we had Mr. Bala, a good friend, who's always there. He talked about, I think, 3 stages and a signal, cooperating his block on possibly adoption, absorption, and application. And then a good friend, Mr. Arun Chandrasekhar from Gartner, talked to us about 4 skill sets: use case identification, technical feasibility, effective prompting, discriminant, and how we should use AI to empower skill sets. We had a great panel discussion spearheaded Mr. Jubran. I think he beautifully handled the sessions. A lot of effectiveness came out from infrastructure of AI, then manufacturing from Prabhu, and then we had the gentleman from AI Era who talked about how beautifully it's been all synced together. And then from automotive, I think there is a different way of how the Chinese are way ahead of us in AI, and how as Indians we are adopting, and even the Indian automotive is moving forward, right? And then we had 4 great studies, case studies, one from Shravan, one we had from accounts payable automation from Interest team, who always been taking students from us, and then again followed by one from AI Iran. How do we do the kind of background checks we have for employability, and then one which was the last one, which is one on how the AI can practically demonstrate with an example of multi-languages setup, right? So 4 great studies, and then academician, which is not there in the last 2 seminars. Thanks to Dr. Jafar, she came around. She beautifully illustrated how the academics are now bridging the gap with industry and what are all happening in her college and across the industry. Right? She also kindly consented to look at the papers and choose the best ones. Thank you, ma'am, for that. So we really picked up a lot from all these sessions today, and of course, we are going to hear from Mr. Mike and what he's going to give us his perspective of, because he's an industry veteran as well as he's running a very successful college for the last so many years. So I think it'll be great to hear from him on what is on, right? My only closing take in all this is that when you step out of this conference, I think the three key takeaways which I've been emphasizing to all the students is that the first one is master the agentic mindset. That's the first point, right? Don't just use UA. You just learn to design it. I see how the workflows are coming, how the different departments are working, how does the agentic AI workflow work, what it is replacing, what is not replacing. That's the first point, right? You need to understand what's happening around us. The second one is the same thing, the human advantage over AI. We have empathy, we have leadership capabilities, we have ethical judgment capabilities, we have analytical capabilities. Try to increase the soft skills, complement the soft skills that can never be replaced by AI. So that is becomes the need of the hour for all of you students. The human advantage has become a huge leap for us to take that into account. Adopt the third and last point is adopt the professor in you spirit, meaning you possibly need to continue this bridge and also find out that how not to be replaced by AI, which means you need to increase your supplement your skill sets, become a niche expert. Not everything can do everything, right? It's better to be master of one subject and ace those skill sets rather than just trying to keep your hand in everything, right? Today the world is very huge. There are at least 100 topics in AI where one can take it up and specialize. So try to be focused on the niche domain, right? So I think we are giving you a great platform. We have brought all the industry veterans to the college. We got some great professors who have been trained the trainer approach, who have all been working with us, the mentorship team. I'm just not one. There is a huge mentorship team working with me to pass on all this experience, right? So it's almost 9 years since the college started. Momentum has picked up. We have closed lots of gaps between the classrooms and the board, as they say. Our students, I can say confidently, are ready for the interviews. They're ready to face the technology world. And as I keep repeating, it's only a matter of time before I see one of you in the next 5 years or whatever start an unicorn industry. That's my wish. And I'm sure with all the collective efforts, it'll happen. And that will be the proudest day for all our college when somebody walks up and says, I'm heading a unicorn and this is what I got from Avicii and that's the base for me. Right. Thank you so much. Maybe I've taken slightly more time, but then I really wanted to thank all the people who are participating here. It's been a great event. We are not going to stop here. It's just the journey continues as the AI continues. We'll be doing something more innovative during the year in the later half, as well as something next year. The team is here to continue, and we are all here to empower the next generation to greater heights. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for insightful address and for emphasizing how agentic AI is reshaping not just career but cognitive ecosystem across industries. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, let's now watch a short AV highlighting the remarkable journey and contribution of a distinguished guest, Mr. Mike Muralidharan, sir.
Passion, purpose, and the power to create meaningful change. That's what defines truly inspiring leadership, and that perfectly reflects the journey of B.M. Muralidharan, fondly known as Mr. Mike Muralidharan. With over 4 decades of experience across the IT industry, higher education, and social service, he has consistently worked with a clear sense of purpose. As the chairman of the Board of Trustees at Ethiraj College for Women, he plays a pivotal role in empowering thousands of students while also contributing to education policy as the member of the Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education. His leadership journey also includes serving as a director and COO at Bhavan Cybertech Group, along with his inspiring social impact work through Alert NGO. And honestly, this combination of professional excellence and social commitment that makes his perspective so valuable today. We had the distinct honor of welcoming Mr. Mike Muralidharan as a chief guest for the valedictory session.
It is now time to felicitate a leader who stands at the intersection of innovation, AI strategy, and global technological transformation. I request our Secretary, Mr. AVMK Shanmugam sir, along with Principal Dr. N. Bhuma ma'am, to felicitate our chief guest, Mr. Mike Muralidharan sir. Thank you, sir. Also, we are privileged to have Ms. Ramya Bharatraj, a business development, who has joined us today. I now invite ma'am to stage for felicitation. I invite our secretary, sir, Mr. AVMK Shanmugam, along with principal ma'am, to felicitate Ms. Ramya ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And now, the moment we have been eagerly waiting to hear from the expert himself. I invite Mr. Mike Muralidharan sir to deliver his valedictory address, sharing his perspectives on the future trajectory of agentic AI, autonomous agents, and emerging AI-driven career architectures. Sir, over to you.
What's your name, ma? Huh? Thanks, Danya. I think she's rocking, man. Good. So it's a global because you're virtually having Mr. Ramkumar from the other side. So very good, fantastic. These are all experiences you should not miss. First of all, I'm so delighted to be here alongside my dear friend, Mr. AVMK Shanmugam. And I'm so, what do you call, I didn't even realize it's 9 years. So when Mr. Ramko was saying 9 years, times run so fast and the college has evolved so beautifully and with a lot of vibrance and energy. Congratulations to you on that, Shanmugam. In fact, Mr. Ramkumar, when he was talking, I could resonate very well, primarily because the words that come out actually it is so human. Agentic AI we are talking about, but that's all fine. But whatever said and done, when he was talking about, okay, Mr. Shanmugam, Dr. Bhuma, or everybody, Dr. Valyamai, or all the people here, all the mentors, why are we not just giving you one computer and saying, okay, learn agentic AI? Why are we all required? Why are we all required? If you look at it seriously, I think sometimes when people talk about agentic AI, how will you, what you call, not allow human species to be replaced by agentic? It looks like world is coming to an end. It's looking as if you mean to say in 2126, 100 years from now, do you think we'll be having nobody and everything will be agentic AI? Ultimately, world is going to be with people living. Why world? I sometimes feel if you think in a very lateral fashion, you may discover one more world, Mars, and somebody will have a real estate agency which will take you to Mars and give you acres of land there. You will have a different problem, different transport, different issues to solve. If you look at it 300, 400 years back, or 100 years back when horse carriages had to be, were replaced by cars or trains or whatever, it would have looked like people have lost livelihoods. It's going to keep changing. And I think first thing I feel is don't think agentic AI is the end of the world. And it's not going to be there in 2 years down the line. I think Mr. Ramkumar is also in the same field. We'll find new jargons to frighten you with. So don't even worry about it. In fact, if you seriously look at it, when did the word AI begin? Does any of you know? Somebody would have told you through the day. Anybody knows when the concept of AI was born? 1956. I'll tell you, it's like at those days, ultimately it's all automation, which is evolving into something different. In fact, incidentally, around the same time, there was something else which was also born through innovation in Coimbatore. Same, almost 1954-55. Wet grinder. It's an innovation. I'll tell you, somebody thought about one stone, you pushed the stone, and somebody said, why the stone should move around? Let the world move around. And I'll tell you, that's how people think. And immediately what happens? The person who was possibly working on that, today who operates that? I don't think, nobody. In fact, when the support staff come in first, they'll ask you whether you have washing machine, whether you have wet grinder. Of course, now it's all crossed. I'm talking about 20 years back itself. No, why I'm saying that is, in my humble opinion, artificial intelligence, look at it as a phrase. Artificial intelligence. Anything which is a tool which will help you do what you're doing in a routine fashion with a tool is artificial intelligence only. In fact, I remember in 1983-84 when I first saw Lotus Notes. There were three, the triumvirate, Lotus, DBase and WordStar. WordStar is that a word processing software. Now, of course, everything you do, you don't even think about word processing. Everything is word processed. DBase for database management, and Lotus was the spreadsheet or the Excel sheet that we use today. And when we had these Excel sheets, it was something new, no programming. You fill 20 fields. What if happens this? What if that happens? I said, what the hell is going to happen to these chartered accountants? What will they do? They were poring over reams and reams of sheets and figures and numbers. And what did they find? They found answers maybe after 1 week, and we were treating them like Ramanujan. These people know numbers. Like people like AVM K. Shanmugam knew numbers. Become done. What will they do? Today, Excel sheet has come. But Excel sheet came, so many other things came. Humans are remaining. The value addition was what took 1 week, 10 days was done probably in few seconds. But then there were more problems to solve. And more issues, more. I'll tell you something. So don't even think about it. When new tools and technologies come, associated problems also keep growing. when you can connect everything, when you can transfer money through the net, crores from US to India, India to Japan, anywhere you can transfer money. You don't even know whether it's transferred. You're trusting it also. Believe me, we are trusting it. You just say online transfer done, 10 lakhs done. Don't we trust it? At the same time, there's a problem. Cyber attacks. So, the moment we have a great solution, you have a bigger problem. And to solve that, you require more and more intelligence, more and more tools. All that is key. It's like a growing thing. That's why I'm saying, like horse carriages were replaced 100 years ago, 100 years later, what will you see? Will you say 2126? Will they say, no, there was something called agentic AI which came in 2026 and all humans lost job. No, something else will be doing then here. Don't even think about it. I'll tell you, I envy you guys. All you guys will be between the 18, 20, 21 bracket. First year, second year, third year. That's the range. You are all possibly 8, 9, 10, 12 years before was the first smartphone which came in. All of you have grown with the smartphone. தாத்தா சொல்றார் ரொம்ப பெருமையா என் பேரன் வந்து 2 years he knows how to use the open the my mobile with a password. He learned the column, which column works. And the Tata is very proud. So, like he learned mother tongue Tamil, probably English, probably numbers. He learned using the smartphone also from 2 years, 3 years. And all of you have never seen a key phone. You've all seen only smartphone. You got everything in your hand for the last 10, 12 years since the time you knew whatever gadget you used. You have used the apps, you have used everything. So for you to adopt anything new, call it agentic AI, we thought AI, generative AI, agentic AI. If we are bored with this word AI, we'll coin some other new word, don't worry about it. We had IoT, now everybody doesn't know, now quantum computing. In fact, for that matter, I was thinking, in fact, I like that empathy word that Mr. Ramkumar is talking about, because that is the one which I talk everywhere. What is empathy? I'll tell you one small thing. Empathy is not about யாரோ ஒருத்தர் பார்த்துட்டு பாவம் அப்படின்னு சொல்றது இல்லை. That is sympathy. Empathy is understanding the problem, solving it. You get the idea? Now look at something. I have had one personal experience. I'll tell you how empathy and a reverse sympathy works, and I want you to tell me if agentic AI will solve that particular problem. On a day at about, it was an international proposal to go somewhere, and in any place, however much you say, there will be somebody who's too critical with the knowledge of how to make that work. So the proposal was getting ready, and at about 6 o'clock or 5:30, somebody comes and tells me, was this so-and-so, who's very critically in that proposal stage, his father is admitted, father or whatever, who are very, very close, mother, somebody is admitted or getting admitted because of some cardiac issues and going into the ICU. So he has to go, but this proposal also has to go. Otherwise, if he goes there, his father will be in ICU, he'll take care. But if he doesn't, he leaves from here, our proposal will get into ICU. So what do we do? Then he said, no, I asked him to come. Then he came, and then I told him first thing, I didn't even ask him. I know what is happening. Go home. Go to your father. He said, Mike, what happens, this proposal? Leave it here. Just go and take care of that first. But I felt that's the most important. There's no negotiation in my mind. Right? Because I know, not if I were him, no. But I feel that is the right thing as a human thing to do. Then he left. He actually felt, how will you, no, forget it, you go. Then I called my guys. I told them, boss, he is not going to be around now. First take it. You will have some 1 or 2 people. Like if the head of department is not there, somebody else will be there. Somebody else has to do it. Do whatever it takes and submit it. I think it will work. Or you do something else. you try to get a postponement, a time extension for submitting the proposal. What are the two? All that was going on. Hurriedly, somebody reaching to the US and saying, this is what is the problem. Please tell the client that if we can get some more time. You can't tell one person is not going to be there and we cannot do it. So around 9 o'clock I receive a call. He says, Mike, where are you? Everything is okay? No, my father is inside of so everything is okay. Of course, nothing is, he is in the ICU, he is there right in the hospital corridor. And he said, I was thinking, now I am here, I am doing nothing, I am in the hospital corridor, I have my laptop, I'll finish the proposal and give it to you. That was one of the best proposals, we got it. What does it show? I had empathy for him and he had empathy for me. Now, will the agentic AI have such empathy? How will you build it into the system? But at the same time, the agentic AI, whatever it is, thank you very much, whatever it is, needs to build empathy through so many things, which is difficult, but of course it will also happen. Why I am saying that is, many times we will realize that when you get up in the morning, you want your toothbrush, you don't think, I am going to use AI to go and collect my toothbrush. You will want your breakfast, you will want your idlis on the table, you will not say AI. Yes, there is a back-end something, logistics of how it came to you through a Swiggy or through something else, from the logistics of where it moved from to the shop and how did it come to you, all that is there. But everyday life, you do it with a human touch. Somebody tells you, you like dosa better than idli, no? What we should understand is agentic AI is just a tool which is going to make you more powerful from a perspective of, it's like being super intelligent. You become super intelligent when you use AI very well. You get what I'm saying? Are you able to understand? If there's anything, please don't think you cannot stop me. You stop me right there and say, I don't agree with you. Or if you think that there is something else you want clarification, tell me. My thing is that it is like anything which is a tool will make you do things extremely efficiently. There was this carpenter making those doors. Then came the modular furniture, modular doors, whether it's wood or UPVC, everything, you just have to collect it, just fix it. You don't have to make it. The only thing is, it will be the same wherever you go. If you go into an apartment complex, every door will be the same, everything will be the same, everything, because it's modular, fixed. But if, let me say, it allows you a space to probably make it look better. That is like you use artificial intelligence to reach a stage and then possibly polish it with your intelligence. You will look different and you will be appreciated much more by, I don't want to use the word client, anybody who is a stakeholder. You get the idea? So it's a very important thing. I do not know what all people spoke to you, but I felt that everybody would have spoken from a different angle. I thought I should talk to you from an angle where you should understand you should empower yourself with agentic AI, not fear it. Treat it as a friend. Treat it as like, okay, what happened? Like I was talking about wet grinder. Why so much? Vacuum cleaner. Vacuum cleaner has probably reduced the work of a support staff. Instead of broom and other things, now you have that, I don't know, whatever that is, that's that operating thing, no? It just moves around, robo. So vacuum cleaner has lost its job, man, in most cases. You just say, you just leave it, it goes to every corner, takes it, you don't have to take it. So it doesn't mean that something is replacing something else. It is just that it gives them that extra bit of intelligence and support. A super intelligent person becomes super intelligent. An intelligent person becomes super intelligent. That's all, nothing more. And one more thing, That empathy part of it, I did tell you. How can it become empathetic? Agentic AI or any tool. I will not want to use that word agentic AI, something like that. That's online learning. Simple thing we all know. If it's online learning, you can actually use, you can start learn it. If you're a slow learner, I'm just saying, I'm a slow learner in class. I know Shanmugam is brilliant, so he learns it fast. For me, கொஞ்சம் தடுமாறும் அப்படின்னா நான் என்ன பண்ணுவேன், கொஞ்சம் வெக்க பண்ணுவேன். He has learnt it, but எனக்கு புரியல. இதே if it's digital, I can go through it another 4 times privately at home. I can learn it and then tomorrow அழட்டிக்கலாம் வந்து. நம்ம ரெண்டு பேருக்கும் ஒரே மாதிரி தான், நல்லா தான் புரியுது எனக்கும். ராத்திரி ஃபுல்லாக 4 தடவை நான் அது ரிவைஸ் பண்ணியிருப்பேன். But I'm saying with agentic AI, if somebody is able to understand when you answer something, the speed with which you answer online is slow. You are asking some prompts which makes the agent, the grok or whatever it is, understand that you have not understood so well. You take time, so it can give you some type of a 5-step process to make you learn. For him, in 1 step, it may make him understand because his first or second prompt itself showed that he has already understood. It's a little more human nature. It is empathetic towards each one's capability. That is something which is probably places where with the tool, the creator, if you are developing something, you are empathetic about somebody else's problem, you are trying to solve it using the tool. It is not the tool. The person who has developed the application is used the empathy factor. Are you able to understand what I'm saying, or is it giving some clarity? So that is what I feel is, and possibly for somebody super intelligent like Mr. Ramkumar, it might just give him in one thing. Ramkumar say, yeah, I've got it. Is this the thing? Yeah, he's learned it. Straight away give you practical exercises. Slow learner, it would have given 5 steps and then a practice slowly, but then both of them at the end of it would have learned equally well. But it is empathized with the learning capacity of each one and accordingly reacted. I'm just giving you a little bit of an idea on that. And I did tell you about some of the other things. Okay. Another thing I'm telling you, why I'm saying agentic AI will be more logical, will be less distinct. For example, I get a promotion and I go to different people. I go to my parents. When I say I've got promoted, what will they tell me? What will they tell me? I'll take the blessings. It's a different thing. I go to my wife and share. She may be very happy. She may feel like we have achieved something together. I'll say, but for your tolerating my அட்டென்ஷனே கொடுக்காம நான் வேலை பண்ணியிருந்தேன், அதை வந்து அக்செப்ட் பண்ணிட்டேன். இப்போ ராம்குமார் சொன்ன 24/7 வந்து அந்த வேலையே பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தீங்க. உங்களுக்கு சொல்கிறேன், வீட்டில் வந்து சொல்கிறாங்க, ஐயோ பரவாயில்ல, ஆனால் அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ணாங்க. இன்னைக்கு பரவாயில்ல, நீங்கள் வந்து என்ன இந்த மாதிரி டாலரேட் பண்ணிடலன்னா நான் அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணியிருக்க முடியுமா அப்படின்னு சொன்னோம். See, all of us have that type of thing. If I share with my children, they'll feel proud that the father is such. Everybody has a different reaction to the same communication. Agentic AI தெரியுமா? தெரியணும். அதை வந்து தான் அப்ளிகேஷனில் கொண்டு வரணும். Agentic AI is like I was saying, Honda City car வாங்குறோம். We don't even know. The engine will be a Isuzu engine or a Ford engine. You don't even know. It will have MRF டயராக இருக்கலாம், இல்லை மெஷ்லின் டயராக இருக்கலாம். வாங்கும்போது ஹோண்டா சிட்டி எடுத்தோமா, ஓட்டணுமா, நல்லா ஓடுதா, நல்ல எஃபிஷியன்சி இருக்கா, ஏசி நல்லா ஒர்க் பண்ணுதா, பாட்டு நல்லா கேட்குறதா. இன்னைக்கு யாராவது ஃபோன் வாங்கும்போது என்னன்னு பார்க்குறீங்க? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பிராண்டை பார்க்குறீங்க. ஸோ வி நோ சம்திங் இஸ் கிளியர்ட். செகண்ட் திங் இஸ், ஒரு ஃபோன் வாங்கும்போது என்ன பார்க்குறீங்க? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பேசுமா பேசாத, அதெல்லாம் அசியூம்டு. யூ கெட் இட்? ஸோ see the type of different, if you seriously analyze it, so the person who is marketing would give camera the topmost priority when he's designing a phone. Because he knows whatever I do with the audio, video, எதுவுமே கேட்க போகிறது எல்லாம் அசியூம்டு அது எல்லாத்துலேயும் ஒரே மாதிரி இந்த எவ்வளோ பிக்சல்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் முக்கியம். I'll tell you all these things. Why I'm saying that is the tools are only a power that is going to value add to each one of us. Creativity is going to be something which only a human being can have. I am very clear about it. However much anybody will argue about creativity, yes, but creativity, the human being, when he uses it to the best possible manner. Did any of you see the cricket match yesterday? Pakliya. Energy pocha. Did you guys see or not? Yeah. What did you feel? Probably for me the best moment was something. Did any of you, what will you feel is the best moment yesterday? Which I felt in the run out. Huh? Akshar Patel வந்து Shivam Dubey பிடிச்ச catch was the most critical moment for beyond anything else. It made the team develop self-belief. It's like it was team game, not best. Catch was terrific. He got the ball, he passed it on, somebody else got it. His name in the score sheet. It is caught Dubey, not caught Akshar Patel. But the catch was actually only Akshar Patel's catch. Why I'm saying that is, can we make a player with agentic AI to play like that? I'll tell you, there are some things which are very logical we can keep making. We can make it close to that in a routine fashion. We can make it super efficient. But when it comes to creativity, empathy, human nature, I'll tell you, this is required. The human element is required. You all absorb. In fact, on a different note, அந்த காலத்தில் வந்து அந்த ஸ்கூல் முடிச்சுட்டு ப்ரீ யூனிவர்சிட்டி போவோம் இல்லை வாட் எவர் +2 to this thing வச்சுக்கலாமே காலேஜ். There was like a routine thing we all used to go for typewriting class. We didn't even know why we did that. டைப்ரைட்டிங் கிளாஸ் ஏன் போகணுன்னா யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும்னு யாரோ சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க. அதாவது எங்கள் ஜென்ரேஷன் முன்னாடி இருந்த ஜென்ரேஷனில் டைப்ரைட்டிங்ன்றது பெரிய ஜாப், எதுவும் இல்லைன்னா டைப்ரைட்டிங்காவது பண்ணுவான், ஸ்டெனோவாக போவான் அப்படின்னு நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கலாம். இப்போ அது ஸ்டெனோகிராஃபர்ன்றது தெரியுமோ தெரியாதோ, அதெல்லாம் வேற. அது ஒரு தட் ஜாப் வாஸ் லாஸ்ட் டியூ டு வேர்ட் ப்ராசஸிங். ஓகே, when I'm saying that, when that typewriting class எது கற்றுட்டோம்னா, எல்லாம் என்ஜினியரிங் நான் படித்தேன், அவர் பிகாம் படிச்சிருவார், எல்லாருக்குமே டைப்ரைட்டிங் தெரியும். ஏன் தெரியும்? பண்ணோம் as a additional skill. Today I feel BCom, BSc, BCA, BCA of course, computer application, அதுலேயும் சொல்கிறேன், if it's botany, physics, everything, I think AI or a new tool or anything which will come 2 years, 3 years later as newer tools also should be learnt like what we learned typewriting those days. You should know it. Every BCom is a BCom, is a B, is a B, is a BSc, is a BSc. What is that on top, the icing? It's going to be tools which will make you more powerful. Otherwise, every year 30 lakh people will pass BCom in the country. All are same. 75 to 85, 65 to 85% mark. The moment you go to a job, in 2 months' time, you'll learn the job. 85% learn, 65% learn. I'll tell you, that doesn't matter. It is that extra skill what Akshar Patel brought in yesterday. That extra skill is what will make the person reach there. And I'll tell you something, it's a fantastic, I'll tell you, I was just thinking about it. In this institution, how much of extracurricular activities go on? நீங்கள் இந்த காலேஜ் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா கரிக்குலர் ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் மட்டும் நடக்கிற மாதிரி எனக்கு ஒரு ஃபீலிங் கொடுக்குறீங்க. இல்லை நல்லதுன்னு சொல்கிறேன். ஏன்னா I'll tell you, all of you have the syllabus, all of you are teaching, all of you are learning that. But in the extracurricular, what you go through, whether it's Mint Street or whatever you go through, I'll tell you, that will give you a confidence which nothing else will give you. That will make you feel so energetic, pumped up. Do you feel I'm energetic and pumped up? That's the only thing which is my differentiator. It's not knowledge, it's not anything else. If you're passionate and pumped up, you can achieve anything. In fact, I am feeling inspired, Shanmugam, the way you are doing it. I'll tell you, you people are in a fantastic institution, more than anything else, a great place to learn life skills. And agentic AI is also a life skill in my opinion. If you learn that, if you know how to use it, you will do very well. Don't get into a routine modular furniture maker syndrome. Get into a skilled carpenter or statue maker syndrome where you can sculpt things with the tools rather than make geometric easy designs and fit it. No, become creative artists. Use agentic AI as a friend, as an assistant. அது எல்லாருமே சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க, அதனால திருப்பி அதனால தான் வந்துட்டு கடைசியில் சொல்கிறேன். Not that. Internalize the agentic AI, forget the name. அடுத்த வருஷம் அதுக்கு பேர் மாறிடும். நான் சொல்கிறேன்னே 1956 இருந்த பேர் மறந்து கொஞ்ச நாளாக விட்டுட்டு ஒரு 60 வருஷம் கழிச்சு, அது 70 வருஷம் கழிச்சு திருப்பி அதை கொண்டு வந்துருக்கோம். இதுக்கு முன்னாடி இதுவாக இருக்கலாம், ERP-ஆக இருக்கலாம், IoT-ஆக இருக்கலாம், 1008 பேர் சொல்லியாச்சு. So my feeling is, all of you just apply your mind, just keep absorbing that. You are all so smart with a smartphone right in your hand, and I'm sure that you will all be doing fantastically because you have all life skills. It's not just AI, everything where it's allowing you to collaborate with people. All these events and all will allow you to collaborate with people. Even organizing this event is collaboration. அவர் அங்கே இருக்கிறாரு, நீங்கள்லாம் இங்கே இருக்கிறீங்க, ஒரு வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் போட்டு கொலாபரேட் பண்ணி யூஆர் அச்சீவிங் த ரிசல்ட்ஸ். இட்ஸ் கம் அவுட் ஸோ வெல். ஐ எம் ஹாப்பி. ஐ திங்க் பாலா ஸ்டார்டட் லைக் வாட், லைக் இஷாந்த் சர்மா, and I'm trying to finish it off like Hardik Pandya. Thank you very much. May God bless all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that powerful address and for decoding the real-world application of artificial intelligence with such depth and clarity. Thank you so much, sir. Innovation, before that, a strong institution is built on visionary leadership. It is my privilege to invite our respected secretary, sir, Mr. AVM K. Shanmugam, sir, to deliver the closing remarks.
Hari Om. Good afternoon or good evening, should I say? Yeah, good evening. We started early morning and we are now winding up the end of the day. Started at 9 in the morning, 9:10 we started, and it's 5:10 and we are still going on. It's been a wonderful day. To me, today was a very educative day. I learned a lot. So every time we have these conferences, last year, before the first time we had it was in AI. As Principal had remarked earlier, that we are the first college to, Arts and Science College, to start a program on artificial intelligence. Most of our guests were mentioning they've always been only to engineering colleges for AI, but with the support of Mr. Ram Kumar and Bala, we started this event. Last year we did on banking, and this is the third year. Once again AI with banking, and this year we have done. It's a lot of effort which has gone in from the mentor, Mr. Ram, who has taken so much of effort to do this, put things together. I mean, he does it all the time, but in this particular case, he has taken so much of effort. This concept was, I think, spoken almost a year ago when we finished the earlier one, and then the whole thing was in his mind, and every time he came to Chennai, which he does very often, and I know very well he visits all of you more than he comes to my room. Maximum we have a coffee, and after that he's got his program. His timings are very short, so he comes and spends more time with you than with me. But the passion at which Mr. Ram works is something quite unimaginable. In fact, I was here yesterday and I just thought I had to leave because he was literally, like there's so much of tension prevailing here when they were trying to work out, and whatever you guys were doing, the department was doing. I told the principal it's best I leave the premises because I'll make things worse and I won't stay here. Then I was told the whole thing got wound up at 10:30 in the night, and 6 o'clock the entire team was here back again, including the Viscom department, which worked very closely. We were a little worried about a lot of glitches that we had yesterday evening, and I think principal was totally out of gear when, we were going out of control. But everything sorted out and it went so seamlessly beautiful. We had Mr. Ram following us from morning till now on one side. On the other side, we had Mr. Arun joining him from Dallas. We had people all over the world coming and talking. It was wonderful. And the knowledge that they have imparted on you has been great. You're all very lucky. And all I can say is, I'm somebody who believes that, I don't believe in a college with a Cadillac science, arts and science college or whatever it is, or a technology college. We have technology coming to us. At the end of the day, all of you will be going to a job where the same job where the guys coming from engineering colleges or IIT, wherever it is from. But then you have to run very fast. You have only 3 years where you're going to be with us. Therefore, 5 years studying in engineering colleges. Both of you go for the same job. So the knowledge that you will have to acquire in this 5 years is something which is phenomenal. We are trying our best to give you everything. Make use of every day because it matters a lot. And I'm very happy, you've been sitting from morning to evening and it was so quiet, like any other event that happens. And that's something beautiful. We had 40 papers that were presented today, one of the highest probably for us, and on AI. And we have got over 10 colleges who have come and participated in this event. A lot of colleges have sent their staff. Thank you very much for all the external colleges who have come and supported us in this event. Yes. As time grows, I always tell Bhuma, see, we are looking at ourselves as our own competitors. We don't look at anybody else. We keep moving on what we have done today, then we write it down. Oh God, we have to do something more. But then, climbing, there is Mount Everest. We are still in St. Thomas Mount. I keep telling them the same thing. We are still only in the height of St. Thomas Mount. We have to climb Mount Everest. See, I want all of you to get educated. I want you to get the best placements today possible. We had some wonderful recruiters like Entrust and all who have been supporting us so much. So how many students do you have? You've got about at least 15, 20 of our students? Oh, 80 plus students they have employed. It's an American company. Thank you so much for supporting our students. We have got our own companies coming and employing our students. It's been wonderful that they've been supporting us. And of course, Ram has been putting a lot of efforts with a lot of companies overseas to take our students in and to do it. A wonderful journey we have been having, and it's only a beginning. We are only a baby as a college. We are going to grow much. You're all our lieutenants who are going to go out to the world and going to take our pride that you're all Avachians. Earlier we had the school of Avachians who came, and today they are world over. So as a college, yes, with the same name we are going. I'm sure you will go much higher than all those people went, and we are really proud of having all of you. And yes, not to mention of the staff, Deepa Shri, Mrs. Valyamai and team, completely, every one of you, because I've been through some of your meetings and your Zoom meets. I have been, but I've just been observing, and what Mr. Ram has been putting up the queries and doing it. It's been a wonderful thing you have planned in the last 3 months. Meticulously done, timings, getting guests, organizing everybody, the team of ITware from Madras, all of you put together, you've done a fantastic work. I'm very happy about the whole thing. And I thank you from my bottom of my heart for the participants who have come from other colleges, to our own college students, to the faculty members. And yes, last but not the least, but my big friend, Mr. Mike. He's been a pillar of support for me day one when I started this college. He never looked at me as another college. Etraj is a part of us, and we are a part of Etraj. Thank you so much, sir, for always being with us. More a personal friend of mine, but he's been a guide, a mentor, and always been supportive. If everything goes well, and things don't change in the next election, I'm sure Mr. Mike's concept of education, higher education, will come to play a role, which he has given me a copy to read. And that literally links up education to your jobs. The syllabuses will change, it'll move forward. He's done a fantastic work. You can read the Tamil Nadu State Council for Higher Education. So he has done that and he's done a fabulous job. And we're really proud, and I'm sincerely hoping that that goes through and it comes alive so that we move much faster. So I'd like to have all supports from our college, whatever we are doing to do with Etraj, both in computer science or maybe Viscom, we are doing a lot of activities we can do jointly. It's no more going to be a college and doing separately. We'll all, like, like how they have an airline, they have the Star Alliance, like that we need to formulate friendly code sharing. Yes, we need to have that happening. We have Hemant of AMJN who's also expressed his thanks for, would like to join us. So we can all join together. We have to work because we are fighting a world of the engineering colleges. We have to go ahead and we want to give you the best. And both of us share the same ideas. So we'll love to work with you, sir. We'd like to do something together. Whatever we are doing, we are just a small college, a boutique college, so you can have us in some corner and you can work together. So thank you all. Wonderful evening, wonderful day. And let's look forward to our edition number 4. 4, right? Yes. So thank you and good evening and take care. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your motivating and future focused address. Your vision truly aligns with the transformative wave of intelligent technologies shaping tomorrow's careers. It is now time to recognize scholarly excellence through the Best Paper Award. These research works demonstrated originality, methodological rigor, and forward-thinking perspectives in areas such as autonomous agents, reinforcement learning frameworks, human AI collaboration, and AI governance. I request Mr. Mike, sir, to kindly present the Best Paper Award to the deserving recipient.
Okay. Oh yeah. Winner SDNB College for Women. The team names Harshini VS, Laura Vikuna A, and Dr. M. Lavanya. The title of the paper is Artificial Intelligence in Inclusive Education, Assistive Technologies and Multilingual Support, a research outlook with the gaps.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations to the winners. Thank you, sir. As we conclude this knowledge intensive and future oriented conference, gratitude becomes our most important expression. I now invite Ms. Deepa Shri Ma'am, Head of Computer Science with Data Science, to deliver the oath of thanks.
Good evening. It is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the International Conference 2026 and beyond, Rise of Agentic AI as Career Path. First and foremost, I express our heartfelt gratitude to our respected Secretary, Mr. AVM K. Shanmugam, for his visionary leadership and constant encouragement in organizing such a futuristic and impactful conference. I extend my sincere thanks to our respected Principal, Dr. N. Boomer, whose constant support and uncompromising committed nature makes this academic excellent and made this today's intellectual vibrant gathering a great success. A very special and heartfelt appreciation to our chairperson, Mr. N. Ramkumar, Director, ITware LLC Dubai, whose vision, mentorship, and unwavering guidance have been the driving force behind this conference. His foresight in recognizing the transformative potential of agentic AI and his dedication to bringing together global thought leaders have shaped this event into an extraordinary platform for learning and collaboration. We are truly honored by the gracious presence and inspiring inaugural address delivered by our chief guest, Mr. Bala Subramaniam, CEO, Start Infinity ANC and co-founder Converse. His powerful insights into leadership, innovation and his perspective on evolving AI ecosystems have truly given a different perspective on the future intelligence system. We extend our sincere appreciation to Mr. Arun Chandrasekharan, Vice President and Analyst at Gartner, Dallas, USA, for delivering the thought-provoking keynote session, 4 key generative skills to master for the future. His global perspective and clarity on future-ready skills have given as a roadmap for tomorrow. A special thanks to the moderator, Mr. Jubran Siddiq, CEO, Zoria Angels Private Limited, for steering the dynamic panel discussion on From Technology Tools to Decision Makers, the Power of Agentic AI. We sincerely thank our distinguished panelists, Mr. Prabhu Annadurai, Director, Customer Success Management, ITware LLC Dubai, Mr. Kiran Kumar, co-founder and CEO, Creamcaller, Mr. Abhinay Parashuri, CIO, AI Era Private Limited. Your diverse insight transformed the discussion into a powerful exchange of ideas, bridging technology with leadership strategies. Our gratitude to Mr. Giri Venkatraman, co-founder and CTO, EmployCheck, for presenting the innovative EmployCheck Trust Stack in FinTech verification system. We also appreciate Mr. Vijay Anantarajan and Ms. Ashwini from Entrust Software and Service Private Limited for the practical insight in agentic AI and accounting payable innovation automation. A very special appreciation to Mr. L. Srinivasan, CEO, Cape Corporate AI Solution LLP, for sharing his expertise on automated decision-ready financial DMS. A sincere gratitude Mr. Kaushik Polsana, CTO AI Era, for enlightening us on 24/7 agentic AI counseling and the future of student support. Each case study beautifully demonstrated how agentic AI is not just a theory but also a transformative reality. We extend our sincere thanks to Dr. Jaya Aravindan, Professor and Director, COED, BSc Crescent Institute of Technology, for our academic session on agentic AI evaluation from intelligent system to autonomous decision maker. Your scholarly insights strengthen the academic foundation of today's discussion. We deeply honored by the presence of Mr. Mike Muralidharan, Chairman, Ethiraj Scholar for Women, for delivering the valedictory address filled with wisdom and strategic and very practical foresight. Thank you, sir. A special mention to Ms. Ramya, Business Development Executive, ITware, for her guidance and support throughout the program. We extend our gratitude to all the paper presenters and faculties, research scholars and participants for the valuable contribution that enriched the academic depth of this conference. A sincere thanks to the WISCOM department and for their technical support right from the beginning of the event. A very thankful note to the staff committee members for their dedication and coordinated effort in making this conference a memorable success. A very special mention to Mr. Ayad, Digital Marketing and Designer, Ms. Sridevi and team,
and Ms. Lata for their continuous support and commitment. Their effort behind the scene are truly appreciable and played a vital role in the smooth execution of this conference. Last but not the least, I would like to express my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to the staffs and students of the BCA and Computer Science with Data Science Department for the wholehearted support in organizing this conference right from the beginning and for the tireless effort in making this event a grand success. Today's event not just merely been a conference, it has been a movement towards shaping autonomous, responsible, and visionary AI leaders of tomorrow. With immense gratitude and pride, I once again thank each and every one of you making this conference a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As a mark of respect of our nation, I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गादा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
With that, we officially conclude the International Conference 2026 and beyond, Rise of Agentic AI as a Career Path. May we move forward not just as observers of the AI revolution, but as architects of autonomous, ethical, and intelligent systems that will define the next decade. Thank you all, safe travels, and let innovation continue beyond 2026. Wishing you all a fabulous Friday ahead. Thank you. All the participants collect your certificates in the registration desk. It is in G17.